On Wings of Ash and Dust by Brittany Wang. Performed by Talon David. Part 1. Wings of Betrayal. The Faerie Rebel. Of all of Phelan's fairy clans, sylph knowledge none shall meet, the beauty of the nymphs unmatched, the craft of kobolds never sleeps, dryads nurture all of life, Gwyllian's strength no one can beat. But darkness comes with no remorse. All shall crumble at her feet. Excerpt from the Mystic Tome. 4 years ago. I have to get out of here. Fleeing down the cliffside streets of Greymarrow, I urge my dragon-like wings to quicken through the thick smog. Bladesmiths stoke their forges with early morning fire. Loud hammering and the whine of a sharpening wheel thrums through my body. My eyes sting from the smoke, but at least no one can see I've already rubbed them raw. Blasted tears. As a red sun rises, my vision blurs, and I crash into a display of swords. They clatter to the ground. Berating voices call after me for my carelessness, but I don't stop, speeding toward the beach below the mountain. The more the tears fall, the faster I fly, as the Gwyllian mantra I claimed just the night before rings in my mind, taunting me. Gwyllians are strong as steel. They do not yield. Magic is a crutch. Laughter is frailty. Tears are poison. Collapsing on the beach, I cast my dagger into the sand, wrap my wings around me, and breathe in the cool, salty air. Steadily, the crashing waves drown out my raging thoughts and soothe the growing heat in my chest. The silver sea has always been my haven from the dreary, suffocating cliffs of Greymarrow. Out on the wide-open beach, I can finally breathe. As the sun continues to rise, merchant ships come in and out of port, and it takes all my strength not to climb aboard one and never look back. To travel the rest of Phelan and find out if there's anywhere else in the 5 provinces I belong. I would even join the pirates if no other fairy clan would take me. A smile creeps onto my face as I imagine what it might be like to stow away on one of the pirate lord's ships, traveling Phelan's seas as part of his crew, far away from here. Quinn! My twin brother's voice brings me back. Gaius's training armor clangs as he lands on the sand beside me, stretching his own dragon-like wings. Catching his breath, he runs a hand through his distinct white hair, highly unusual for a youngling of only 13. Though Gaius is too kind to scold me for my tears, I rush to erase any evidence of them on my sleeve, any evidence of weakness. Still, I'm sure I'm a frightening sight, eyes ringed red, my brown nest of odd waves and curls in disarray. Never mind how my tears mix with the caked mud on my face from last night's battle sessions. The sessions that decided our ranking in the Gwyllian Guard. Gaius's pointed ears perk up as he turns to me. Thought I'd find you here. He bumps me with his elbow. You know, if we don't go back soon, we'll never be ready for the ceremony in time. You don't think I look presentable? I try to joke, bumping him back. It's not that I hate dressing up. In fact, I love it. I've always been theatrical, something our father never fails to reprimand me for. I just can't stand our clan's unimaginative affinity for furs with muted leathers and hide skins. Perfect for the cold mountain climate, terribly dull on the eyes. I'm also not looking forward to being whispered about behind my back when everyone hears the news. My smile falters. It doesn't matter. I'm not going. Why not? Gaius's tone drops, but I keep my gaze out to sea. It's always hard to deny him when the concern in his eyes tells me he's just trying to help. Come on, you become one of the most skilled among us. I know they didn't call your name first, but your ranking can't be that bad. If only he knew. Being selected for the Guard is a Gwyllian's highest honor, the ultimate sign of what our clan values most: strength. With our mountains surrounding all of Phelan, the Guard is its protector, defending its borders from invading giants and raiding dragons, even against our traitorous brethren, the magic-wielding mystics. As Gwyllian Lord and General of our army, the ever-stoic Lord Faden has overseen the training of all youngling-aged fae for months. And after last night's exhausting duels and practice raids, he ushered in the new day by announcing to all recruits which of us made the cut. Faden has always favored Gaius, who is annoyingly good at everything he puts his hand to. But I've trained hard for a position too, quickly climbing the ranks, and I have the scars to prove it. Or so I thought. I wasn't chosen, Gaius. At all. There. I said it. Unsurprisingly, Gaius's name had been read first, the spot usually reserved for the youngling with the most promise, the one that would be trained to someday lead the entire Gwyllian army. Once they read his name, the guards celebrated him with thundering stomps of their feet as Lord Faden escorted him into the victor's hall. I anxiously awaited my own moment as name after name sounded through the courtyard. But that moment never came. Later today, Lord Faden himself will ceremonially present those that were selected for the guard to the entire city. All will know of my failure. With a sigh, Gaius puts a hand on my shoulder, and I allow my brother's attempt at comfort. If we weren't out in the open, he might have even put an arm around me. But we both know pity is not the Gwyllian way. It doesn't make sense. I hold back the quiver in my voice, trying to think of what I could have done wrong. I mean, I know I have a different way of doing things. Gaius stifles a good-humored laugh. You mean like barely ever listening to direction? Going off with your own plans? Trying to wrangle the stragglers to join in your shenanigans? Hey, that maneuver worked last night, didn't it? I push back. I didn't say it was a bad idea, Gaius hedges. Different isn't always bad. I huff. Well, I guess it doesn't work out for everyone, does it? Just look at what happened to the mystics. Banishment. That's what happened. I swallow hard. Maybe I'm just too different. I run my fingers over the pattern of scars on my arms. No matter how sharp my blade, how hard I battle for the position, how skilled I become, it will never matter. Whatever the reason, I'll always be a weak little sprite in the Gwyllian Lord's eyes. Never strong enough. Gaia sighs once more, heavy and reproachful. Quinn. I shake my head. If you want me there, you'll have to drag me kicking and screaming. Gaius stays quiet as a warm breeze blows over the beach. While words usually pour from my mouth before I even know I'm thinking them, constantly getting me in trouble, Gaius always thinks carefully before he speaks. You know, he says finally, looking out to the sea. I've seen you sneaking into the dungeons to hear stories from that pirate Pixie. I bet you'd rather be out on the sea with her, having adventures. I raise a brow. I shouldn't be surprised. Though we barely look like it, we are twins after all. Still, it's scary how well he knows me, like he's inside my head, hearing my every thought. He takes a slow breath, and I brace myself for the lecture I know is coming. You can't just run away when things get hard, you know? You have to be strong? I cut him off with a huff. Well, I guess I'm just not as strong as you are. Gaia smiles. Maybe not. But sometimes strength can be weakness, and weakness can be strength. You have a different kind of strength. I know it. Someday you will too. Frustrated by his riddles, I'm about to demand what in Phelan he's talking about when he unsheaths the dagger at his side and grabs mine from where I'd cast it into the sand. Putting the two mirrored halves together, they fit perfectly to form one blade. Our mother had commissioned the original weapon before we were born, before she knew she was having twins, before her death. At our birth, she had it split in two, one for each of us. Our dual daggers. The first weapons we ever handled and used to train. Forever a reminder of our connection. Two edges of the same blade. After swinging it through the air, Gaia splits the halves apart again. I'm going to need that strength of yours, Quinn. he says gently, handing me my weapon. I don't think I'd be as strong as I am if you weren't with me. Holding the dagger, all my sharp edges soften. I'd never leave you, I promise, mustering an earnest smile. His face brightens and he goes to speak again. This time, I'm the one who knows what he's thinking. I'm still not going to the ceremony. Gaius's shoulders slump, then shrug. Can't say I didn't try. He stands, sighing dramatically. I guess I'll just have to feast all by myself. Helene's been busy in the kitchen all night. I think she's even made a whole batch of lily tarts. My head snaps up. A whole batch? His eyes gleam. Maybe even 2. He's not playing fair. If I had to live on only one food for the rest of my life, it would be Helene's lily tarts. My stomach grumbles, scolding me for even thinking about missing huge helpings of my favorite dessert. I shoot to my feet. You won't have anything left to eat if I beat you there. Releasing my wings, I take off before he can respond. Ha! Gaius lets out a short laugh and shoots into the air, following close behind. As usual, Gaius gets what he wants. I make an appearance at the ceremony, but just long enough to sneak my way into the kitchen, snatch a whole plate of lily tarts, and take the servants' passageway down to the dungeons. At least the whispers of the other recruits can't reach me down there. As always, a large tapestry greets me in the torchlight. It depicts a Gwyllian soldier viciously slaying a fire-breathing dragon. The sudden sight of the dragon always sets me on edge. I shudder and quickly rush down the stairs. Another food delivery? A guard meets me at the bottom and sniffs at my covered dish. They sure keep you busy. All in a day's work. I hope he can't tell what deliciousness is hidden inside this time. He narrows his eyes, but lets me pass. Breathing a sigh of relief, I make my way to where my Pixie pirate friend is kept. Aren't you supposed to be at some party? Wit's feathered wings flex as she stirs in her cell, her horns glinting in the torchlight. Catching sight of the open platter in my hands, her mouth drops. How did you get those? I know my way around the kitchen. They're too busy flitting around up there to notice one platter missing. I bite into the warm pastry, and Wit licks her lips. I hold out the treats to her. Trade you for the end of that story you started the other night? You mean the one where we went pillaging in the kobold tunnels and barely made it out alive? Yes, and then Pirate Lord Maverick flew in at the last minute with the rest of the fleet. Ah, yes. Wit eyes my platter again, chewing her lip thoughtfully. You pay so well, how can I refuse? As Wit spins her tales between bites of tart, I marvel at each of her stories. Though she isn't much older than me, she's already seen and done so much. With the dessert platter licked clean and my head full of seafaring adventures, I realize I've lost track of time. Regretfully, I bid Wit farewell and climb back up the winding passageway, weighed down by a full stomach and a longing for more stories. But opening the door to the kitchen, I come face to face with a very unhappy Gaius. It's so rare to see him with such a frown, I almost don't recognize him. Of course you're here. Have you been down there all this time? He whispers crossly. Nudging me back into the stairway, he closes the door, cutting us off from the staff and hundreds of Gwyllian folk in the next room before anyone can notice us. I sigh. He's only a minute older than me, yet he still acts like years separate us instead of seconds. I was just visiting Wit. I try to defend myself. She's all alone down there with all those criminals. She's a criminal, Quinn. She stole because she was hungry, Gaius, not because she's some diabolical lowlife. She's a pirate, he says firmly, struggling to keep the annoyance from his voice. And while you've been off listening to stories, I've been making excuses for you for over an hour. Come on, I don't want you going down there anymore. He reaches for my hand. I'm not going. I pull away. I don't want to go anywhere with him while he's acting like this. Quinn, sometimes we have a responsibility to do things we don't want to do. He folds his arms, his tone threatening to rise. "No!" I grit my teeth, my fists growing clammy and hot. "You're the one with the responsibility. You're the one who's going to make something of himself, not me. Faden has made that very clear." "Quinn, stop it. You're not being fair." "Fair?" My voice rises, echoing off the stone walls. "I'll tell you what's not fair." My blood blazes under my skin as I picture Lord Faden's solemn face. "I'm not even worthy enough to be a guard in his ranks, Gaius. And you know why? Because I'm a screw-up. I know it, he knows it. But I won't give him the pleasure of seeing my face as he announces it to the world."
"Quinn."
Gaius glances back at the door.
"Keep your voice down. You don't understand."
"No, you don't understand!" I shriek, hot tears streaming down my cheeks. "No one understands!" Gaius's face softens. He reaches toward me again, probably to extend an arm of comfort. But I push him away, all the anguish in my heart rushing through my chest to my arms. My hands are burning. I cry out in pain as a flash of heat and light release from them, a torrent of orange and red. I reel back, watching in horror as flames shoot from my hands and fling Gaius back, his head smacking against the wall with a sickening crack. Just as quickly as the flames explode, they extinguish, and Gaius's body collapses to the ground. Smoke rises from his clothes and skin. "Gaius!" I rush to his side. I reach out, but pull my hands back, terrified of hurting him again. What in Phelan just happened? I rock back and forth, wrapping my hands around my body instead. "Gaius, please!" My voice trembles and breaks. His eyes don't open. He isn't moving. This isn't happening. "Help! Somebody help!" In moments, the dungeon guard emerges from the stairway, and another appears from the kitchen.
"What happened?"
barks one, while the other stands with his mouth agape. Before I can answer, Lord Faden barges through the door.
"What's going on here? How dare you leave your posts when I specifically commanded?"
His broad arms push the guards aside as if they're rag dolls, but the sight of Gaius on the ground silences him. His dark eyes ignite, the muscles in his neck straining with a panic I've never seen before. Turning to me, his ever-stern mouth opens, then twists with fury under his beard. I found him like this, just a moment ago," I stammer, but my youngling tongue has not yet mastered the art of lying. I try again. "I swear, I don't know what happened, Father." I shut my mouth. The general never likes when Gaius or I call him father, especially not in front of the other troops. But I don't need a general or the Gwyllian Lord right now. I need my father. Faden's eyes narrow, but not at the paternal title I've carelessly used. They focus downward. He's staring at my hands. He can't know. Can he? He turns to the guards.
"Don't just stand there. Get the prince to the infirmary."
They spring into action, lifting Gaius's limp body just as he stirs and grabs for my arm. Relief washes over me, though the potent smell of smoke and the sight of his burns tells me it's going to be a long recovery.
"Quinn, it's okay. Don't..."
Gaius's voice is hoarse as he tries to speak, but as quickly as his eyes opened, they roll back into his head.
"No!"
Lord Faden demands.
"And send someone back who will guard their posts properly."
They rush through the door, but my father remains, his face now blank. I take a breath, ready to defend myself again, but no words come. Faden takes one last look at my hands.
"I'll deal with you later,"
he snarls, then storms out the stone door, letting it slam. Alone, I run my fingers over my palms. They're cool to the touch, not a singed spot on them. Though the pain was excruciating, the flames didn't leave a mark, as if it was magic. All the stories told to me as a little sprite about the magic-loving mystics come rushing back. Stories of their ability to produce fire out of thin air, like the dragons they believed all Gwyllians to be descendants from. I thought the tales were only myths, but my brother's burns are not my imagination. My mind races. What if Faden knew I had this ability all along? Could that be why he rejected me from the Gwyllian Guard? Why I've been stifled all my life? Maybe he wasn't trying to protect his daughter from the dangers of the world. He was trying to protect the world from me. To protect himself. I'm not only a screw-up and a continual disappointment. I'm dangerous. I look at my hands. No wonder our clan hates magic. I hurt my own brother with it. The future captain of the Gwyllian army. The next Gwyllian lord. Who knows what Faden will do to me now? I curse. I can't go back to the celebration, and I can't stay here. Even if I somehow have the Mystic's fire abilities, the Mystics are long gone. And if it isn't that, what else can it be? I look back at the stairway, and before I know it, I'm running. I run to the cell keys that always dangle on the far wall. It won't be long until a guard returns to the dungeon post.
Back so soon? I hope you brought more food.
These stories aren't cheap, Wit begins before she catches sight of my face. What's wrong? You still want to get out of here? I whisper. Wit lifts a brow.
Obviously. I'd also love to be the fairy queen, but that's never gonna happen.
I jingle the keys in front of her. Want to bet? Wit's eyes widen, then narrow.
And how do you expect to get me out of here with the entire city gathered upstairs?
I snort. Look, I know this fortress like the back of my hand. There's a hidden passage through the kitchen that keeps the servants out of sight. We'll be on the other side of these walls and down to the beach before they even realize you're gone.
Hidden passageways?
She crosses her arms.
You mean I've been down here for nearly 2 weeks and you knew this whole—
Wit, there isn't time. I cut her off. Here's the deal. If I release you, you take me to your ship and you don't tell anyone who I am. Slowly, a grin tugs at her lips.
Are you sure? Once you turn pirate, there's no going back.
I give her the best smile I can muster despite the turmoil coiling in my chest. That's exactly what I hoped you'd say. Before stepping toward the cell, I touch the dagger at my side. This will break Gaius's heart, but he's better off without me. Besides, I'm not who he thinks I am. I never really belonged. It's time to disappear and become someone new. Something new. Wiping any last trace of tears from my face, I put the key into the lock and turn hard. I am changed. There are no tears left. Chapter 1. Alone at the bow of the Mad Minnow, sparks illuminate the fading daylight as I drag a whetstone down the edge of my dagger. I've been sharpening the blade for nearly an hour, trying to distract myself from the anxious twitching of my pointed ears, the way my wings beg to release and take flight. Trying is the key word. It isn't working. Steady now, I warn my fidgety wings, keeping them tucked under the bones in my back. It's just adrenaline. This is what I live for, after all. The chase, the challenge. No matter which fairy clan we're sent to plunder, snatching kobold tech, pillaging dryad moon festivals, crashing nymph weddings where the fairy folk are too high on pixie dust to notice, it makes me feel alive. But this is no ordinary assignment. This is the mission that could change everything. I can't lose my head before it's even begun. I go over my objectives for the millionth time, punctuating each one with another rasp of the whetstone. Capture the Sylph ship. Bring home the chests of dust. Become the youngest captain the Pirate Lord's fleet has ever seen. Earn the freedom I've worked so hard for. My thumb runs over the hilt of my dagger. Its intricate ridges of swirling patterns are usually calming to the touch, but as the sky's colors fade, an inner light awakens. A familiar, dangerous heat churns in my stomach, warming the dagger in my hand, betraying me to memories and regrets long past. Gaius. My fist tightens around the handle at the thought of my brother. It's been 4 years since I left home, since I hurt him in more ways than one. Miles of sea between us, and I still can't escape him. As I've learned to do over the years, I swallow down the heat and force myself to breathe, letting the salty air calm the storm inside. But as the wind whistles past my ear, it's as if Gaius is standing right beside me, trying to tell me something I don't want to hear. Shade. A voice whispers my pirate name before I sense anyone there. Startled, I whip around with my dagger drawn. Feathered wings flutter out of reach. Familiar ones. It's just my first mate. I sheath my weapon with a curse, yanking off my hood, the same hood that usually shades my face, earning me my pirate name. Blast it, Wit! Don't you know it's dangerous sneaking up on me like that? Honestly, I'm more surprised to see her at all. We haven't sailed too far from the pirate cove, manageable flying distance. But still, I didn't expect her to make it to us in time. Not after the pirate lord sent her on a solo mission days ago. I bury the rise of jealousy under my relief in seeing her safe return. My, someone's jumpy tonight. I figured you'd want me to report for duty straight away, Captain. Wit gives me a dramatic bow, her stubby dryad horns accentuating the motion. She's teasing me with the premature title, but I smile at her use of it all the same. It's not without reason. Though I'm just barely 17, my Gwyllian-born strength and unmatched skill with a blade have helped me climb the pirate ranks quicker than most. After catching the pirate lord's eye, he took me under his wing, grooming me for greatness like a proud father. Or at least, that's how I imagine fathers treat the sprites they actually love. Despite his favor, however, I've still spent the last year proving myself worthy of promotion just like anyone else. Raising a crew, completing a series of missions. We've done so well, most of my crew has been calling me captain for months. But I shake my head. I'm not officially captain of the minnow yet, I remind Wit. And myself. We've got one more job to do. The ship shifts beneath our feet as I peer at the silver sea below. Since we set sail, it's been quiet. Too quiet. Like the sea herself has a secret she's trying to keep. But, like a lady scorned, the sea is never quiet for long. As the sun dips behind the distant mountains, its absence blankets us in a dense black fog. I search for a celestial guide, but it seems the sea has convinced the clouds to snuff out the moons that are usually so kind to light our way. Well played, I think to the sea with a smirk. But you've only aided our cause. While I focus on the fact that we're now cloaked from our target, all Wit can seem to pay attention to is the thunder rumbling in the distance. Storms are brewing, she says, squinting into the dark sky. As a rare half-breed of dryad and sylph heritage, Wit's sylph half shows not only through her feathered wings, but also in her words. Words of wisdom and warning. Two things I seldom take easily to. Won't be an easy raid with gallons of glowing moon rain pelting our backs. When was the last time you've actually seen it rain? I challenge. With how long this drought has carried on, I honestly don't know that we'll ever see moon rain again. Lucky for us pirates. Not so lucky for Phelan's crops. Okay, even if you're right, how do you expect to navigate like this? You couldn't spot a leviathan in this fog. Here we go again. I smile at the familiar scene. Since the day we met, Wit has always been cunning but perpetually cautious, constantly trying to keep me in check. It's my job, on the other hand, to push past her calculations, rally the crew, and get things done. It's been 4 years of barely ever agreeing, but somehow it works. You worry too much, my friend. I place a hand on her shoulder. Gather the crew. I've got an idea. Wit hesitates for a moment, but soon the gentle call of a sparrow escapes her lips. Wind gusts through my curls as wings of all kinds flock to us. The wings of my crew. A beautifully dangerous sampling of Phelan's 5 clans. Pirate Lord Maverick has always prided himself on collecting the strangest of the strange. Fae that refused or failed to fit their clan's beloved etho, their highest value. Their culture's core and compass. Or, in my opinion, their twisted versions of perfection. Whether kobold, dryad, nymph, Gwyllian, or sylphborn, Maverick has trained his recruits to terrorize the clans that despise them. Even forsaken half-breeds like Wit. Tonight, I stare into the eyes of folk I've recruited the same way.
What's the plan?
Zale asks with a crooked grin. The large puck cracks his knuckles as the gills on his neck pulse with anticipation. After being shunned by his fellow nymphs for his hunched back and misshapen face, Zale is always ready for a fight, any additional wounds only adding to his unique appearance. But where his former clan had been repulsed at his lack of traditional beauty, I admire each new scar. It's part of his charm.
Whatever it is, we're ready.
Mira places a delicate hand on her brother's shoulder. Though her soft curves and luscious lips make her the epitome of the nymphic ideal, Mira didn't think twice about leaving her clan when her brother wasn't accepted. Zale squeezes her hand, their bond an ever-comforting but stabbing reminder of what Gaius and I once had.
Cannons are loaded and at the ready.
Colt appears around Zale's large frame, brushing off cannon powder from his trousers and hooved feet.
Please tell me I get to blow something up tonight.
I smile. Colt's affinity for explosives might have gotten him banished from the life-protecting dryads, but it's a gift that I value greatly here on the seas. I search the gathering for our newest and smallest recruit. Luna. I beckon her forward. Her kobold eyes glow like the moon's, illuminating her determined expression. Used to her former home underground, the darkness only strengthens Luna's sight, and her resolve to prove herself. She may not have lived up to the eccentric imaginations of her clanfolk, but she's as loyal as the day is long, ready to use her kobold gifts for our cause. You're our eyes tonight. I motion toward the fog. Find our prey. My pleasure, Captain. She flashes me a toothy grin. I struggle to hold back a smile of my own. It isn't just the title of captain on her lips that fills me with pride. Watching Luna, I see something else. I see myself. Though I left my clan of my own accord, we're all outcasts, whether by force or by choice. Misfits, nomads, desperately wanting somewhere to belong. The clans may have viciously named us vagrants, but this crew is our very own clan. This ship our ever-traveling home, and I, their leader. At least for now.
They've come far in one short year.
Wit comments quietly, nodding to the rest of the crew. They're as still as stars, their hands hovering over their weapons, awaiting my next command. They have indeed, I say. To the rest of the pirate fleet's dismay, of course. Wit snickers in agreement. Anxious to see me fail, the more seasoned captains always snatched up the best recruits, leaving me the youngest and most inexperienced to choose from. But I've welcomed them with open arms. They're the hungriest, the most moldable. Wit and I also made sure to recruit many pixies like us. We were determined to show the male-dominated fleet that female fae are just as capable at fighting and swindling as pucks. And under my rigorous Gwyllian training, that's exactly what we've done.
Did you see their particularly sour scowls at our last bounty?
Wit says.
Not bad for a bunch of younglings.
Ah, yes. I don't think I'll ever tire of that. And that reminds me. I move behind the helm, reaching for the sack I've stowed away. Wit gives me a look, already guessing what's inside.
This again. Do you always need to bring along some elaborate costume?
When my hood became too recognizable, I started creating a new disguise for each of our missions, hiding my face from all but Maverick's fleet. In my 4 years as a pirate, no one's been able to capture my true face. No one I left alive, at least. And I plan to keep it that way. No one can learn who I truly am, what I can do, what I've done. Oh, come on, you know how much I love theatrics. And it's worked so far, hasn't it? Most fae are convinced Captain Shade is a puck, among other things. With a sly grin, I pull a folded piece of parchment out of my pocket and open it with a flick of my wrist, revealing a wanted poster. In the dark, my eyes have adjusted, and I can just make out the black, fish-like eyes and long, crooked nose of the culprit who stares back at us. Wit spurts out a muffled laugh at the ridiculous sketch, but also at the name printed below it. Captain Shade, Menace of the 5 Provinces, she reads. They've added to your title as of late. I can't believe Maverick hasn't said a word since these started popping up all over Phelan. He'd never say so, but I think he quite likes them. I smile at the thought. I've only added to the fear Phelinians have for pirates, after all. Besides, it gives the crew something fun to do. Ever since we came across my first wanted poster, the crew has made a game out of collecting and trading them. Each iteration seems to grow more bizarre and comical than the last, making for much-needed nights of laughter. So, what disguise you going with tonight? Wit sighs. Tonight, I honor the one faerie who, at the end of all this, will finally call me captain. Opening up the sack, I pull out a lump of thick black fabric lined with silver trim, one of the iconic cloaks of Pirate Lord Maverick himself. How in Phelan did you get that? Wit's eyes widen. In the dark, it's hard to tell if it's with admiration or terror at what Maverick might do if he finds out. I'm just borrowing it. Fastening the clasp around my neck, I imagine him announcing my new title to the entire fleet. A title to replace the one I lost long ago. You're practically swimming in it. Wit tries not to laugh. Don't you think it might impede your movements? Remember when you insisted on wearing those antlers? We were nearly captured by the dryads when you got them caught in a tree branch. Captain! Luna's voice snaps us to attention. She's pointing to a cluster of bouncing lights in the distance, cutting through the murky mist. A ship's foolishly lit lantern calls to us like a lighthouse beckoning its sailors home. Positions, mates! I dart to the helm. We have our heading! The crew flies through the dark, to the deck and into the rigging. Blades, hooks, and maces are all in hand as lightning streaks the sky. As usual, no moon rain comes. But even without it, the winds pick up and churn the sea until the minnow rocks and creaks beneath my feet. With every inch we gain on our target, the waves grow larger, crashing onto the deck as if daring us to proceed. Flurries of wings dart back and forth as the crew works to keep the storm from pulling our little ship apart. It's the work of the Numa, some call over the increasing winds.
They must not want us to capture this ship.
What if they've cursed it?
I shake my head. They're my crew, but they're a superstitious rabble, a lot of them. And it doesn't help that Wit, our self-instituted storyteller, is constantly filling their heads with dryad fables. Sure, the Silver Sea might act like she has a will of her own, but at least we can see her. The Numa are a different story. We're not turning back because of some mystical giants. Foolish fairy tales to frighten sprites into obedience they are. Do you know why they call them fairy tales? I relinquish the helm to Wit as they stare blankly. Because fairies don't have tails.
Hey!
Zale calls from where he sits in the rigging. He shifts his legs into his nymph fin tail and waves it for all to see. I point my sword in his direction. Changelings don't count, Zale. Now get your team in the water and make sure none of your folk are down there stirring up trouble. His shoulders sag, but he motions to Mira and the other nymphs in our crew, and they dive into the water. I scowl. It would be just like the nymph clan to try and ruin my night. As we're constantly fighting for the sea's domain, they aren't exactly my biggest fans. Shade! Wit struggles with the helm. Numa or not, the minnow is barely holding together, and the battle hasn't even begun. Maybe we should turn back? I glare. She knows failure is not an option. If we return empty-handed, we'll be back hoisting anchor on some other captain's ship. For good this time. Is that what you want? All our hard work lost to the wind? Not to mention my title. But I don't say that part out loud. Captain! Colt's hooved feet sprint up the stairs as he pushes his drenched mane out of his face.
Cannons are secure, but not for long. What now?
I follow Colt's gaze to my supposedly fearless crew on the lower decks. They reverted to the fearful states in which I found many of them, huddling together with wide, frightened eyes. I cross my arms, ready to scold them like they're my own sprites, though my still-developing wings prove I'm not much older. Now listen here. Like us, the minnow is small, but she is fierce. I pace, the wooden floorboards groaning beneath my feet. And we all know Captain Maverick won't accept excuses of storms or mythical forces, especially when it comes to pixie dust. They grumble begrudging agreements. Usually just mentioning the dust ignites their eyes with desire and determination. But it's as if their courage has washed away with the waves. Or perhaps my lust for captaincy is finally pushing me to the edge of recklessness. Unsure which is more likely, I fly down to them. Just imagine it. Success tonight means our next mission will be of our choosing, and half the plunder will be ours for whatever we wish. Before you know it, we'll be living more lavishly than the fairy queen herself. Who's with me? Though Luna shivers, fighting the cold and the fear of her first storm at sea, she steps forward. I'm with you, Captain. One by one, the others follow. I smile. We can do this. Lightning strikes. It illuminates our target as it cuts through the fog, only a few yards away. Colt stands ready by a cannon. He nods, and I yank my cutlass from my waist and lift it with a shout. Fire! Chapter 2. Our first cannon booms, and my heart flutters as the blast lights up the dark sky like fireworks. The opposing vessel rocks from the impact, ship shards exploding into the air, and my crew charges with a terrifying cry. No fear, mates! We can't lose the dust on that ship! My commands carry over the symphony of crashing waves, shouting fairies, and clanging swords. Music to my ears. I fly to the lookout nest for a better vantage point and grip the rigging, the storm below threatening to engulf us. As the Fae on the opposing ship scramble for their weapons, the same crewmates who giggle over my wanted posters like little sprites ram into their targets. Just as I've trained them, they attack the ship like a well-oiled machine. Even Luna is fighting a fairy twice her size. She disarms him with 3 swift thrusts of her blade, a move I taught her just last week. I beam with pride. Even as a wave attempts to knock me off my seafaring throne and drag me to the depths, I regain my footing and cackle wildly into the night, reveling in the sound much of Phelan has grown to fear. If only they could put my laugh on the wanted posters. The sylph flag atop the opposing vessel, however, spoils my mood. The half-sun, half-moon symbol mockingly flaps in the breeze, and I spit in its direction. The sylphs may excel in intellect, but they're a bunch of spoiled socialites at best. Claiming to be the only clan fit to rule, they hoard heaps of pixie dust to sustain their precious floating city while the other clans suffer. No wonder whispers of uprising have spread through Phelan like the plague. Shade! A little help down here! Wit calls from below. Colt's white-knuckling the helm as Wit defends against a band of sylph invaders. How did they break through our ranks? I look for reinforcements, but those who aren't battling on the other ship are busy with the cannons. No matter. I can handle this. Unsheathing my cutlass, I dart below with a howl, landing at Wit's back. She glances my way, and I give her a nod. Just as we've done for years, we slice and bend like a whipping wind, anticipating each other's moves as we take down each feather-winged invader. Even with the tang of blood in my mouth and the salty wind stinging my eyes, my fervor only grows with each bone-jarring rattle of sword-hitting sword. My chest heaves as I cut down the last of them, only to see a stocky sylph leading another battalion toward our ship through the harsh winds. I don't know how much longer I can keep this up, Wit says between labored breaths. She thrusts her horns toward the lack of cannon fire. And it sounds like we're running out of ammo. No. I shake my head. We're not going home without that dust. Wit, what does Maverick always say? I ask. She hesitates, frowning at the impish grin on my face. When at first you don't succeed, sail far, far away. I roll my eyes and start to correct her, but stop. The same stocky sylph breaks through the fog with his crew. He's heading straight toward Wit, his broadsword drawn. Pulling the hood of Maverick's cloak farther over my face, I knock Wit out of range and leap off the ship. The bones in my back lift as I release my dragon-like wings into a glide, meeting the guard in the air. Our blades collide in an explosion of sparks. He's not any more skilled than the others, but he's strong for a sylph. His strikes hit hard. I match them blow for blow, but my wings falter. I gasp for breath. Maverick's cloak is heavier than I thought, and I haven't recovered from the last fight. Okay, no more playing around. As our swords clash again, I pull out my hidden dagger. I swipe up, feeling resistance. My blade cuts through skin. The sylph juts back and cries out, reaching for his face. I release my menacing cackle.
Captain Shade,
He snarls, struggling to stay airborne.
The Fairy Queen will reward me well for bringing in the likes of you.
As he launches at me again, another cannon fires, lighting up his blood-spattered face. A fresh crescent-shaped slash runs down his cheek. But he halts, his expression shifting from loathing to shock. He's staring at my face. I reach for Maverick's hood, but my fingers encounter bare hair. The hood must have fallen off during the fight.
You're a pixie?
He sputters. Yes, I roll my eyes, flashing him a wicked grin. And now you're done for. He charges me, fire in his eyes, but I dash to the left and plunge my dagger into his side. I yank it out. The sylph takes one more look at me before going limp. He plummets to the sea below and the waves swallow him up. He isn't surfacing. I can't wait around any longer to make sure he doesn't, nor do I want to. Killing has never been an easy part of this pirate life, but neither is survival, or keeping myself hidden. I replace my hood and look back to the minnow. Wit is safely on deck, having wrangled enough of our crew to take on the rest of the brutes. I call back to her with another laugh, answering my earlier question in my best Maverick impression.
A pirate never retreats!
I turn to the sylph ship, where the rest of our crew is just barely holding on. My folk are skilled, but we're definitely outnumbered. We only have one option left to get that dust. I scan the fray until I spot the sylph captain bellowing orders from the safety of the upper deck as his crew keeps mine busy. He stands alone, vulnerable. I must have disposed of his last personal defense. I roll my shoulders back. Time to finish this. Zale and Mira appear in the waters below. Locking eyes with them, I scoop one hand under the other to signal a maneuver they know all too well. In seconds, they disappear again under the waves. I fly straight toward the sylph captain, my dragon-like wings casting an ominous shadow. He looks up just as I pounce and kick him as hard as I can to the starboard side. I point my cutlass at his heaving chest.
I think it's time you surrender,
I say in a low tone. Though he's against the railing, struggling to stand, he lifts his sword to meet mine. The captain has the audacity to laugh.
Really? And pray tell, why is that? Just because you got a cheap shot in doesn't mean your crew can handle our numbers.
I shrug and point behind him.
You should probably ask them.
Appearing over the side of the ship, Zale brings his muscled arm down against the captain's, causing his cutlass to clatter to the deck. Before the sylph captain can react, Mira is at his throat with her knife. After swimming under the ship and climbing up the other side, they were able to board with no one the wiser.
My friends won't be asking you twice,
I warn him. Mira pulls the knife close enough to draw blood. Zale sneers. Eyes wide, the sylph's throat bobs.
So stand down,
he calls to his crew.
We surrender.
As day breaks, my crew is spent, and the minnow is a mess. But we've won, and our prize will make it all worth it. Even the once raging sea admits defeat as a gentle breeze blows across the stilled waters and caresses my cheek like a kiss. A satisfied sigh escapes my lips. Yes, for all its dangers, I'd still choose a life on the sea over anywhere on land. Standing on the minnow, I watch my crew tie up the surrendered sylphs around their ship's mast, making sure to gag them tightly. The Fairy Queen's guards have been bested by a bunch of younglings. I smirk. The Royal Army has nothing on the crews of the great pirate lord, especially my crew. They were trained by me, of course. Colt appears at my side.
Wit's helping secure the rabble, but here's her report. Damage? Some torn sails and holes on the port side. A few banged up wings, some arms and slings. But we didn't lose one buccaneer.
Relief and pride wash over me as the rest of our lot brings aboard the chests of sparkling pixie dust. Its alluring scent wafts into my nose, a sugary aroma of all things sweet and tempting, yet light as air itself. It's the pure stuff. Luna scoops up a handful of the powdered crystals and takes a deep whiff, her body starting to float without the use of her wings. Really pure? Luna would know. Mined in the dark depths of the kobold tunnels, there's nothing like smoking a pipe of fresh dust as the rush and soothing calm takes over. Once the greatest source of trade, Phelan depends on it for fuel, medicines, incantations, and more. Growing rarer and more valuable by the day, clans fight over and hoard it as black market bidding shoots sky high. These days, acquiring any of it is a victory.
Don't hog it all.
Zale pushes Luna aside, readying for a whiff.
Pass it around,
others shout. No one's getting any until it's delivered to Maverick, I command. Now, let's make sure those sylphs are packaged up tightly for Her Majesty to find after we're long gone. Wit? She's close by, but her gaze is blank and far off. Wit. I wave my hand in her face. She snaps to attention. Captain? What's wrong? She shakes her head, her winning smile returning. Nothing. I'll ensure the crew secures the ship. Wit is a skilled liar, although she prefers the term storyteller, a skill that's often been the difference between life and death. But I know her better than anyone. Her eyes don't quite match her smile. I pull her aside. Look, whatever you're hiding, you can tell me. This isn't my secret. Wit looks down, fumbling with the switchblade in her hands. I nod her on. When I was interrogating one of the guards, I asked where they were taking the dust. After much convincing, she wipes off some blood from the weapon. He admitted where they were bringing it. I watch her squirm. This isn't like her at all, and it makes my stomach clench. Blast it, Wit. I pound my fist on the railing. You know I don't have a drop of patience in my blood. If it's not a secret of yours, spit it out. Wit meets my eyes, her ashen face silencing me. The sylph vessel, it was heading to Gwyllian territory. She speaks slowly, as if any wrong word might cause me to crumble. They were bringing the dust as a funeral tribute. I freeze, an icy chill rushing through my entire body. Gaius is dead. Chapter 3. Gaius is dead. Wit's words slam into me like a wave, and I stumble back into the railing, gripping it hard. I command myself to breathe, trying to picture my brother's vibrant face, the sound of his reassuring voice. I wait for his whispers on the wind, but the air is stale. I grab for my dagger, the only lifeline I have left to my twin. It's ice in my hand. I shake my head. No, this isn't real. It's just a fearful thought surfacing from my subconscious. A dream. A nightmare. I squeeze my eyes shut, desperate to wake up to my own screams in a sweaty, tangled mess of sheets on the floor. But none of that happens. Instead, I feel the rush of battle dissipating, exhaustion taking its place. An exhaustion that proves I'm very much awake, in the worst nightmare of all. My muscles lock, mouth dry, brain racing. It can't be. I ran away from Grey Marrow to keep Gaius safe. Safe from me, so he could do what he was always destined to do. Not just become captain of the guard, but eventually the next Gwyllian lord, following in the footsteps of our father. Lord Faden. As I picture the persistent glower that still haunts my dreams, a furious shudder runs down my spine. Though I was a princess, an equal heir with Gaius, Faden would have never put me on the throne. Not only was I a disappointing soldier to him, but also a disappointing daughter. I thought I could at least gain his favor by earning the rank of captain of the guard. Gaius would rule, and I would be his right hand. But that would never come to pass, especially not after what I'd done to my brother. That and the fact that months after my disappearance, I'd heard Faden had declared me dead. But none of that matters now. Is this how Gaius felt when he thought I was dead? I shake off the thought and look at the Sylph ship, trying to make sense of it all. The dust I've plundered isn't just any pixie dust. It's meant to honor Gaius. There's no reason the Sylph Guard would lie. Phelan tradition calls for all clans to bring a tribute to a royal funeral, and no matter the level of conflict, tradition always rules in Phelan. Gaius is really gone. How did he... I cough out the words. Gaius was training for the Ethodine when it happened. My mind shoots to the competition every port has been buzzing about for weeks. An ancient event where the eldest heirs of every clan used to face off in a series of dangerous trials to see who could master all the ethos, deciding which clan was fit to rule Phelan next. With clan tensions, rebellion, and threats of war on the rise, the high and mighty Sylph leader, the fairy queen of all Phelan herself, had done the unthinkable. She reluctantly agreed to resurrect the Ethodine. Even more surprisingly, she'd also agreed with the clan's final demand. Whichever heir wins, their clan will rule permanently. When I'd first heard the news, I'd laughed. I hate the Sylphs as much as the next fairy, but every clan has their faults. Being in my line of work, I see them all. None of them are fit to rule, and holding a pointless competition isn't going to change that. Besides, it's almost a pity that we might soon return to peace. These tumultuous times have been kind to the pirates. With every clan at each other's throats, it's been that much easier for crime to slip by unnoticed. Or at least, there's always another clan to pin the blame on. But I'm not laughing now. Which of them killed him? I swear, whoever it was, I'll... Though I'm fuming, Wit remains calm. Shade. He contracted the gnolls before the competition could even start. My face falls. The gnolls plague? The rare fairy-killing disease rises and falls as quickly as a knoll on a hillside. With no direct cause or cure discovered yet, once he caught it, Gaius didn't have a chance. I look to the waters, but I can feel Wit's eyes on me. He'd passed within a week. She places a hand on mine. The funeral is at dusk. I lick my lips, searching for words. I have to go. Wit throws her hands up. And this is exactly why I didn't want to tell you. Clasping them together in a dryad pose of peace, she tries to calm herself, taking a deep breath. For once in your life, listen to me, okay? Returning is practically suicide. More like inciting homicide. If I return, who knows what Faden will do to me. As I picture the Gwyllian Lord, heat singes my fingertips, and I hiss in pain. Anger rises, the heat threatening to release. A heat I've successfully kept at bay for 4 years. I see Gaius on the ground again, smoldering in smoke, and my breath hitches. That disaster was my fault. But this one is Faden's. The gnolls is something the malnourished or weak contract. Not strong, healthy Gwyllian princes. The only reason Gaius could have gotten it was if Faden pushed him too hard in training, expected too much, blind to the consequences. Everything I've seen the Gwyllian Lord do before. I run my hands along my scarred arms. It could have been me. It should have been me. That settles it. Even though I know it will only aggravate her more, I move to the helm, ignoring Wit's piercing stare. She sighs, knowing I'll do whatever I want in the end. I have to go, not only to say goodbye, but also to make His Highness pay. We just have to be smart about it. As I look toward the Gwillian province embedded in the distant mountains, the burning in my hands grows. I clench them into fists, nails digging into my skin until I think they might draw blood. Let's ready the crew, I tell Wit. I have a plan.
Strip the sylphs of their uniforms!
My boots pound down the weather-worn deck, and my crew's celebration comes to a halt. Wit trails close behind, but I don't give her time to interject as I dole out orders.
Line up those dust chests and bring up every barrel of rum you can find.
Some of the crew looks at me as if I've gone mad, but I give them a warning glare. They scatter to obey. A group emerges from below with the rum first.
Here you go, Captain,
says Colt. Perfect. Take the pixie dust out of the chests and store them in the barrels. Colt looks at the others, then tilts his head at me.
And what do you want us to do with the rum?
Dump it overboard.
What?
The whole deck explodes into an uproar. I put my head in my hand. Maybe I should have explained the full plan first, but I can barely think straight.
All right, calm yourselves. If you listen to me, I've got a way we can get 5 times as much rum after this next job.
Next job?
Zale says.
I thought this was the next job.
Are we not headed home? Luna wrings her trembling hands. The storm must have really shaken her up. Not yet. I put a hand on her shoulder, raising my voice so all can hear. Instead of leaving the sylphs and their ship to rot, we're going to use them to our advantage. We'll bring home more plunder than Maverick could have hoped for. Trust me. A few hours later, I'm on the sylph ship with half my crew, sailing straight toward the mountainside, all of us decked out in royal sylph garb. The fact that I've got everyone dressed in costume this time, even Wit, is definitely lifting my spirits. Now, if only they can act the part. I breathe in deeply, the palpable tang of seaweed and impending victory in the air. Shielding my eyes from the sun, I watch the other half of our party back on the minnow as it sails farther away and disappears around the cliffside. They have the barrels of pixie dust hidden on board, along with the real sylph soldiers locked in the brig, wearing nothing but their undergarments. Picturing that actually makes me smile.
Thump. Ow!
Zale cries as he fumbles one of the chests onto his toes. Don't forget to lift those like they're extra heavy when we reach land, I remind the crew, who are preparing the now empty chests. Are you sure about this? Wit asks from beside me. I nod as convincingly as I can. It's a good plan. It's your plan. Exactly. I grin. Dressed as sylphs, carrying the chests in as a tribute, you'll have no problem gaining access to the treasury. With the funeral, there will be more guards than usual, but this crew can take them. Fill the chests with as much plunder as you can carry and exit through the same passageway we used when I helped you escape the dungeons. I swallow hard, trying to forget that I'd also been running from the vision of Gaius's body smoldering on the floor. And what will you be doing? Wit's question brings me back to my plan for redemption and revenge. I'll be at the funeral with a few of the mates. We'll pickpocket the crowd for extra loot. If anything goes wrong for either of us, we'll use our sparrow call. Wit considers me for a moment, like she can tell I'm not sharing everything. I avert my eyes. If I tell her what I'm really up to, what I'm truly aiming to steal, she'll just try to stop me. I can't have that. She wouldn't understand. She'd call it an unnecessary risk. But for me, it's worth more than all our plunder combined. Maverick can have all the loot this time, but the item I desire is priceless. After a moment, Wit nods passively, knowing she can't change my mind. It'll be fine, just like all our other missions. She'll see.
Sure, my impulsiveness sometimes gets us into trouble, but if everything goes according to plan, Maverick will be more than pleased with our plunder, and Faden will be punished for Gaius's death. If only I could see Faden's face when he realizes his treasury has been robbed from right under his nose. But we'll be long gone by then. My confidence quickly diminishes as a familiar beach at the base of the mountains comes into view. The long stretch of sand is not only for merchant ships, but is also where the Gwyllian's royal funerals take place. I exhale, and my breath takes a misty form in the cool mountain air. Memories flood back in a rush, and I grip my dagger tighter to keep my hand from shaking. I try to picture Gaius's face, but it's been so long. The one thing that never fades from my memory, though, is his kindness. Always the understanding one, cool and collected. My twin, but my opposite in every way. At times, the puck frustrated me to no end, but even so, he'd been my best friend. My only friend in that soulless place. The only one I regretted leaving. The one I'd betrayed. I lick my lips, regretting dumping all our rum into the sea. I could really use something to take the edge off. I nod toward the beach, trying to distract myself from all the things that could go wrong. Remember the first day we met? I ask Wit. She chuckles. Do you ever let me forget? I still can't believe you got caught stealing from the fishmongers. You're lucky I was there. They would have taken your hands for sure. You'd probably still be rotting in that cell if I hadn't saved you. Wit scoffs. As I remember it, I was the one who saved you. You were the one begging me to take you with me. She looks to the mountains she pulled me from. You were more caged than I was. Caged, I repeat softly. Always under close surveillance, suffocated, stifled. Feeling short of breath even now, I inhale the sea air. You're right, I concede. Wit's brows rise in surprise. I don't like to admit it, but it's true. She saved me, and it didn't stop with that day. Wit has always had my back. Whether I've said something out of turn to Maverick or mucked up a mission, she's always there to get me out of a jam. I try to muster the words to thank her for being such a good friend, my only true friend since Gaius, and for keeping my secrets all these years. But expressing my feelings has never been my strong suit. Good old Gwyllian upbringing made sure of that. And before I know it, like a wave on the sea, the moment passes. Wit shakes her head, lowering her voice to a whisper so no one else can hear. Someday, Quinn, she says. Someday, I fear you're going to get yourself in too deep. So deep that even I won't be able to pull you out. Her smirk is laced with a hint of sadness. I hope you know what you're doing. Me too, I almost say. I lean on the railing, staring at the beach where I'll soon face all I've left behind. My next words come out more confident than I feel. Don't worry, I do. I wait for Wit's clever remark. It's pretty much a given when I'm being this cocky. But when there isn't a reason to speak, she doesn't. We make port, and the crew unloads the chests onto the beach as I get into character. While the rest of the crew are dressed as common sylph soldiers, their varied wings retracted into their backs, I proudly wear the garb of the sylph captain. Donning his large feathered hat should be the greatest thrill yet. Soon, I'll be wearing one of my own. I will myself to focus on that instead of the fear seeping in. But though the wide brim casts a concealing shadow over my face, I still feel exposed. I pace back and forth on the dock, perfecting my captain-like stride and voice. Be careful with that cargo, I say in a deep tone, obnoxiously accentuating each consonant and syllable as any snobbish sylph would. Wit gives me a look at my attempted accent, and I jump down to join her. That bad, huh? I ask. She purses her lips. I'd keep working on it. I look for the small team that will remain at the funeral with me. Before we landed, I directed Mira, Colt, and Luna to fly over and hide in specific positions at the site. I can't see them, which is the point, but I pull my hat low over my face and let out our crew's sparrow call. I hear 3 successively in return. Good. They're ready. Another sound bellows through the air. The steady rhythm of a Gwyllian drum. I freeze as the ominous beat bounces off the mountains, resounding in my chest. The funeral has begun. Chapter 4. As the drumbeat sustains, growing louder every moment, fae from all clans answer the call, making their way onto the beach. Time to make sure my team is at their posts. I look toward the movement in the water first, where I know Mira has been waiting. Though I've witnessed a royal funeral before, a great crowd of fae suddenly arriving out of the sea still sets my teeth on edge. Their fishtails transform into legs, their skin changing from tinted blue to flesh colors as they dry in the sun. The Nymph Clan. As planned, Mira melds seamlessly into their ranks, her fin-like wings draped along her back like an elegant cape. Like those in her former clan, a shimmering, wrapped chitin clings to her body, allowing her to morph in and out of her fish-tailed form with ease. She'll be able to pickpocket much better if she looks like one of her own. As the nymphs climb the banks, some lift seashell instruments to their lips as Mira joins in with the chorus of enchanting voices, overwhelming the beach with a traditional funeral dirge. It's void of distinguishable words, but my heart still twists at the tragically beautiful melody. I turn to the woods next, where a large group of dryads have emerged, and I catch Colt slyly bringing up the rear. It was hard to spot him at first in the sea of green clothing and tattooed bodies blending into the wooded scene. But out on the beach, their unique features are present for all to see. Like Colt's hooved feet, many of them have animalistic features. Horns, antlers, and whiskers alike don't just belong to the tamed beasts that follow at their sides. As the incense they carry fills the air, Colt follows his folk in lowering his translucent wings in solemn respect for the loss of sacred life. But however peaceful and serene they seem, I know they'll be ready to pounce with a vengeance at the first sign of aggression. As the dryads pass a nearby cave, I balk at a throng of beady glowing eyes peering out from the darkness. But it's just the kobold clan emerging from the cavern. It's one of the many entrances to the surface from their tunnels below. I smile as little Luna sneaks into the throng from a bush beside the opening, spreading her leathery bat-like wings like the others. She blends in nicely with her patchwork clothing of colors, buttons, and straps. She also dons a common kobold cap and goggles that keep their heads and sensitive eyes protected while underground. A gong sounds, pulling all gazes upward. My breath catches as a crowd of Gwyllians parade from the city above, down the steep mountain path right toward us. I freeze, the sight more overwhelming than I anticipated. My feet sink into the sand, and I almost wish the beach would give way and swallow me whole. The world moves in slow motion as my folk march as one synchronized unit. They follow those at the front carrying an iron casket, meant to protect others from the disease that killed the one inside. Though the body is hidden from view, my heart sinks. Gaius. Of course, I knew this day would come eventually. No fairy lives forever. I just thought we'd both get to a good old age, that I would have gotten the chance to say goodbye, to apologize. My hands grow hot and sweaty. I focus on the waves lapping against the shore, the sound calming me. I'll reserve that kind of anger for the one who truly deserves it. Then, at the back of the procession, I spot him. Lord Faden, cold as steel and as pious as ever. Even at the funeral of his own son, there isn't a turning down of his mouth, just a straight, narrow, immovable line. Even through his braided beard, I see it, The rest of the clan follows his lead. Even the sprouts at their mother's breasts and the little sprites that stand at attention around their legs keep silent. Oh, the sacred etho of the Gwyllians. Strength above all else. Their self-crafted weapons of iron and steel are their ultimate sign of strength and power, even to the point that they take their most prized weapons to the grave. As Gaius's casket passes me, I step toward it without thinking. His weapons, his symbols of strength, are mounted to the box, which means somewhere on there is the one thing I've come to take. His dagger. My hand closes around its twin at my side. My brother's legacy doesn't belong in a dark cave to rust until the end of time. No, with his dagger, I will make sure he lives on, sheathed to my side, fighting through life with me, as he always should have been. Captain! Wit's voice brings me back, irritation scraping through her words, like she said my name more than a few times. With the helmet of a sylph guard concealing her dryad horns, she's ready. Are we clear to move out? The other clans have groups already bringing their own treasures in honor of the dead. Following a battalion of Gwyllian soldiers up to the mountain city where the treasury lies, some of the dryads carry baskets of healing herbs and spices, as well as fresh meat from the woodlands. Nymphs bring precious sea glass, jewels, and pearls found only in the deepest depths of the sea. Kobolds push carts of freshly mined pixie dust. I cross my arms, sneering at the tradition, as if any amount of loot could make up for the loss of a son, especially one as loyal and honorable as Gaius. And their presents, their so-called gifts, only add insult to injury. I'm sure they're all silently celebrating the fact they have one less clan to compete with for the crown. I nod to Wit, and her team joins the procession with their empty chests, making sure to walk as if they are heavy with dust. While the procession was lengthy, the actual funeral will be quick. Just long enough to show honor without wasting time on emotional weakness. My troop won't have long to finish the deed. As I disappear into the crowd, I take note of my team of 3, and the Gwyllian guards who move through the crowd toward the front. Colt, Luna, and Mira hold still, all eyeing me until I wipe my brow, the signal that it's safe to act. Slowly and slyly, they begin pickpocketing with subtle movements that only I can discern. My target, however, is at the front. Brushing up against all kinds of fae has become normal for me, but I can tell it's a rare and uncomfortable sight for most others, especially the toddling sprites and adolescent younglings who rarely see fae other than their own kind. With a variety of sizes, shapes, and skin colors in each clan, it would be harder to tell the clans apart without their clothes and wings. But today, they flaunt their wings and clan garb, eyeing each other with caution. If I'd been a true sylph, I'd be showing off large feathered wings like the high-flying birds in the Sky City. But I am no sylph. I keep my Gwyllian wings hidden under my wing bones as my weapon-wielding clan proudly stretches theirs out, resembling the most powerful and intimidating creature in all of Phelan, the wings of a dragon. At the front, the clan leaders approach a nearby ledge jutting off the mountainside. The nymph, kobold, and dryad lords take the stone-carved seats that are set for them, with Phaedon following close behind. Then the sylph leader steps up to join them, the Queen of Phelan herself. Soft gasps drift through the crowd as the tall figure takes a seat next to Phaedon, her white feathered wings gleaming brightly against the dark mountainside. I'm as surprised as anyone. The Queen is an elusive creature these days. The list of rumors about her are as long as the train of her purple gown. After the deaths of her 3 late husbands, debates over her possible involvement has only fueled the increasing division between the clans, though no evidence ever surfaced. While some pity her, believing her to be cursed with bad luck, I've heard others go as far as to accuse her of murder by means of ancient dark sorcery. I thought her advisors feared for her life too much to let her leave Eldor, whispers a Gwyllian mother, squeezing the hand of her little sprite tighter.
I guess a royal funeral is enough to bring her out of hiding,
Scoffs another as she shushes the whimpering sprout in her arms. Or it's a decoy. I whisper it mostly to myself, but the Gwyllian mothers glare at me in my sylph attire just the same. Ignoring them, I step deeper into the crowd. I want to get a better look, but this supposed queen wears a wide-brimmed hat with so many extravagant flowers spilling over the brim that I can barely see her face. Trying to steal my look, huh? Another thought seizes me. I'm wearing the garb of one of Her Majesty's captains. I'd better be careful. I look back at the ship my crew arrived in. Another sylph ship now floats by its side. True sylph guards are definitely in the crowd by now. I'm running out of time. Pulling my hat lower over my face, I move to the edge of the crowd nearest to Gaius's casket. The closer I draw to his lifeless body, the deeper my heart sinks. The words being spoken from the front fade into the last pleasant memory I have of him on this very beach.
You have a different kind of strength.
His words echo back to me as I recount the promise I made, that I would never leave him, that he would always have that strength of mine. A promise I broke only hours later. What I wouldn't give to do that whole day over, to convince him to run away with me instead of flying back to the city. He'd be traveling the world with me right now instead of lying dead in a casket. Now Gaius will never leave this beach again. I have to get that dagger. Finally, my moment comes. Theoden rises from his seat and approaches the tomb in the mountain to give the eulogy. With everyone's attention on the Gwyllian lord, all eyes have pulled away from the casket. Even the pair of guards stationed around it have looked away, though they haven't moved. Not yet. My eyes comb the iron box. Swords, axes, maces, and all other forms of weaponry decorate its exterior. But I don't spot the dagger. It must be strapped to the other side. I look back through the crowd until I lock eyes with Mira, Colt, and Luna, who have slowly moved from the outskirts to the center of the crowd. I haven't told them what I'm after. All they know is I will soon signal them to act, and then we'll get out of here as quickly as we can. But the sight of Theoden approaching the tomb stops me. A single torch stands at the entrance, its flickering flame a symbol of the faerie life they honor. Remembering funerals of the past, I hold my breath for what will happen next. Extending his iron staff, Theoden extinguishes the flame. My chest tightens. Gaius is really gone. Wit once said the Dryads believe a fairy spirit lives on after this life, that they are at peace, watching over those they left behind. That's not the Gwyllian way. I've never believed it myself. But for the first time, staring at Gaius's flameless torch, I hope it does. Another gong signals the end of the funeral. It's now or never. I tip my hat to my team.
Watch where you're going, Wooder!
Luna's voice rises over the crowd as she pushes Colt. As planned, he collapses near Mira and a group of nymphs. They cry out, pulling back their elegant skirts. All eyes in the crowd turn toward them. I take a small step backward, toward the casket. A few kobolds chuckle with Luna. Dryads eye her viciously. They move to help Colt up, but he jumps to his feet and pushes Luna back with all his strength.
You first, Kobe,
he dares her.
You must be pretty high on dust to pick a fight with me.
Colt fumbles around with a mocking giggle, as if high himself. Luna takes a threatening step toward him.
Must you really be so uncivil?
Mira scolds.
At a funeral of all places.
Her folk murmur agreements as a tall nymph reaches for his long flute and flips it, revealing a sharpened tip. Taking another step back, I fold my arms, catching the eye of one of the casket guards.
This doesn't look good. Don't you think you should do something?
He doesn't answer me, but he eyes his partner, who already has a hand hovering over the hilt of his sword.
Luna glares at Mira.
I'd stay out of this if I were you.
She pulls out a knife. The kobolds around her follow her lead, revealing their own hidden weapons, ready for blood.
Wouldn't want to soil your pretty dress.
With that, the fae around them collide. Gwyllian guards, including those at the casket, dart into the fray to break them up. Confident my team will escape amidst the chaos, I crouch in the sand and make my way around the other side of the casket. I run my fingers over the series of weapons. But it's not here either. The dagger isn't anywhere. How is that possible? My stomach plummets, and my eyes dart to the sylph ships we arrived in. It's still vacant, the rest of my crew nowhere to be seen. They should have been back by now. I listen for Wit's sparrow call, but even if she used it, I wouldn't be able to hear it over the scuffle on the beach. I look back to the tomb where Phaedon still stands. A Gwyllian guard approaches him, and Phaedon's posture stiffens as the guard whispers in his ear. Phaedon's eyes scan the crowd and lock with mine. My heart leaps into my throat. If I take to the skies now, I'll be shot down by 1,000,000 steel arrows in seconds. Instead, I push through the crowd, my dagger drawn. Not fast enough. Breaking through to the back, I come face to face with a dozen Gwyllian guards, their swords drawn. Gwyllian guards are not like sylph guards. Sylphs train out of obligation and duty. But every Gwyllian is trained from spritehood to use a blade with extreme precision and force, never backing down from a fight. This isn't going to be easy. As I yank my cutlass from its sheath, the guards come at me from all angles. They attack as one, but I duck and dodge, keeping my smaller frame out of their reach. Listening for every sound and anticipating every move has always been one of my specialties. Jumping, turning, slicing through the air, I maneuver around every hit and block the ones I can't dodge. The crowd has now taken notice of this new battle, 1 against 10. They gape as I take 3 of them down. Ha! I cackle. You think you can bring down the great pirate shade? Gasps sound around me. My blood is buzzing. I've never had an audience of this size watching me fight before. For a moment, I let it get to my head. Wondering what Phaedon must be thinking, I just barely dodge a blade and lose my balance, falling backward into the sand. Pride before the fall. The guards don't waste a moment. Those that aren't writhing on the ground pounce immediately. One of them punches me in the face for good measure. Stunned, I let them drag me across the sand without a fight. I can't believe I've gotten caught. After 4 years, the possibility ceased to even cross my mind. Maverick is going to kill me. As Phaedon comes into view, my senses return, and I level a glower at him. The guards force me to kneel before him as they yank off my hat, my dark waves of hair falling over my shoulders. Phaedon is the only one who can see my face. I don't know what I expect to see in his. Shock? Confusion? But he doesn't even flinch. He doesn't look surprised at all. Instead, he leans in.
"Hello, Quintessa,"
Phaedon whispers, for my ears only. He stares at me with the same disappointment that used to haunt my dreams.
"Welcome home."
I bristle at the sound of the birth name I left behind long ago. Grunting against the restraints, I narrow my eyes. Hello, Father. Chapter 5. After clapping me in irons, the guards throw a cloth bag over my head, though I can still see a good deal through the holes in the woven fabric. Phaedon obviously doesn't want our clan knowing he has a pirate for a daughter. At least, not yet. As the guards lead me at spear point from the funeral up the steep mountain pass, I can already hear the whispers as we trudge through the crowded Gwyllian city. The great pirate shade has been captured. Though they can't see my face, they line the streets as I pass, pushing and straining to catch even a glimpse of the faceless pirate who's eluded the limelight for so long. They gawk as if I'm a myth come to life or a ghost back from the dead, unaware just how much of a ghost I really am.
I never would have guessed Captain Shade was a pixie. Did you see how she held her own against our soldiers?
Sure, but no pirate stands a chance against our clan.
It was about time she came to justice. Good riddance.
If only they knew the same faerie they mock is their princess, Quintessa, the lost lady of Greymarrow. When I ran away, Wit helped me chop off my hair, change my clothes, and pick a new name before bringing me to Maverick. I considered at least keeping the nickname Gaius had given me, the one our father despised, Quinn, but even that felt too close to my origins. What about Shade? Wit had motioned to the hood I'd refused to remove for fear of being recognized. I'd only shrugged. I didn't care what I was called, as long as I was free. And it stuck. Now, back in this once familiar city, even with a bag over my head, I feel utterly exposed. I avoid the wide-eyed Gwillians as they glare and whisper, looking beyond them to study the city. At first, it appears as if nothing has changed at all. Stone shops owned by the best blade crafters in all of Phelan line the main road. My ears twitch at the nostalgic sound of hammering metal and the high-pitched whining of sharpening wheels. Even through the crowds, the heat from their forges presses against my body, quickening the pool of sweat pouring down my back. As strong as the iron and steel they wield, the Gwillians' only civil interaction with the other clans is in trading their weapons. Although they always keep the best and newest weapons for themselves, of course. Lost in thought, I nearly trip over two Gwillian sprites who dart into the street amidst their game of swordplay. "Watch where you're going!" I start to curse, but stop when I catch their eyes. My folk have always been muscular, strong in body and spirit, especially the young. But these sprites look half the size they should be, their clothes stained with earth and ash, the cloth hanging loose from their bodies. An older puck grabs them from the street, his expression fierce and wrinkled beyond his age. I look more closely at the rest of the crowd. Like steel, they've been beaten down, losing their luster. Phelan's dwindling resources and clan conflict hasn't been kind to them, and neither of us pirates, who often take advantage of each clan's plight. Unable to look at them any longer, I focus my attention on the mountain snowcaps, where it's rumored some of our kind once lived. Those in Greymarrow City claim that true strength must be earned through suffering, believing even the use of magic to be a crutch. So much so that most acts of magic are forbidden among our folk. Relying on it is the ultimate sign of weakness. Our brethren in the snowcaps, however, embrace the use of magic wholeheartedly, calling themselves the mystics. Legend has it that they developed an ability to produce fire out of thin air, but those in Greymarrow rejected their ways. My folk preferred to work hard, creating fire to craft their weapons the old-fashioned way, rather than resorting to the mystic sluggard's seductively dangerous magic. Magic like mine. After my experience with it, I can't blame them. Still, the mystics claimed that all Gwillians could wield such magic, that our fire and the similarity of our wings are evidence that we descend from the dragons themselves. But the dragons do not see us as family so much as a source of food. As we turn a corner, we pass a stretch of buildings scorched from dragonfire. I stop at the sight of a spriteling doll burnt to a crisp on the path. From the distant mountain peaks, the roar of a dragon bellows, and I shudder. Each year, the Gwillians spend months fighting the beasts off, while others are spent rebuilding from their destruction. The mystics, on the other hand, haven't been seen in so long that many Gwillians believe the dragons have wiped them out for good. A jerk against my arms pulls me back to the present. The guards tighten their hold as we approach the stone fortress I once called home. Like much of the city, it seems frozen in time, as dark and dreary as when I left it. But it, too, looks tired and worn. The blood-red flags have faded, and, if possible, the air is even more frigid inside, the narrow windows allowing infrequent beams of light. As we walk through the large cast-iron doors, ghosts of little Gaius and I running down the long stone hallway haunt me all the way to the one room I always hated most, the Hall of Judgment. My father passes us on the way in and heads toward his throne, high above the crowd of guards, advisors, and courtiers. I stare up at looming stone pillars, scarlet flags, and the heads of open-mouthed dragons mounted on the walls. Today, I am the one to be judged. Once seated, Phaedon spreads his dragon-like wings wide and locks eyes with me. Anyone might expect a father to be joyous over the return of a lost youngling, especially one who is supposed to be dead. But as he lifts his regal bearded chin, his nostrils flare. Not only because I've disrupted his son's funeral, but because I'm an embarrassment just for being who I am. His daughter, the vagrant, the pirate, the disappointment. As I'm led farther into the room, I spot my crew being guarded in the far corner. Even Luna, Colt, and Mira didn't escape the skirmish on the beach, and are chained to the others who were sent to the treasury. I scan their faces, searching for Wit, but I can't find her. I hope she got away to warn the others who stayed behind with the minnow, awaiting our return. Perhaps they've already fled, sailing back to Maverick right now. I wouldn't judge her for it. Wit and I always agreed if it came down to one or neither of us surviving, one of us would survive. I'd left my brother by birth in this forsaken place to die. I'm not going to let my sister in arms pay the same price. This worked out well, mates, I joke. Some of them laugh. Gleefully, I notice my father recoil at the sound. I love that something viewed as a weakness in his eyes sets him on edge, giving my crew a level of power, even while in chains.
It was like they knew we were coming, Captain,
Zale whispers as I pass.
We were ambushed,
Another adds.
Silence,
Phaedon commands. The guards force me to kneel as he stares down my crew, motioning to me.
Do you know who this is?
I struggle against the guards, wanting to lunge at him. Don't you dare.
This here is Captain Shade,
Colt says, bold and proud.
Oh yes, the famous Captain Shade,
Phaedon says slowly.
She is also Quintessa, the lost lady of Greymarrow. My daughter.
He chokes out the last phrase, motioning for the removal of the bag over my head. A collective gasp settles over the room, but I'm not surprised. It's so like my father to manipulate a moment like this to serve his purposes. Fae forbid that he not control every moment of my life. My crew's mouths are agape. We all have our secrets, but I can tell that they never would have guessed this was mine. Phaedon twists one of the rings around his finger.
At their birth, the late Lady Laffy and I were surprised that we were having not only a strong, healthy puck, but also a pixie. Twins.
A note of pride, however briefly, warms his voice. He always seemed to love telling this part when we were young. Twins are a rarity, usually a sign of good fortune. But that's where any kind of love usually ended, especially for me.
It was in their 13th year when our dear Quintessa was taken from us.
He looks at me, but I avoid his gaze.
We believed she had been kidnapped, perhaps by pirates. We searched far and wide, but regretfully we soon believed her to be dead.
I study his stern face. Had he really been concerned? Had he really wanted me back?
But now it seems she's become a pirate herself, with many crimes to her name, not least of all her attempt on the treasury today.
He pauses with a dramatic sigh.
Gwillian and Phelan Law alike leave me no choice but to severely punish her and her crew.
The Gwillian way. Never mercy, always punishment. Of course, I say aloud so everyone can hear. Your lost daughter is found to be alive and well, and your first thought is to send her to the dungeons.
Actually,
He says, his eyes narrowing.
since you seem to love pixie dust so much, I thought you and your crew might enjoy working in the dust mines for the rest of your days.
My blood goes cold. No. The underground kobold tunnels are dreary enough, but being confined to the dust mines is a slow and painful death sentence. Kobolds are already used to breathing high levels of pixie dust. While it still makes them extremely eccentric, that level of exposure won't kill them. Constant inhalation for any other fairy kind, however, is the worst kind of torture. Most either die from the dust's effects or drive themselves mad enough to end their own miserable lives. Either way, it won't be pretty. Typical, I murmur under my breath.
What did you say?
Phaedon demands. The guards force my chin up to meet his eyes. I said, typical. I raise my voice. First you let Gaius die, and now it's my turn. Phaedon strides toward me, pulling back his hand. I brace myself for the slap, but I continue anyway. He wanted to please you so much he worked himself to death. Phaedon's hand stops midair, and his face slackens. Is that guilt? I hold his gaze. For once, I've won. Phaedon breathes in sharply and clenches his fists.
You left him first.
His words hit me like a ton of steel. The truth I'd been trying to stuff down all day comes up like bile in my throat. I'd left him. Gaius asked me not to leave, and I did it anyway. If I'd been here to protect him, take care of him, maybe he would still be alive. Maybe. I shake the thoughts away. My father isn't getting out of his own guilt that easily. So you'll cause the inevitable death of your only living heir, simply out of spite? We stare at each other for a long moment, the throne room silent until he speaks.
Guards, prepare this lot for the tunnels.
He waves a hand toward my crew before turning back to his throne. My crew yells and thrashes, but it's no use. They look at me with pleading eyes, hoping for one of the masterful plans I've pulled off so many times before. But my mind is blank. Every action, every word I've spoken today has only quickened their demise. No! It's the only word I can muster as guards drag them out of the room. They trusted me, and now we're all going to die because of my weakness, my need for closure and revenge. If I'd just listened to Wit and taken the Sylph ship back to Maverick in the first place, none of this would be happening. My dream of spending the rest of my days sailing the seas is going up in smoke. Phaedon's muscles relax as he settles back into his chair. You bring them back immediately, I demand, as if I am the one on the throne. Pressing his lips together, he turns to his advisors and courtiers.
Leave us.
They obey, leaving only myself and the guards at my sides.
I cannot bring your rabble back, but I have an alternative.
He wraps his ringed fingers around the arms of the throne, as if bracing himself for what he's about to say. His tense stare makes the hairs on my neck stand on end.
I spoke with the Queen before her departure, and she's agreed to let your crew go free without penalty, provided you return her Sylph guards and their ship.
He pauses.
And if you agree to take your brother's place in the Ethodine.
My eyes grow wide. The same competition that killed him?
Don't be dramatic, Quintessa. He fell ill during training. Death was inevitable.
His voice is so matter-of-fact, his face unaffected by the depth of his words. My name is Quinn, I say through gritted teeth. Your son's body hasn't been in the tomb for an hour, and you're already thinking about your precious power? At least I know I'm a criminal. Rulers like Phaedon hide their selfishness under a mask of benevolence and goodwill. The whole thing makes me sick. He doesn't deserve to sit on that throne.
Nothing will bring him back.
Phaedon's voice echoes through the hall as he fights for composure.
There's still a kingdom to run
and a world to conquer. I finish his thought. Though there are few left to judge his words, Phaedon leans in and lowers his voice.
If we don't compete, we forfeit Phelan's crown to the Sylphs, or one of the other ridiculous clans.
He throws up his hands in disgust.
Imagine the nymphs or the kobolds trying to rule a world they only see half of. Or the dryads. They'd turn us all into tree-hugging tribes.
And the Gwyllians would throw the world into a heartless frenzy. I shake my head. There's no way I want to return to court. Never mind rule all of Phelan. I've had enough trouble keeping my crew of 30 from dying at sea or being thrown into the mines. I don't need a whole world at the mercy of my decisions. But what's the alternative? Phaedon watches me struggle.
You may not be the ruler this clan wants,
he says slowly.
But you're our only choice.
I let the words sit in the air between us. It's probably the closest thing to a compliment I can ever hope to get from him. He's putting my life and the lives of my crew in my hands, and I don't have long to decide. A life in the mines, slowly losing my mind, or a life chained to my duties, caged by a crown. My father speaks again, his voice almost kind. Almost.
Gaius would have wanted you to take his place.
Even if he doesn't truly mean it, even if it's just a ploy to get me to agree, I know it's true. Gaius believed in me, even when I didn't believe in myself, even when I failed time and again. I measure Phaedon up. It's not the Gwyllian way to go back on your word, but I need to make sure. If I do this, you'll let the entire crew go free? He nods. You won't pursue them afterwards.
They'll have full immunity,
he says dryly.
However, the next time they so much as fly over Gwyllian soil, I won't be so lenient.
I take a moment, sensing this is my last chance to bargain. The pixie dust, I say. The crew will be allowed to keep the sylph dust they plundered. At least this way, Maverick will get his expected shipment. The crew will be welcomed back as victors, and Maverick won't come after me for my head. Though, that fate might be a mercy compared to what my father is offering. I take a deep breath. Agree to this, and I'll do it. I'll be your pawn in the Ethodine. Phaedon hesitates, and for the first time a smug smile tugs at his lips.
Oh, your friend has already negotiated that much.
Phaedon signals, and out of the shadows come two guards, holding back a scrawny pixie. She's trying to say something through her gag as she jerks side to side, her stubby horns cutting through the air. Wit! I launch myself toward her as the guards yank me back. But she isn't trying to communicate with me. She's looking at Phaedon. He waves to have her gag removed, and the next words out of her mouth cut me to the heart. Phaedon, you snake! You promised she'd never find out! She seethes, nostrils flaring. I've never seen her so angry. My muscles lock, my mind ricocheting to a million things she could mean. But none of them make sense. None of them can be true.
I'm sorry, my dear, but I had to slightly adjust our deal.
Phaedon lifts his self-righteous chin.
I had to ensure my daughter would have no reason to abandon her vow and return to you.
No. My daze lifts. What in Phelan is going on here? Wit's face softens, but Phaedon speaks first.
You were always clever, Quintessa, but not very observant when your guard was down. Soon after Gaius passed, your friend visited me. I was intrigued when she claimed she could resurrect my only other heir. For a price, of course.
That's why he wasn't surprised that I was still alive. But how can that be possible? Wit was... I stare at Wit, but her head hangs low, refusing to meet my gaze. She'd been so calm when relaying the news of Gaius's funeral. Could it be that she'd already known he was dead before we even attacked the sylphs? But that would mean... She hadn't been on some solo mission from Maverick. She'd been here, plotting my demise with my own father. My mind spins.
In exchange for you, I agreed to release your crew with not only the sylph's dust, but also some of my own. I was doubtful her plan would work, but she assured me you wouldn't be able to resist returning for the funeral.
I stare at Wit. She betrayed me, manipulated me, using my brother's death. I'm going to be sick. Why? Why would you do this to me? After all this time, don't you blame this on me. Wit struggles to keep her tone even. I gave you so many chances. I wanted to believe we could work together as equals. But in the end, you always insisted on doing things your way. Nothing I said mattered. Or if you did listen, you took the glory for yourself. She sighs. I told you that someday you'd dig yourself in too deep. Today, I gave you one last chance to prove me wrong. One last chance to listen to me for once and go back to Maverick while we still could. But you didn't. You chose yourself over us. Again. She takes a long look around the hall. You really do belong here, you know. That's what you've proved today. So I'm taking the crew and leaving. I'll take care of them the way you should have. My shock is wearing off, her biting words stoking a fire in my gut. As much as she might be right, I can't process anything but anger. My hands curl into trembling fists, painful heat singeing the surface of my palms. Faden motions to the guards holding Wit, and they start to lead her toward the door. Before they pass me, she halts. The guards let her linger for just a moment. Her voice is soft. We always said if only one of us could survive, one of us would. I lunge, but the guards at my arms stop me just before I can reach her, our faces close enough for me to whisper, "When I'm queen, we'll see which one of us survives." Chapter 6. Crossing the threshold of my old chambers is like being thrust back in time to my former self. This room should be my sanctuary. Instead, it's once again my prison. I'm no stranger to house arrest. Guards stationed right outside my door, flying back and forth outside my window. Growing up, Faden always treated Gaius with trust, blessing him with preference and freedom, while treating me with reservation, something almost akin to fear. I never quite understood it, not until the day my fire manifested. I guess I should be grateful I'm not spending the night in my actual cell, but at least there I wouldn't be surrounded by so many memories. The entire room has been preserved as if I'd never left, probably the doing of my sentimental brother. But with Gaius gone now, and me shipping off to the competition, I'm sure it won't be long until my father turns it into his own personal armory. I collapse backward on the bed, a gazillion frilly pillows falling over my face. How in Phelan did I get here? In just a day's time, I've gone from almost pirate captain to being a slave to my birthright. It'll be one night of sleep for me, then off to the competition. The slaughter. All because I let my guard down. Because I trusted someone. Wit's face flashes before me. I don't know whether I want to get up and start throwing things or curl up in a ball and never emerge again. Instead, I pace around the room. Maybe there's something valuable here I can take with me. I move to my dresser, wondering if anything there could sell for a pretty pouch of copper farthing coins. As I search, I avoid eye contact with the large mirror over the dresser. I don't need to look at it to know I'm a mess. Even so, the mirror's judgmental stare weighs heavy, discomfort burying its fingers under my skin. I rake my knotted, mangled waves into some semblance of order and pull at the stiff silk attire they left me in. I rub at my tired eyes, but wince, remembering the punch I'd received at the beach. That's going to leave a mark. Lovely. Not finding anything of real value, I glance above the mirror, where two large paintings hang. One is a portrait of myself, commissioned just before I turned 13. The other is of my mother. I'd been a plain-looking sprite growing up. My features matched more of my father's, causing me to appear more puckish. My mother, on the other hand, was a stunning sight, lovely in every way. My only saving grace was that I'd inherited her long, dark curls. Not that I cared much about looking Pixie-like when I was younger, but as I've gotten older, I'm glad to see more of my mother poking through. If only I'd known her. Though I'd asked endlessly as a sprite, the nature of her death has always remained hidden from Gaius and me. Our father refused to speak of it, and all I could get from the servants was that he'd never been the same since, whatever that meant. I couldn't imagine him any other way. Supposedly, our mother had been his anchor. They may have even been in love. Perhaps if she hadn't died, my relationship with my father would have been different. But this is my life. Always losing anyone and anything I love. Trapped in a destiny I don't want. I slam my hand against the dresser. I can't believe I'm stuck here. Again. Unable to escape my past, while my crew is probably on their way to Maverick to receive their prize. My prize. Wit will no doubt be named captain in my absence, while I'm crushed under the weight of this life. Just as my brother was. As each element of the room calls forth another memory, whispering to me, the walls close in. My breath quickens. I have to get out of here before I pass out, even just for a moment. The guarded door isn't an option, nor the windows. Finally, I look at my reflection as if she'll have an idea. Though my mirror self doesn't speak, a glimmer of light flickering through a crevice in the wall behind me catches my eye. I turn around and draw toward it, lifting the edge of a tapestry to reveal a latch. Relief floods my veins. It's still here. Pulling at the handle, the stone panel lifts, just as it did years ago. Inside is a pulley system that leads to only one other room, where light peeks through below. Gaius's room. Gaius and I had unearthed the sealed-up dumbwaiter as sprites. We'd frequently used it to transport notes, and sometimes even ourselves, back and forth without Faden knowing. Great for getting in extra dueling practice to sharpen our skills. And now, it could be the key to escaping this whole place. Approaching the hole in the wall, I hesitate at the tight fit. My once much smaller body used to fit through our makeshift passageway perfectly. But this might be my only chance. Ensuring no guards have come to check on me, I try not to hyperventilate as I just barely squirm inside and lower myself down. I breathe with relief as I enter Gaius's room. Though toy soldiers and dragons have been replaced by medals of honor, it still smells like him. And I smell something else. Seawater. It's coming from Gaius's window. It's open. I rush to it, breathing in the fresh scent, my heart racing at the sight of the evening sky littered with moons and stars, calling my name. While my room has all eyes on it, Gaius's room is unguarded, and this window faces a side of the fortress that isn't being watched. I look over Grey Marrow City, to the beach below. My wings are still developing. They won't be strong enough to reach the beach in one go. But as long as I take breaks on a roof here and there, I can probably make it out of here without being noticed. If I'm lucky, I might even catch my crew, tell them the truth of Wit's betrayal, and claim my rightful place. Even if I have to challenge her for it, it's better than staying here. Sure, I'd given my word that I'd enter the competition, but it wasn't like I'd had a real choice in the matter. Like always, I'd been manipulated into making the choice my father wanted. And since when was a pirate good to their word, anyway? Going over the plan again, my fingers clutch the dagger at my side for assurance, when another thought hits me. Wait. I look at my dagger. If Gaius's dagger wasn't with his casket, then just maybe... Frantically, I turn around and strip the bed, kneeling to look under it. Nothing. I thrust open the wardrobe drawers, tossing clothes and trinkets to the floor. It's got to be here. As our last gift from our mother, Gaius treasured the daggers as much as I did, maybe even more so. If it wasn't on his casket, he must have hidden it before his death. Above his dresser, a portrait hangs over his mirror, just like mine. I startle at the sight. It's Gaius, though obviously a more recent painting. His stark white hair is shorter than I remember, wisps and spikes revealing the points of his ears more. A cut my father would have approved of. He may be physically gone, but the painting somehow comforts me. He'd definitely grown up, his posture straighter, his features sharper and more pronounced. The artist had even included the scars that marred his otherwise perfect complexion, probably because it made him look tougher. I shudder, recalling the night he'd gotten them. The night I gave them to him. I've imagined returning to Grey Marrow many times. In my imagination, Gaius always forgives me, welcoming me with open arms. Now that reunion will always remain a dream. I touch the picture gently with my fingertips, then pull away as bits of stone trickle down the wall under the frame. What the? Clasping the portrait, I shift the frame away from the wall to reveal a hole chiseled in the stone. Inside is a myriad of dusty scrolls and old maps. I shouldn't be surprised. Gaius always hid his inquisitive mind from our father. But in the midst of them, there it is. His dagger. Pulling out the all-too-familiar blade, I take my own dagger and put it side by side with its twin, both of them engraved with the same maze of ornamented symbols. Placing the daggers together, they fit into the single blade they were made to be once again. An unfamiliar pressure builds behind my eyes. My hand rushes to my face in search of tears, but as expected, none come. The truth is, I haven't cried since I left 4 years ago. Either my harsh upbringing finally forced out all possible tears, or I've simply forgotten how to produce them. Even now, with Gaius gone, though my heart is aching so hard that I fear it will stop any moment, no tears appear. Instead, the room spins, and I lean against the wardrobe, trying to catch my breath. I've lingered too long. It's time to go. I rush to the window, but before jumping, I look back at Gaius's portrait. I nod in thanks. Always helping me, brother, even in death. I'm panting as I reach the beach, searching for the minnow. My wings ache, so I urge my feet to hurry, cursing the impeding sand. But there's no sign of my crew or the minnow. Breathlessly, I scan the sea for any sign of a ship's shadow until I spot them. A small speck now on the horizon. I'm too late. There's no way I can force my wings to fly that far. What in Phelan am I going to do now? I whip around, ready to scream, not caring who will hear. But the scream catches in my throat. I'm face to face with my brother's tomb. I approach, my stomach twisting. Though separated by a stone that covers the entrance, I feel strangely alone with him, so close to the body that used to be full of life and promise. It feels as if he's watching me, shaking his head as I betray my last chance to make up for what I did to him. Exhausted and distraught, my knees hit the sand, my head in my hands as it all comes rushing back. There was no way I could have stayed, Gaius. I had no place here. You didn't need me. You were supposed to become the next Gwyllian Lord. You were supposed to be fine. My fingers dig into the sand, squeezing hard. I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. I should have been here. My voice cracks, but the tears won't come. the pain inside me only growing. My breath hitches, and I collapse to the ground. Rolling onto my back, I try to breathe as I stare up at the stars, Gaius's words resounding in my head. You can't just run away when things get hard. You have a different kind of strength. I know it. He's right. I can't run this time. There's literally nowhere to go. Whit made sure of that. All I can do is face what's right before me. My life as a pirate has been stripped from me, my own mission lost to sea. But my brother's mission, his destiny, still lingers here, unfulfilled. My birthright, my place as the Lady of Greymarrow, is his only hope. Maybe this time I can actually fix things instead of screwing them up. Maybe I can still honor him, even in death. As I stand, my eyes move to the torch beside the tomb. It's still unlit, an eternal reminder of a once vibrant existence snuffed out by life's cruel winds. I shake my head resolutely. I won't let you die in vain. Approaching the torch, I reach out and close my eyes. Having repressed the curse within me for so long, I'm not sure what will come. But at this point, I don't care. Instead of fighting and stuffing it down like I usually do, I channel the memory of Gaius, allowing the pain and anger to flow. My father's disgust, Whit's betrayal, every rage and regret I've tried to forget since the day I left home. It's as if a volcano awakens from its sleep and a rush of heat courses through my veins. In an explosion of pain and light, my eyes shoot open as the same orange and red flames I'd burned Gaius with burst from my hands. But this time, they bring Gaius's torch back to life. I won't let his legacy end this way. I tremble with a mix of anger and adrenaline, an odd sensation of victory and fear. My anger subsides and the fire recedes from my hands. I stand back, gazing at the torch's flickering flame, ready to make my vow. I'm going to finish what you started, Gaius. And this time, I won't let you down. Having made my promise, I release my wings and make my way back to the fortress. I command myself to leave my fire behind, channeling everything my brother embodied instead. This is going to be my greatest disguise yet. Chapter 7. I don't sleep much. As the sun rises, I'm led back to the beach, back to the same Sylph ship my crew captured just the day before. It's ready to set sail again, only this time I'm its prisoner. Normally, my father wouldn't trust the other clans with anything, especially with something as important as transporting his only hope for Phelan's crown. But the Fairy Queen had one other condition for me joining the competition: that I be delivered in chains. Royal lineage or not, I'm still a criminal. That means no attendance to cater to my needs, just restraints and wary eyes. You can't be serious, I tell my father. What am I supposed to do if Her Majesty's lackeys decide chains aren't humiliating enough?
Do not think me a fool, Quintessa.
Phaedon calls forth 2 of his guards. They carry what appears to be a soldier's breastplate. They fit it around my chest, locking it at the back with a key.
I assured the Queen that you would be chained, but she failed to specify how.
My fingers graze the metal, and I lift a brow. What is this?
Our newest form of punishment. It's made from a lighter metal that allows one the freedom of their limbs for labor, but the wing holes are sealed. We call it a wing restraint.
My eyes widen, and I frantically attempt to release my wings. They don't budge, as if they don't exist at all. They might as well have been severed off. What is a fairy without her wings? The shame is so overwhelming, I nearly beg for normal chains.
You won't manage flying away while in their custody,
my father explains.
But you'll at least be able to defend yourself. You should be good at that, considering your life of crime.
The guards hand me some of my smaller weapons, all of them easily concealable, including my daggers. Warmth spreads through my chest as I look from the gift to my father. But he avoids my gaze, watching the sylph ship beyond me.
When you get there, the Queen might tell you to play fair, to be diplomatic in the case of someone else winning and rising to power.
He sneers, finally looking down at me.
But you must not trust anyone. Though, I'm sure you've already learned that lesson very well with that pirate Pixie.
I glare back at him. Thanks to you. Still, he's right. From now on, I'm on my own.
Besides, he continues, losing the crown is not an option. There's too much at stake. More than you know.
His eyes fixate on me as if they can bore the truth into me. More than the crown? What isn't he telling me?
There isn't time. Hurry and hide your weapons before they see.
As I stash the blades on my person, I go to prod further, but my father turns to head back to the city without another word. I clamp my mouth shut, pursing my lips. I don't know what else I expected. Heartfelt goodbyes are not the Gwyllian way. He's done what he can to protect his investment. Now it's up to me. Leading me onto the sylph ship, the guards hand my restraint key to the captain. He receives it smugly, reveling in how the tables have turned as I fuss with the fit of the restraint. The rest of the ship falls silent. All eyes are on me. Some of the sylph guards glare and sneer, still nursing wounds from my crew's attack. It probably doesn't help that I'm wearing the sylph garb I stole from them. In an effort to keep my transfer a secret, the captain and my father agreed that having me look like a common sylph, with the wing restraint posing as simple armor, would be best. I'm missing the captain's hat, however. Handing that over was like finally admitting I'd lost my last chance at captaincy. I see you've gotten your clothes back. I mock one of the crew before I can stop myself. Might take a few washings to rinse out the smell of pirate, though. I should be trying to channel Gaius's poise, but I can't resist testing the waters, feeding off their hate. One stocky sylph looks ready to lunge, his right eye staring me down while the left remains hidden by a bandage covering half his face. I reach for the dagger hidden at my side. One of my crew obviously did a number on him, and he looks hungry to retaliate. His taller friend places a hand on his shoulder, breaking our tension. Smart friend. I continue down the deck with my head held high as the sylphs hoist the sail. It's a relief to be back at sea, but I miss the minnow and my crew. If I'm being honest, I even miss Wit. What she's done is unforgivable. But maybe she was right. Maybe I was never meant to be a pirate. Captain Shade is dead and gone. With my curls as my only cover, my true face is now exposed to the world.
Raise anchor!
The call pulls me from my sulking. As we depart, I gaze one more time at Greymarrow. Even just barely pulling away from its shores, leaving behind its memories, I feel lighter. Before any kind of hope can take its place, a different heaviness settles in. The uncertainty of what lies ahead. In just a few short days, I'll be in Eldor, standing in my brother's place, face to face with 4 other younglings bent on my demise. The next day at sea is unbearably hot. Everyone on board is irritable, especially me. I'm uncomfortable, crabby, and bored out of my mind. I try to stay quiet and diplomatic, I really do. It's what Gaius would have done. But every time I open my mouth, whatever I plan to say comes out the exact opposite. Distributing water to the crew, the guard handing it out pours my portion into his mouth and spits it back out in my face. After that, I decide taking on the persona of a mute will probably be the wisest decision. Thankfully, the evening brings a reprieve of cool air. It's so quiet I can hear the creak of the ship as it sways on the waves. The crew is below deck, but I stay topside. I can't sleep knowing what lies ahead. I lean on the ship's railing and look at the starry sky, my chest aching with longing. My mouth is so dry. If the drought ever decided to end, this would be the perfect time. But the moon shines brightly with no clouds in sight, mocking me. I lick my lips as I look at the water below.
Wishing you could drink the stuff, eh?
A gruff voice asks. Before I can react, fingers clutch my arms.
Let us give you a hand.
A scream builds in my throat, but they force me down, covering my mouth with a cloth, the same cloth my crew used to gag the Sylph soldiers. I thrash, telling my arms to grab for my hidden weapons, but the Sylphs hold tight, relieving me of them one by one. There's at least 4 guards, and none are careful of where they place their hands either.
You won't need these where you're going.
One of them sneers while the others chuckle. Every touch, every weapon removed leaves me more helpless and exposed than ever. If there was ever a time I wished my hands would catch fire, it's now. But instead of anger, paralyzing shame and fear overtake me, leaving me cold. One Sylph grabs for my daggers. My heart sinks. No, anything but those. With the last connection I have to Gaia snatched from me, it's as if all the fight within me leaves with it.
We don't care what deal the Queen made with you, pirate.
One whispers venomously in my ear, his spittle hitting my cheek. His breath reeks of rum.
We don't want you on our ship a second more.
His voice slurs.
Besides, getting rid of you means one less obstacle for her heir in the Ethodine.
He jerks me around, pulling my face close to his. It's the Sylph with the bandaged face. My heart pounds, but I narrow my eyes. I can't let him see the fear ripping through me.
You pirate scum act as if your reckoning will never come.
He leans in close. Too close.
Well, now it's your turn to be thrown to the mercy of the sea.
He rips off his bandage, a crescent moon scar staring me in the face. My stomach clenches. It can't be. It's the same Sylph I'd sent to the depths during our raid. As I try to fathom how he survived, he offers a drunken smile and looks me up and down, clicking his tongue.
Such a shame.
Suddenly, his lips are pressed against the cloth over my mouth, giving me a sloppy, rum-tasting kiss. The others chuckle until Moonface pushes me back with a sneer. Picking my limp body up off the deck, they toss me over the banister, their laughter echoing into the night as I spiral down to the ocean below. Striking the surface of the sea feels more like shattering through a floor of ice. The underwater current whips me in circles, my muscles nearly numb with shock. My pulse pounds in my ears as I flail, lungs burning like they're about to burst. Though salt water stings my eyes, I desperately try to tell which way is up and kick with all my might. Thankfully, I break the surface, spitting out the salty water and gasping for breath beneath the gag. I reach for the cloth and relief washes over me as I realize my arms are free. Stupid sylphs. I untie the gag as my legs kick furiously to keep me afloat. If they weren't so drunk, they would have thought to tie me up properly. Shivering with cold and fury, I frantically swim toward the ship. My rage stokes the heat within that I wanted earlier, coursing through my blood, fending off the possibility of hypothermia. But I only make it a few feet before fatigue sets in. I can't process why until I remember. The wing restraint. I kick harder, but I only tire faster, the weight of it like an anchor threatening to drag me under and pin me to the ocean floor. Now is the time to panic. Spinning around, my breath quickens as I look for something, anything, that might keep me afloat. Besides the ship speeding away, all I see is open ocean in every direction. Sluggishness joins the fear and cold seeping back into my body. I beg my limbs to keep moving, but they won't obey. As I sink, the starry sky above blurs, and my eyes adjust to the ocean's darkness. A school of fish swims by while other much larger shadows float in the distance. Creatures yet unseen and probably hungry for a taste of pirate. Panic slowly turns to acceptance as what I've been pushing deep down bubbles to the surface. I deserve this. I believed I couldn't be caught, that I was invincible. But all my decisions have led to this moment. From wit to my failed heist. Did I really think I could gain redemption by taking my brother's place in some stupid competition? I failed him again. I don't deserve any more chances. The sea wraps around me like the arms of an old friend, and I embrace her in return. She and her creatures lurking nearby will finally claim me as their own. Releasing one last breath, water fills my mouth. Then 2 arms wrap around my waist. Chapter 8. Coughing violently, water rips from my throat and I heave in gulps of air. I flop onto a wood floor, my vision out of focus. A puckish figure leans over me. He's saying something, but the sound is garbled. An impossible thought floats through my mind. Gaius? I correct my foggy brain. Even in my delirium, I know that can't be true. Besides Gaius being dead, the faerie over me has blue-tinted skin. As he comes into focus, the gills on his neck pulse and relax. Nymph. His wrapped garment reveals a mostly bare chest, dripping water highlighting every lean muscle in the moonlight. As his skin dries, it fades to a warm olive tan, and his teal oval eyes narrow with concern. Curling nymph symbols are etched in the buzzed sides of his midnight blue hair, while the longer hair on top hangs toward me. It drips salty water droplets into my mouth, and I swipe them away. I never want to taste seawater again.
She lives!
Like most nymph voices, his is as smooth as honey. Warm and soothing, but never to be trusted.
You're going to be okay. Just stay still.
My head whirls as his words echo and reverberate around me, making me dizzy. I must still have water in my ears.
Now, what's a beauty like you taking a midnight swim in the middle of the ocean for?
He chuckles, his hand reaching for my face. Even in my foggy state, my Gwyllian reflexes are sharp. I grab his wrist and his eyes grow wide. He tries to pull away, but I hold firm. Taking another sweet gulp of air, my voice croaks out with as much intensity as I can muster. No one touches me. I let go, and he gingerly rubs his wrist, his face shifting from surprise to intrigue. A dimple forms on his right cheek.
I think the phrase you're looking for is thank you.
Thank you? I try to remember how I've gotten wherever I am. The nymph's voice doesn't sound watery anymore, and as my fogginess clears, visions of being grabbed and thrown overboard send me frantically turning every which way. Where am I? I demand. I'm definitely on a ship, but this time I'm surrounded by nymphs, the iconic trident on their flag waving in the evening breeze.
Whoa, whoa.
The nymph moves toward me, but then thinks better of it, pulling back.
Our ship spotted you as you were drowning. I saved you.
He seems particularly proud of that last fact. Spotted me? I hadn't seen another boat anywhere.
Well, underneath the water, that is. She can travel underwater, too.
He pats the ship's floor as if it's a pet. Slowly, I recall the large shadow looming in the depths before I was saved. Though I'm mortified to be rescued by a nymph, at least it wasn't a hungry beast.
We almost passed right by, but lucky for you, the moonlight was shining through at just the right angle, reflecting off your fancy armor there.
He points to my wing restraint, unaware of what it truly is. For once, I'm glad I'm wearing it.
And now, I welcome you aboard my ship, the Calypso.
He opens his arms toward the vessel and his crew. I recognize the name. This is not just any nymph ship. It is the ship of the nymph heir. I must be looking at one of my competitors. Growing up, I was never taken beyond the borders of Greymarrow, let alone allowed to meet the other heirs, so I take in his features afresh. He doesn't look much older than me. Though I'm encumbered by a rampage of shivers, my wet body cooling in the frigid air, I try to stand to better meet his stature. He offers his hand, but I wave it away.
Here.
My competitor turns as one of his crew surfaces from below deck with a blanket. He takes it and gently holds it out to me.
My name is Sir Aaron, or just Aaron, if you prefer.
Instead of the usual fearful gaze I'm used to, intrigue and concern color his expression, as if I'm a small, frightened creature he doesn't want to scare away. Oh, how wrong you are. I'll teach him that fear is the appropriate response. But when I reach for my daggers, I remember that I've been disarmed. I know who you are. I snatch the blanket from him, wrapping myself in the dry fabric.
You do you?
Aaron's chest puffs up, but there's an odd quirk to his brow.
And who might you be?
I wrap the blanket tighter, hesitating. If I tell him who I am, there's a good chance he'll throw me back overboard, and I'm in no hurry to return to the icy deep. I was cocky and careless on the Sylph ship, but I won't make that mistake again. To the nymphs, I'm already a hated pirate who acts like she owns their ocean. Now I'm also one of the few who can keep this particular nymph from gaining the crown. He's probably on his way to Eldor right now. What a twist of fate. The fact that I am alive at the hand of a rival makes me wonder if Gaius has been watching over me from the beyond after all.
Well?
Aaron's brows dip, as though curious why I haven't answered. If I want to keep living, I have to think fast. Whether I like it or not, I have to be cautious and cunning. I have to think like wit. Do you always go out of your way to save fairies you don't know? I ask, teeth chattering, attempting to buy more time so I can think of a good story to spin.
Only the pretty ones.
He smiles. I nearly laugh in his face. I'm sopping wet and huddled under a large blanket. I'd heard the nymph heir was a flirt, but I didn't expect him to be desperate. His confidence tells me he's used to other pixies falling for his typical nymph charm and good looks with ease. But even if I had time in the last few years to have a type, Fishboy wouldn't be it.
Come now, we have to be able to call you something. Obviously you're Sylph Militia.
He points to the uniform peeking out from the blanket.
How in Phelan did you end up out in the middle of the ocean all by yourself?
Wit. My name is Wit. I stall, blurting out the first name that comes to mind as I try to channel my former friend. To get out of a jam, Wit has a gift of telling more or less the truth, with enough twist to make her seem the innocent one. It can be tricky, but over the years she's taught me this particular art. Since this nymph already believes me to be a sylph with some strange armor, I lean into his assumption as I craft my new identity. It's too late to add a heavy sylph accent. He's already heard my normal cadence, and changing it too much now would only tip him off to my deception. Instead, I articulate some of my consonants a touch more, mimicking a lower-class sylph, and add in their typical know-it-all attitude. Beginning my tale, I speak slowly as I watch Aaron's reaction, working out the details as I go. I was aboard a ship with my comrades, traveling back from the Gwyllian prince's funeral.
Oh, yes. Gaius.
His smile fades.
I was sorry to miss it. I had a previous obligation.
I cock a brow. Is his regret authentic?
What a time for the Gwyllians to lose their only heir able to compete in the Ethodine, he adds.
I try to remember I'm playing a sylph, but the next phrase comes out of my mouth faster than I can catch it. On the contrary, seems the Gwyllian princess has been found alive and well. In fact, she's been hiding all these years as the pirate Shade. I pull the blanket closer to hide my smugness, peeking out at Aaron's reaction. He cocks his head, then bursts into laughter, his crew following.
You mean to tell me that crazy loon is a bloody princess?
Though their laughter surprisingly stings, I use the detail to my advantage. It's true. My crew was commissioned to bring her back to compete, but she tried to escape. When I attempted to restrain her, she knocked me overboard. Their laughter dies down. I try not to smile as the half-lie comes out better than I hoped. Maybe I don't need wit after all. My body warms as I continue my story with gusto. While she mercilessly tore through my crew, my armor caused me to sink. I tapped the metal restraint. Obviously, this stuff wasn't made for swimming.
Typical pirate.
Aaron snorts, and the others murmur agreements.
Not an honorable bone in their bodies, especially that one. Ethodine must be desperate or a fool to consider her as his champion, let alone a possible queen of Phelan.
You could say that again, I agree, trying to dismiss the strange pang of his words. Ethodine is a fool, and I don't really want the crown. But pirates carry a different kind of honor. And I'd sure as storms make a better leader than any nymph.
Well, our clans might not be on the best of terms, but any enemy of the pirate shade is a friend of mine.
Aaron physically shakes off the thought of the pirate he doesn't realize is standing right in front of him.
As an act of goodwill, I give you my word that I'll personally assure that you make it back to Eldor safely. As it happens, that's exactly where we're headed.
He takes a few careful steps forward, extending his hand.
Welcome aboard, Wit.
I shake his hand firmly. Perfect. I can't wait to see Aaron's face when he realizes he's helped his own competitor and sworn enemy safely reach the Sky City. Now all I have to do is keep my big mouth in check until then. The rest of the night, I watch Aaron and his crew carefully. I've been offered my own sleeping quarters, but unlike on the Sylph ship, there's no way I'm letting my guard down again. This is not a ship packed with militia, however. On closer inspection, most of Aaron's crew don't look much older than myself. But there is, of course, much frivolity among them. As one puck plays his fiddle, Aaron joins the group dancing to the tune. He's light and free on his feet as he falls in perfect step with a nymph jig, one I've seen Zale and Mira dance many times before. Laughter turns into hoots and hollers as those on the sidelines gulp down their drinks and clap in time. In spite of myself, I have to admire them. Unlike the Gwyllians, nymphs always look for a reason to celebrate, and celebrate loudly. With beauty as their etho, they're the greatest entertainers and party throwers in all of Phelan. They drink up life, deal with the hangover, and go right back in for more. The crowd's clapping speeds up, challenging the player and dancers to keep up with the tempo. Some falter and are forced to join the growing crowd, but Aaron isn't skipping a beat. Beating out the last nymph standing, he lands a triumphant pose as the tune comes to a finish. He bows, basking in his crew's applause. He then motions to the fiddle player, bowing to him as well. Catching his breath, Aaron saunters over to the much shorter nymph who nearly bested him and claps him on the back.
Hey, Finn, nice footwork out there.
Not as good as you.
Finn pushes blonde ringlets off his sweaty brow and hands him a drink.
Just like Aaron to show us all up. Is there anything you can't do?
Or any lady who won't fall for your charms?
Adds another with a nudge. Aaron opens his mouth, but catches me staring through the crowd. He smiles, but I quickly turn away before hearing him say,
The sea herself, lads. The sea herself.
They laugh. Being their prince, I'm surprised to see him treat his crewmates less like the lower class they are, and more like brothers. Their camaraderie reminds me of my own crew, and a small part of me wishes I could join in. But this is not some joyride to Eldor. This is my chance to learn more about my competitor. Perhaps I can find a weakness to use against him in the Ethodine. I've caught Aaron glancing my way more than a few times, but I don't want to appear desperate for information. I'll stay aloof. Make the sea devil come to me. Finding a stray piece of wood, I swipe a switchblade from a nymph who's taken one too many swigs of ale
and settle near a crate on the starboard side. Whittling the wood should help me stay awake as I wait. It could also come in handy if any of the nymphs decide to try any funny business.
Why aren't you drinking?
Aaron appears just as I hoped he would, offering me a pint.
You just escaped the jaws of death. You should be celebrating.
My eyes grow heavy as I stare at the glass. All I want to do is consume the whole thing and sleep through the rest of the voyage. But I can't get Wit's wary voice out of my mind, warning me I can't trust what it could be laced with. Regretfully, I shake my head.
Suit yourself.
Keeping his distance, Aaron shrugs and sits, guzzling down his glass as well as mine. I curse my caution, wanting to grab what's left in the glass and wash it down myself. Instead, I raise a brow at his gluttony and focus on my blade, taking out my lack of ale on the block in my hands. He flashes me a winning smile.
What?
Just wondering what you're celebrating. It's not like you've won the competition yet or anything. I wonder what his strategy to win might be, and how long it will take to get him to reveal it.
Oh, there's always something to celebrate,
he says jubilantly, but then sighs.
I guess I should celebrate that I've just been married off.
I nearly dropped the switchblade. You just got married? I tell myself that my interest is strictly business, research, but I am definitely intrigued. I can't imagine being married at our age.
Pretty much.
He shrugs. Let me get this straight. You got married and then left your bride to risk your life to possibly win the crown? It's more of a judgmental statement than a question.
More or less.
He goes to take another swig of ale, but frowns at his empty glass, putting it down in defeat. You don't seem very happy. About the marriage, I mean. I prod, hoping for some juicy details. Maybe a personal confession I can use as leverage once the competition starts.
Oh, she's gorgeous. Don't get me wrong.
Aaron assures me, as if that's all that matters. To a nymph, it's usually all that does. He looks to the starry sky, leaning his head against the ship and heaving another sigh. So dramatic.
And yet...
He hesitates. I feel like I'm listening to one of Wit's stories, waiting for the cliffhanger to drop and let me off the ledge.
There's something missing, you know? I don't feel the way I should.
I roll my eyes. Feelings aren't everything. I return to my whittling, growing uninterested with his vagueness. Feelings can be dangerous. He turns to me with curiosity.
That's a pretty Gwyllian thing to say.
Blast! I curse myself as I hasten the blade against the wood. That's exactly what any Gwyllian would say. After years away from my clan, all it took was one lousy day back there for its poison to sink back in. Still, I have to admit there's some truth to my statement. I see it every time my fiery anger surfaces. Gaius' smoldering body flashes in my mind before I realize I haven't answered Aaron. Why am I talking so casually with him? I should be gaining information and trying to stay alive. I've done a lot of study on the Gwyllian way. I try to play off the sylph etho of knowledge, hoping it will dispel his curiosity. They have some good points.
Yes, yes.
He waves his hand dismissively, and I breathe a sigh of relief.
But emotions bring life.
He leans in, speaking more passionately with every word.
They fuel our dreams, give us a reason to wake up and pursue what we want most.
I keep my eyes on my carving. They can also drag you down into a pit of misery and make you never want to get out of bed. What am I saying? It's like word vomit coming up from who knows where, and I haven't even had a drink yet. My blade misses the wooden block that's now almost half its original size and nicks my finger. This time, I curse out loud as blood breaks through the skin. That's it. It's time to get out of here. Besides, Aaron is starting to sway from the ale, and I'm not going to hang around to see what drunk Aaron is like. Sober Aaron is quite enough, thank you. Throwing the block to the floor, I tuck the switchblade into my boot
and put my finger in my mouth. "Excuse me," I mumble, standing to leave. I'm wasting my time. I'm not getting anything useful out of him tonight, and I know his type. Sure, he might have saved me, and he might be kind to his crew, but he's just like every other proud, pixie-prowling puck I've come across. One that always wants something in return. He's only thinking about himself. I'm sure of it.
Wit.
His hand clasps my free one, and I turn. Aaron is so close, his breath tickles my skin. Instead of reeking of spirits, it's sweet. I freeze, captivated by the intensity of his surprisingly sober gaze, his teal eyes boring into mine. For a moment, I think he's about to kiss me, which would definitely earn him a slap across the face. Instead, he tears off the end of his sleeve with one quick motion and guides my finger out of my mouth. Before I can stop him, he gingerly wraps the wound. Everyone else on board is too consumed with their own frivolity to notice us, but I suddenly feel self-conscious as his fingers graze mine.
There.
He smiles as he gently ties it off.
Now, do you really mean to tell me that you'd rather spend a life denying all that you feel just to avoid the possibility of a little pain?
His eyes search mine, and for the first time, I notice how many other shades of blue swim in them, like the rolling ocean waves on a calm day. I rush to think of a quippy answer to his question, but my mind is blank, and I don't have time to think anyway. I feel something. A heat. Not the same heat as when anger rises. No, this one ebbs and flows through my veins, bringing a flush to my face and a tingling to my fingertips. Aaron must feel it too. His eyes shift from my face to my heated hand in his. Before I can stop it, a spark ignites. "Ouch!" we say at the same time, both pulling away. Blast! I examine my hand, but thankfully the spark disappeared as quickly as it flashed, like those that sputter off of a sharpening wheel.
What was...
There's a surprising laugh in Aaron's voice as he shakes his hand, looking at me with one eyebrow cocked. No idea. I hold my wrapped finger close and take a shallow breath, encouraging the heat to dissipate. Thanks for this, but I think it's time I try to get some sleep. And with that, I leave him on the deck. Chapter 9. Once I find the room I've been assigned to, I lock the door behind me and pace, still holding my finger. What in Phelan was that? My heat has never felt like that before, never conjured as a spark. How did it? Without warning, the vision of Aaron gingerly wrapping my wound and looking at me with those sincere teal eyes floats into my mind.
Would you rather deny all that you feel just to avoid the possibility of a little pain?
Yes, I would. That's what I should have said. I wave the image away. Aaron can't have caused this. His kindness was just a ploy to get whatever he wants from me. And whatever this is, I just want it to go away so I can actually get some shut-eye. But my hand is still warm. What if it sparks again? Setting my sheets on fire would not be good. I spend the next hour trying to get the heat to cool down. I even think about returning to the deck to find a bucket of water, but that would mean facing Aaron again. Finally, after much pacing and feeling foolish as I wave my hands in the air to try and cool them, the heat dissipates enough that I'm willing to lie down. But it doesn't feel long after my head hits the pillow that a call stirs me from my sleep.
Land ho!
Of course. Light peeks through the room's small window, and I sigh, somehow even more exhausted than before. Deeper sleep will have to wait. Back on deck, nothing but tall, twisting trees line the shore behind Dunestone Harbor. Like past visits with my crew, boats from all over Phelan dock around us as shouts of hovering seagulls mix with the salty air. Trading sailors and impatient fishmongers push crates and barrels up and down gangplanks and through the streets, strictly keeping their distance from opposing clans.
Dunestone Harbor's location makes it the closest port to the center of Phelan, the city of Shree. We'll have to go there first to get to Eldor. As the crew unloads, I step off the ship and spot Aaron poring over a map with one of his crewmen. Thankfully, he is fully clothed this time, his royal garb representing the true prince instead of a half-dressed sailor. Playing with the cloth still wrapped around my finger, I try to put our previous encounter out of my mind. "Where to next?" I ask, hoping he was too drunk last night to remember anything. Or, at the very least, how my hand heated in his.
"Morning, Wit,"
he greets me cheerfully. I try not to bristle at the name. Every time I hear it, Wit's betrayal stings afresh. But there's no changing it now. Aaron motions to the nymph at his side, the same short puck from the dance-off.
"Finn here thinks it'll be a straight shot if we go through the forest."
"That's right." Finn's blue eyes light up. His golden curls bounce along with him as he traces a direct route to our destination on the map. Right through the woodlands, the home of the Dryads. I shake my head. "You've obviously never come face to face with a Dryad while strolling through the woodlands before." My crew and I used to loot through the forest regularly, but even with Wit's thorough knowledge of the terrain and the skill of our crew, we always just barely escaped. I'm not about to trust this group of carefree nymphs to protect me, especially one like Finn. Though his dancing was impressive, his slight frame tells me he's never been in a fight in his life. Finn crosses his arms. "I've always heard the Dryads are a peace-loving clan."
"That's right."
Aaron defends his friend.
"Aren't most of them healing medics?"
"Oh, sheltered prince. They'll peaceably slit your throat if you even think about damaging the home they love so dearly." I shrug. The Dryad etho is indeed centered around life, cultivating and protecting it. But it's completely up to the Dryads which lives they deem worth protecting. Finn rubs his neck, swallowing hard. But Aaron gives him a glare, and Finn's hand quickly returns to the map. I lower my voice. "It's the changeling Dryads you really have to watch out for. You might have your half-fish form, but some Dryads can shift entirely into an animal, or even a tree or bush." I motion to the trees just a few yards away, their twisted limbs creaking in the breeze. For all we know, these here could be changelings themselves, listening to our every word, preparing to attack. Aaron and Finn hold their breath as if a tree will spring toward us any moment. "Well, in that case," Finn yells, as if alerting any Dryad who might be listening. "With all the cargo we have, it's probably best to take the Kobe Express anyway." Aaron nods, and the two start back to the Calypso to gather the crew. That is, until Aaron notices my feet haven't budged.
"What's wrong now?"
he sighs. I press my lips together. I don't care how clever the kobolds are. Most of them are plumb crazy. Except for loyal pirates like Luna, I don't trust most kobolds as far as I can throw them, let alone the dust-powered machinery they create. This particular contraption, fondly called the Kobe Express, travels on tracks that wind throughout Phelan's lands. It's the most efficient way to get almost anywhere, but I've always refused to take it in the past. Unlike my ship, once inside it, I have no control. "You trust that thing?" I ask Aaron.
"Do you have any better ideas?"
I try to think. Walking around the perimeter of the forest would take days, and even flying over the woodlands would be dangerous. We'd still have to land in the forest to rest, more often if carrying the cargo Finn mentioned. Besides, I can't fly without revealing what my armor really is, and that would unravel the entire story I've spun. Blasted thing. I huff and march toward the lesser of two evils. The Kobe Express it is! As Finn and Aaron direct the crew with the cargo, the blaring whistle of the express cuts through the air, and I flinch. A crowd of fae are already waiting by the tracks, ready to board. Someone's voice rises above the gathering, and I spot 2 sylph guards near a cargo car. I take a step back toward the ship, not wanting to be seen by them in my uniform. But they're too consumed in yelling at a young kobold Pixie for mishandling their goods. The larger sylph pushes the kobold to the ground as his shorter companion laughs and tilts back his head, his crescent-shaped scar coming into view. Moonface. The Pixie cowers before him, and it's as if I'm seeing Luna at the mercy of Moonface's rum-scented breath. The memory of his lips on mine rushes back, but this time, instead of fear, my blood boils. Whatever flame lingers from the night before bursts forth with a vengeance. In a fury, I bolt down the port until I leap forward, tackling Moonface to the ground. "You wretched imp!" I seethe, delivering a few good punches to his face. I yell to the Pixie, "Go!" She scrambles away as I pull out the switchblade in my boot, but the larger sylph knocks the blade out of my hand, yanking me off his companion. "You better be thankful you took my weapons, because if I had them now—" "What the—" Moonface starts. Wiping the blood from his nose, he catches a good look at my face. "You? But you're supposed to be—" "At the bottom of the ocean," I sneer, kicking to be released by his buddy. "You're not the only one who can make a masterful escape. Next time you try to kill someone, you better make sure they're good and dead before you sail away."
What in Phelan is going on here?
It's Aaron's breathless voice. He must have seen me rush off. He turns on Moonface with a vengeance.
What did you do to her? What did I do to her?
Moonface points to his bloody nose.
She's the loon who jumped me.
The sylph eyes Aaron's garb.
What's a nymph prince doing defending a fiend like Captain Shade, anyway? Shade?
Aaron cocks a brow at him, then at me. His look sobers me instantly. There goes my cover. My head drops. I tried, Gaius, but I couldn't even last a few bloody days. Aaron isn't convinced yet.
What are you talking about? Captain Shade threw her off one of your ships. She's been traveling with us ever since. This is definitely her.
The sylph looks me up and down with disdain, pointing at my wing restraint.
That's a Gwyllian device that keeps criminals from flying away. I have its key right here.
He dangles it in front of Aaron. I lunge for it, but the sylph holding me pulls my arms tighter behind my back. I wince. Moonface sneers.
And she didn't throw anybody overboard. Jasper.
His bigger and obviously wiser companion interrupts.
We were unsuccessful in stopping her from throwing herself overboard. Isn't that right?
Jasper. So the scum has a name. I still prefer Moonface. Liar! You threw me overboard and left me to sink to my death, you coward.
So it's true.
Aaron's words slice through my anger.
Your Shade?
He stares at me as if I've just transformed before him.
Which means you're the Gwyllian princess.
His voice trails off, his teal eyes flipping through emotions like turning the pages of a book. Confusion, shock, anger, perhaps even hurt. My muscles relax under his gaze, but only a touch. That's Captain Shade to you, menace of the 5 provinces, master of the Silver Sea. Aaron closes his eyes. My words are barbed, meant to sting, but he shoots me an amused glare.
Funny. I thought you'd be uglier.
Whether an insult or a compliment, I don't know, and frankly, I don't care. I turn back to Moonface. I'll take my weapons and my key now.
Not even for all the pixie dust in Phelan,
he scoffs.
Our captain will be very pleased to see you alive and well. He nearly took our wings when you went missing.
He walks forward with a slight limp. Their captain might have not gone that far, but that doesn't mean there wasn't a flogging. Taking a pair of cuffs connected by a clinking chain out of his belt, he claps them on my wrists.
So no, your ladyship. You're coming to Eldor with us.
As the express whistle sounds its last call, he gives me a sinister smile and moves toward the locomotive while his buddy pulls me along. I don't know which is worse, traveling to Eldor in the hands of these buffoons or in the company of a betrayed prince. But I look back, my eyes pleading for Aaron to do something. Anything. His look is hard and unreadable, until he finally puts a hand up.
Wait.
To my surprise, the sylphs obey, stopping in their tracks and slowly turning around. Aaron strides up to Moonface and stares directly at him.
You're not taking her,
he says slowly, holding out an open hand.
She's more trouble than she's worth. You're going to hand me the key to her restraints. I'll take her to Eldor myself.
More trouble than she's worth? Then why is he helping me? Then I hear it. His voice has that watery effect again, like when I first woke on his ship. My head swims in the sound as the taller sylph's grip loosens, dropping me to the ground. I look up. Moonface and his buddy appear to be in some sort of trance, their eyes glazed, and I realize I'm witnessing something I've only heard about. The silver tongue of the nymphs. Though all nymphs are graced with great beauty and an alluring voice of velvet at birth, only a rare few are rumored to be graced with such a dangerously persuasive gift. Though I am in no position to request anything of him, I whisper to Aaron, "My weapons. Don't forget my weapons." Aaron puts up a hand, not breaking his concentration on his targets, warning me not to press my luck. Finally, he relaxes. Released from his spell, Moonface shakes his head.
You know what? This one's more trouble than she's worth.
He huffs, tossing the key to Aaron.
She's your problem now.
Aaron plays with the key in his hands, a smug quirk to his lips as the sylphs walk onto the train. Though my weapons are still unaccounted for, I breathe a sigh of relief. Once in Eldor, I vow to track them down and retrieve my darlings by any means necessary. Then Moonface will be sorry. For right now, I'm safe. Or so I hope. Aaron steps toward me, wearing a solemn expression.
You may think you're clever, Wit, Shade, whatever your name is. Maybe it was wise to keep your true identity a secret. If I knew who I was saving in those waters, I probably would have let you drown.
He pauses, letting me feel the weight of his words.
Still, I'm a puck of my word, and I promise to deliver you safely to Eldor.
I hold my breath as he gets close enough to whisper in my ear.
But once the competition begins, pirate, there will be no holding back.
Chapter 10.
All aboard!
The conductor calls. I tentatively approach the train with Aaron close behind. For a moment, I think of making a break for it. Sure, I'm glad to no longer be in Moonface's clutches, but now I'm wondering why Aaron would go through the trouble. My father's warning echoes in my mind.
You must not trust anyone.
There's a decent crowd around us. I could catch Aaron by surprise, knock him out, grab the key to this vile restraint, and get lost in the shuffle. With tons of ships in port, I could easily hide out on one and try to start over once again. But then what? Right now, I'm weaponless and homeless. Surely Wit has alerted Maverick to who I really am by now. He wouldn't take me back even if I begged. And most of all, there's Gaius. Recalling the torch at his tomb, I remember my promise to enter the Ethodine in his name. To make up for all the ways I hurt him. All the times I wasn't there to save him. The Kobe Express is still the fastest way to Eldor. Once there, I'll be able to find Moonface and get my daggers back. Maybe some vengeance, too. I reach the passenger car and take the first step up. As if alarmed by my touch, the locomotive lets out another loud squeal. I jump, losing my footing and falling backward, right into Aaron. He catches me easily, but I squirm out of his grasp as he nudges me into the mechanical beast. Blasted kobolds. I shake my head, examining the inside of the contraption they've created. Never satisfied with the same old thing, the kobolds are always coming up with something bigger and better, faster and stranger. It doesn't help matters that the sylphs encourage their eccentricity. In exchange for all kinds of treasures, the sylphs commission them to create and build whatever they desire. Things that benefit Eldor and keep the sylphs safe and in charge. Sellouts. All the clans are, really. They claim to hate the sylphs and their rulership, threatening uprising and war that's led to this crazy competition's resurrection. But they've all enabled the sylphs to stay in power in their own ways, too. The Gwyllians protect Phelan's borders and keep the sylph soldiers stocked with weapons and tools. The nymphs maintain their luxurious living conditions, supplying entertainment for their royal events. Dryad medics keep them living long lives, while the kobolds keep their sky city running with inventions and all the pixie dust they need to use them. The sylphs monopolize most of the wealth, leaving the rest of us crawling back to them for these kinds of jobs to survive. Sometimes I wonder, if every clan simply stopped giving the sylphs exactly what they wanted, would they eventually lose everything that keeps their power intact? But what do I know? I'm just a pirate after all. Passing through the train's narrow walkway, I brush past tight booths on both sides. Everyone on board eyes my cuffs with wariness and judgmental stares. Feeling as if the walls are closing in, I choose the first open seat and press against the window, seeking any semblance of open space I can get. But it isn't long before the train moves, jerking me forward into the seat in front of me, earning me a glare from the elderly Puck who occupies it. No, I'm not going to like this one bit.
Mind if I join you?
Aaron doesn't wait for an answer before dropping into the seat next to me, his voice edged with tension of his own. Obviously, I don't have a choice as his prisoner, but as a prince and all, he seems to be keeping up his gentlemanly appearance. I'm glad I have no appearances to keep up anymore. You don't have to be my keeper. I motion to the enclosed space. It's not like I can go anywhere. Aaron leans back, settling into the seat.
Trust me, I don't like this any more than you.
Then why did you...
I couldn't just leave you with those lowlifes, could I? Who knows what else they would have done to you?
Disgust simmers in his voice. I lift my brows in surprise. He was worried about me? Catching my gaze, he coughs and turns away again.
Plus, if you don't make it to Eldor, I don't get to beat you fair and square in front of all of Phelan.
I smirk. I should be thanking him. Again. However begrudgingly, this is the second time he saved my life. But I'm not going to give him the satisfaction. Suit yourself. I close my eyes, settling into the seat as well. If you're going to sit here, then no talking. I don't need his silver tongue messing with my head. With the train picking up speed on the rickety tracks, the bouncing ride is already messing with my stomach. I wrap my arms around my sides. Aaron cocks his head.
I didn't know a pirate could get seasick on the shore.
I think you mean train sick, I correct him. On a normal day at sea, ships rock gently, and if needed, I can direct a ship into more stable waters. Here, I'm at the mercy of the machine. The clicking of tracks grates against my nerves, growing louder every minute. I open my eyes to glare at Aaron. And no talking, remember?
What's wrong?
Aaron grins, inching closer to me.
You afraid I'll make you do something you don't want to do?
I can tell it's more of a tease than a threat, but my stare must communicate that the concern has crossed my mind.
Don't worry.
He leans back again, crossing his arms and closing his eyes, mimicking my posture.
My gift only works on the weak-minded, ones that are simple, uncertain, or unstable. The sylphs at port were bold but easily influenced. You, on the other hand, have already proven twice that your mind is stronger than I thought.
I raise my brows in surprise, remembering the swimming sensation of his gift. I hadn't succumbed to his tongue when I woke up on his ship, or while he was controlling the sylphs. He opens one eye to see me still staring back at him, then closes it. His dimple surfaces.
You're a hard one to crack, Shade, but I guarantee you'll fall under my spell someday.
I roll my eyes in a huff, turning back to the window. His cockiness is infuriating, but I'm glad to hear my mind is strong, that I can't be controlled. I sit a little taller. Hearing Aaron use my pirate name should make me feel stronger too, more at ease. But somehow, it doesn't sound right. Not now. I look at my chains around my wrists and sigh. No, not Shade. Though I definitely don't want to be called Wit anymore either. I look out the window, and Gaius's smiling face flashes in my mind. Quinn, I say softly, mostly to myself.
What?
Aaron asks, but I don't turn to him. Quinn, I repeat more confidently. Call me Quinn. Whether out of surrender to my fate, or because the nickname reminds me of my vow to Gaius, Quinn seems the most tolerable option. Letting the confession hang in the air, I brace myself for a snarky retort. But Aaron only shifts in the seat without a word, which doesn't bother me one bit. Out the window, there isn't much to look at. My beloved sea is long gone, and in its place stand trees upon twisted trees, lining the boundaries of the woodlands. We're one train ride away from our final destination, Eldor. That's when the real challenge will begin. I breathe, trying not to think too far ahead. I'm still on my way, Gaius. I haven't failed my vow to you yet. Wherever you are, I hope you're happy. The movement of the train evens out, the gentle bobbing of the car changing from sickening to soothing. Before I can stop it, my eyes close, and I fall asleep. Nudged awake, I jolt, arms flailing as I try to remember where I am. It seems like Aaron is getting used to that, though. He catches my arm just before it collides with his face.
Wake up, drooling beauty. We're almost there.
Almost? How long have I been out? I try not to panic, wiping at my mouth. I scowl when I find no drool.
Take a look.
He points out the window. The sun has started its descent, cascading colors running across the sky as the blur of trees clears to reveal our destination. The trade city of Shree, the direct center of our world, with the only entrance into Eldor. As our train crosses one of the few bridges that spans the moat surrounding the town, we leave behind the wide-open land and barrel into a city of smoke, looming structures, and crowded cobblestone streets. In a more peaceful time, Shree had been a collection of outlying sylph villages, a central place for all the clans to trade freely. But after the royal family took over trade and stationed a base there for their military, the city took a new shape, with sylph guards at every intersection. At Shree's center stands what they are really protecting: the sacred vine. Exiting the train, I look up at the vine until my neck hurts. Its green branches are thick as a village hut, twisting together in a gigantic stalk-like tree trunk stretching to the sky. Though its vast roots begin down in the kobold tunnels, it grows all the way beyond the clouds, where its branches support the foundations of the sylph city of Eldor. Though my crew and I have been here many times before, this is the closest I've ever been to the vine. Security in Shree is extremely tight. Even the strongest faerie wings can't make it all the way up to the clouds without landing on the vine for a breather, and sylph guards are stationed all the way around so that no one can enter unauthorized. The only way up is by yet another kobold mechanism that winds up the vine's stalk. Kobold torture machine, more like it. Drawing deeper into the city, we cut through the crowded markets. Fairies of all kinds push their way in and out of alleyways amidst the carts and shops. They carry everything from sylph parchment and quills to kobold gears and rare pixie dust concoctions. And the smells! From nymph perfumes to dryad spices, roasts and bubbling sauces, the mingling aromas intoxicate me. I think I even smell the tang of lily tarts in the air. I salivate, my stomach grumbling. Thankfully, no one can hear it above the vendors and patrons tirelessly bartering over mere farthings. Any other day, I could have easily swiped a whole meal by now, but Aaron's hand on my shoulder keeps me moving forward as I eye it all longingly. Distracting myself, I look up to the high buildings, the air clear of flyers. To minimize thefts, Shree is a no-fly zone, so we inch through the press of bodies. With such diversity, it's common to see strange things or skirmishes between clans break out. But I still jump when a dryad yells at the top of his lungs. The area hushes as he climbs on top of a barrel and lifts his hands over the crowd. His intense, cat-like eyes reflect the freshly lit lanterns, his voice growing louder with every word.
The time has come. The prophecies are true. The end is near. The Numa are coming!
What's he yammering on about? I ask.
Just another loon hopped up on pixie dust.
Aaron motions to a crowd of self-soldiers making their way toward the dryad. Though they are twice his size, the dryad's passion increases.
You don't understand!
He puts up hands toward them as they advance.
We're all in grave danger! Look at our sacred vine! The leaves are turning brown. The stalk is growing moss. As the ancient writings predicted, the land will tremble and the creatures will revolt. Even the prophesied plague has come. It's the beginning of the end.
My ears twitch. He's referring to the gnolls, the sickness that took Gaius. Though the sylphs and kobolds have studied it for years, so much about it is still a mystery. I take a step closer to hear more, but Aaron pulls me back as the guards descend on the dryad, gagging him.
It's a shame your brother did not heed the prophecy. At least, not at first,
says a voice beside me. I whip my head around. Aaron is standing there, but he gives me a curious stare.
What?
He asks. It wasn't him. The voice was too low and scratchy to be Aaron's. I look around, but there's so many fae passing by, it could have been anyone. I scan the crowd again. As many hustle back to their routines, on the other end of the square, a cloaked figure doesn't move a muscle. Though his hood shades his face, I swear he's staring right at us. At me.
If you want to learn what really happened to him, you will follow me.
It's then that I realize this voice isn't external. It's in my head. Coming from this, whoever this is. And somehow he knows something about Gaius' death. What could he know? My heart quickens in my chest. As Aaron tugs me forward, the figure moves back into the crowd. Shrugging off Aaron's arm, I bolt toward the hood.
Quinn!
Aaron calls, but I'm already gone. And with the no-fly zone, he'll be forced to follow on foot. Darting through the crowd, I push aggravated folk out of my way and just barely catch sight of the figure's cloak disappearing into an alley. I chase him down it, to another and another. Wait! I call, but when I enter the final one, it's dark and completely vacant. How is that possible? He was just here. Aaron enters the alley behind me, clamping a hand on my shoulder again.
Did you really think you could run away that easily?
I wasn't running away. I turn to him, but my eyes dart around the alley.
Oh, really? Then what were you doing exactly?
I was chasing someone.
Someone who?
Someone who was talking to me. In my head.
Quinn, I really want to believe you, but when you make up stories like that,
would it surprise you that I don't really care what you believe? I snap. Though there's a small part of me that does. I shake off the feeling. I'm not making up stories.
Okay, then who were you chasing?
He asks. I shake my head. You wouldn't understand.
Try me.
He takes his hand off my shoulder and folds his arms. Before I can speak, his eyes widen, and he pushes me to the side.
Look out!
A shadow darts between us, and Aaron tackles him to the ground. The hooded figure. Without thinking, I launch forward, wrapping the chain that connects my wrists around the attacker's neck and pulling it taut. Aaron scrambles to his feet, eyes wide. He looks as surprised as I am at what I'm doing. Then his eyes dart behind me.
Quinn, turn around slowly and let him go.
What? I hiss as the figure tries to wriggle out of my grasp. Why in Phelan would I do that? Steps sound behind me, and I whip around, keeping the chain pressed into the hooded figure's throat. Looks like the goon has friends, all hooded as well. They take a collective step toward us, not saying a word. I think now would be the time to do something, I whisper to Aaron, but his brows furrow. Tell them to stand down, I try again, hoping he'll catch my drift.
There's 10 of them,
he whispers sharply. So what? You have a limit or something?
Just let the puck go and let's get out of here.
No, I'm not finished yet. This one knew about my brother, I say to the hoods. Tell me what he knows, or I'll snap his neck. But as I give the hooded figure a warning tug, I feel his bare hand on my arm and freeze. Fire. Everything I see is on fire. Heat licks at my skin. I'm running but getting nowhere. Quinn! I hear a voice call my name. A familiar voice. Gaius's voice. Quinn! The next thing I know, I'm waking up on the ground in Aaron's arms.
Quinn, are you okay?
What happened? Realizing where I am and how close I am to Aaron, again, I squirm away, looking around for the hooded figures. Where did they go?
I don't know. After you passed out, they just disappeared.
Chapter 11. Aaron and I keep our guard up as we make our way to the middle of the city. Thankfully, the hoods are nowhere to be seen. That probably wasn't my brightest moment, chasing a random figure into a dark alleyway with no plan. Good one, Quinn. Maybe I'd just imagined the voice I'd heard and frightened the poor sap into feeling the need to defend himself. Him and his mysteriously silent friends. But who were they? And what about what I saw when he touched my arm? Was it even real?
You sure you're all right?
Aaron cuts into my thoughts. His voice is soft, his brows knit with concern, like I'm about to crumble where I stand. Less like I'm a prisoner and more like I'm a weak little creature in need of protection. A part of me wants to hit him, but another part can't forget when he pushed me out of the hood's path. I'm fine, I say as coolly as I can, keeping my attention on our destination, the Sacred Vine. Passing through the last security checkpoint, we finally approach the Vineway. The kobold contraption starts at the base of the vine and will take us all the way up the stalk. The wooden carrying car creaks as we walk across the platform, which doesn't help my nerves. I'm nearly there, I remind myself. I made a promise to Gaius, and the possibility that there could be more to his death makes it that much more of a promise I intend to keep, even if it kills me. Even if it means being a nymph's prisoner for a little while longer. I need to find out the truth. I repeat my vow under my breath. I won't let you die in vain.
Kindly keep wings and belongings inside the car at all times,
a bubbly kobold Pixie announces. She pulls a lever and the car lurches upward.
Here we go!
As we move up the stalk, the car spirals around its trunk in a diagonal fashion. I hold tightly to the railing till my knuckles turn white. With my wings still restrained, heights are now my greatest enemy. Feeling dizzy, I shut my eyes. Aaron chuckles.
Allergic to trains and scared of heights?
Nope. I force a smile. Just tired. To prove it, I take a deep breath and look straight ahead. Just don't look down. Though I've seen much of the land's terrain from atop the mountains, surveying all of Phelan from this height is unlike anything I've ever experienced. This high up, the mountains bordering our world seem so very small. The Silver Sea looks like it could fit in my hand, its maze of connecting rivers making their way through the woodlands and back to the moat around Shree. The only thing not visible are the kobold tunnels below. Above, all I can see are white, puffy clouds. As we rise above them, I glimpse the place I've never been able to break into before. Eldor. Just like the stories I've heard, most sylph structures sit atop the vine's massive branches, while others float or fly above us, suspended by sylph magic and the power of pixie dust. There are a few villages on the outskirts, but in the center stand the gates to Eldor. Sadly, I think of my crew and all the times we've tried and failed to get here. Vine security was always too tight to break through. They're going to be so mad they missed this. As we walk through the Golden Gates, the city of Eldor unfolds. Unlike Shree, these streets are spotless and not nearly as populated. Only a few sylph families casually walk and fly by us. As evening sets in, we're so close to the sun that sweat runs down my back. Many sylphs carry parasols decorated with a variety of intricate patterns. Some take notice of the nymph prince and his entourage leading what appears to be a sylph guard in chains. But besides a few strange looks and whispers, their own priorities seem much too important to care about us. At the end of the road that divides the city in two stands the Sylph Palace. As the sun sets behind it, the white towers gleam so brightly in the diminishing rays of sunlight that it nearly blinds me. It's even taller and more glorious than I'd imagined. Looming statues of famous sylph leaders and philosophers hold up the entryway like columns, and winding vines from the royal gardens peek out from behind its tall walls. The tension in my shoulders releases, and I breathe. We made it. Once inside the palace, Aaron hands over my restraint key to the guards who receive us, and I'm finally released from my bonds and this blasted wing restraint. Heaving off the heavy burden, I take great pleasure in tossing it to the ground with a grunt. I spread my sore wings with exceeding pleasure as both sounds bounce off the entry walls. A chorus of shh follows. Sylph scribes carrying scrolls and heavy texts have stopped their routines to scowl my way. But I don't care. It's the first bit of freedom I've felt in days. Before they lead us to our quarters, however, I spare a glance at Aaron. He's looking at me, too. Having just escaped the band of hoods and Shree together, it's as if there's a level of understanding in our silent exchange, knowing we're about to enter an even more deadly competition for the crown. Whatever just happened with the band of hoods, I can't think about that now. Not with the looming threat in front of me. I haven't quite decided what to think of Aaron yet, but whether we've been friends or foes during the journey here, we're now most certainly competitors. And soon there will be 3 more added to our ranks. I shoot him a smirk to break the stare. No holding back? Aaron returns a smile, remembering his vow to me at the port.
No holding back.
Part 2. Palace of Potions. The Sylph Trial. Chapter 12. As Aaron and I are escorted to our chambers, the hallways of Eldor's palace are so deathly quiet, I feel more like I'm in a whitewashed tomb. I stifle a shudder, though I tell myself it's more because the blazing sun is now gone, leaving the Sky City as cold at night as it is hot during the day. I'm used to the roar of waves, chattering crewmates, and the view of vast open seas. But here it's an endless maze of towering hallways filled with bookcases, paintings, and more sculptures of important fae of the past than actual living ones. And it doesn't help that every sylph we do pass peers at me like I'm the one speck of dirt in their pristine sanctuary. As I wonder if they were born with their noses stuck up in the air like that, the guards lead us past a series of windows that carry a much more impressive scene. The lights of the Sylph City sparkle against the darkening sky. Flying vessels sail among the clouds as if they ride on white waves, glittering pixie dust trailing from their rudders. I drag my feet, wishing I could fly up to one of the ships right now and get a better look, but the guards push me forward. I've definitely got to get me one of those, I say under my breath.
Strangest ships I've ever seen.
Aaron whispers from beside me, the gills on his neck pulsing. Strange? I scoff. More like miraculous. Do you know how much pixie dust it must take to power one of those things?
Tons, I'm sure.
His mouth twists.
Seems kind of unnatural.
You mean like how your precious Calypso can travel underwater?
That's different. At least it's still in the water.
Sure. I humor him, but continue to watch the ships. By Phelan, if I had one of those, it'd be so much easier to pillage wherever. I stop. Aaron's giving me a look. Oh, come on. You can take the pixie away from the pirates, but you can't take the pirate out of the pixie.
I'm sure your father wouldn't approve of that kind of vessel, with it being powered by magic and all.
My father doesn't approve of anything I do, I mumble.
That makes two of us.
Really? I look up curiously. And here I thought Fish Boy could do no wrong.
You'd be surprised,
he says, and grows quiet. Before I can press further, a distinct, familiar sound breaks the silence. The call of a sparrow. My head whips up, and I nearly expect my crew to come barreling around the corner to break me out of here. But it's just a wishful thought. Whit would have made sure that wasn't a possibility. Instead, a parcel of birds swoop in and begin placing the books in their talons back onto shelves. Though I'm impressed by the well-trained fowl, I sigh. I wonder what my crew's reaction was when Whit told them what happened. What must they think of me as one of the royals we used to jeer at together, entering a competition for the faerie crown? Now I'll be the one they jeer at.
I'll take her from here.
Panic claws at my stomach as I face a familiar guard who grabs my arm roughly. His smug grin yanks at the scar I gave him. Moonface. Just what this terrible day needs. I catch Aaron's eyes as they dart to me, then narrow at Moonface. But he doesn't say a word. We both know he can't do anything now. And he shouldn't. He got me to Eldor, but I'm no longer his concern. I'm his competition.
Are you sure, Jasper?
The guards who've brought us this far look at each other.
Because we were told Queen's orders. I'm to help her pirateness settle in properly. You two escort the nymph heir to his room down the hall. Now get moving.
Moonface gives them a foul sneer. Immediately, they clamp their mouths shut and hurry away with Aaron in tow. Aaron glances back at me one more time as I hear Moonface unlock a door nearby.
Not so tough without your weapons, huh?
Moonface hisses as he pushes me into my room. What have you done with them? I demand. Did he toss them overboard back at sea? If he was smart, he would have sold them. They are Gwyllian crafted after all. But then again, he doesn't seem too smart.
They are being safely stored, away from you.
He crosses his arms.
I've come to tell you two things, pirate. First, you've been instructed by Her Majesty to stay put until you're summoned, so don't get any funny ideas. The windows are bolted shut, and a guard will be posted outside your door for good measure.
He's obviously prepared them for me. No matter. I shoot him a glare that says I'm not through with him yet. I'll find my weapons and get them back. Somehow. Especially my daggers.
And the second is a warning from me.
He takes a step forward, lowering his voice to a growl.
Now that you're in my territory, you'd better watch your back.
I step toward him as well, standing as tall as I can. Oh yeah? Or you'll do what? With one quick motion, he grabs my wrist and twists it backward. I curse the whimper that releases before I can bite it back.
As you well know, I'm not the only soldier who despises your presence here,
he snarls.
And no one's going to care if you show up a little damaged to the competition. Not even your father. Everyone's heard the whispers that he only cares about the crown, not you.
He pushes me back and I cradle my wrist to my chest, the truth of his words stinging sharper than the pain.
Like I said, I'd watch your back, pirate.
He strides to the door and glowers at me one more time.
Especially now that I know where you sleep.
He locks the door behind him, and my stomach plummets. Trapped again. His threats could be empty, something to scare me just enough, but it's working. Quickly, I scan the room for anything I can use as a weapon. Grabbing a candelabra from the bedside, I yank off its 3 candlesticks and sit on the bed, watching the door. My pulse is racing, but if he or anyone else returns, I'll be ready. I'll stay up all night if I have to. Chapter 13. I can't catch my breath. I'm flying at top speed toward the minnow, but no matter how hard my wings flap, I'm not getting any closer to the sea. Birds and all kinds of creatures whip past me to escape the danger lurking behind. Heat licks at my back. I don't have to look to know it's swallowing everything in its path. Ahead, a raging windstorm rocks the minnow to and fro. My only chance of escape. I falter and topple to the ground. I squeeze the sand between my fingers, dragging myself through the coarse dust. Then I feel it. The ground is shaking. I look back. Phelan is engulfed in flames. The towering vine creaks and rocks in the wind like a reed. Crack! My heart pounds as the vine leans. It's falling straight toward me. It's going to crush me. I call for help, but my voice is ragged and hoarse. There's no one in sight. Throwing my hands over my head, I accept my fate. Someone pulls me up by the shoulders. They thrust something into my hand. My daggers. I face my rescuer only to stare into my brother's eyes. Paralyzed by the sight, all I can do is watch the vine's falling shadow cover us in darkness as Gaius opens his mouth.
Quinn!
Gaius! I sit up straight, soaked in sweat, panting for breath. I look around the dimly lit room, light peeking through billowing window drapes. There's a half-moon, half-sun symbol etched into the fireplace mantel at the foot of the bed, and I remember where I am. Eldor. Though the images that jolted me awake flee my mind before I can grasp them, a shuddering feeling remains. I shake my head. Whatever it was just a dream. Probably the result of Moonface's threats last night. I pull the velvet comforter closer, and the candelabra shifts in the sheets. I stayed awake as late as I could last night with the makeshift weapon in hand, but I must have nodded off. Curse this feather bed and all its comforts. A crackle sounds from the foot of the bed, and I'm wide awake. Gripping the candelabra again, I leap down, ready to pounce on the intruder. It's just a fire in the hearth. I relax. But a fire means someone was in my room while I was sleeping. I reassure myself it was probably just a servant, but even as the flickering heat reaches out to warm me, the pit in my stomach grows cold. Wait. Heat. The images from my dream return with vengeful clarity. Flames, Phelan on fire, flying but getting nowhere, and then Gaius. They're the same scenes I saw when the hooded figure in Shri touched me. Gaius's face flashes in my mind again. The same kind face I remember, but in the vision he was older, as old as the painting in his room depicted him. Pain pulses in my chest as I picture Gaius's tomb, remembering my vow. He was calling my name, handing me something. Our daggers. They're the only form of defense I had against any dangers I might face in this place, including my fellow competitors. What use will it be entering this stupid competition if I'm killed before I can compete? The memory of Moonface's laugh scurries over my skin like fleas. I can't get into the adjoining bathing room fast enough to wash away the thought of him. He must have my weapons somewhere in this place.
That's it. Today, I reclaim my weapons. I rush into the White Room, forsaking my clothes and stepping into the porcelain shower. My wings release, and I expand them to their full length for the first time in days. Though I wince at the soreness, the rushing water brings me back to the sea, calming my entire being, giving new life to my bones. I feel halfway normal as I dry off, but then I spot my dirty self-captain clothes on the ground. Braving a whiff, I nearly retch at the stink. I can't very well put those back on. Spotting the wardrobe on the other side of the room, I cling to my towel and fly over the bed to reach it. I sift through the collection, disappointed. It's packed with Gwyllian garments my father sent with me on the Sylph ship. Rummaging through plain-colored dresses and fur-lined cloaks, I finally settle on a set of light trousers and a tunic. They're meant for training, but at least I won't melt under Eldor's blazing sun. After putting them on, I gaze into the full-length mirror. I've dressed up as so many different fairy folk in the past to hide my true identity. These clothes are meant for the Gwyllian heir I was born to be. And yet, I don't recognize myself at all. Will I ever feel like me again? I ask the mirror. Once you get your weapons back, you will, the reflection seems to say. I nod in agreement. All I need to do is give the guard outside the slip. An impish smile forms just thinking about what I will do to Moonface if he ever enters my chambers again. I can't finish getting dressed fast enough. Finding the candelabra again, I hold it behind my back as I approach the door, ready to knock out whoever enters. "Hello?" I call as sweetly as I can. "Can I get some help in here, please?" No answer. "Hello?" I say louder with an edge to my voice. "Seriously, I could be dying in here." I jiggle the handle to show my imaginary need, but the door is unlocked. Pulling it inward, I peer through the crack. The hallway is empty. Strange. I step out tentatively. This could easily be a test from Moonface. A trap. With each step, I whip my head in either direction down the hall, but no one appears. Finally, I shrug. If the guards are going to be lazy and irresponsible, they're the ones who will have to deal with Moonface later. I'm not going to complain. This time, I sneak through the hallways unescorted. Careful to evade servants and nobles, I keep a lookout for Moonface and anywhere he might have my weapons stored. I also steal more glances out the windows at the floating city and flying ships. Among them, I spot an outdoor stadium below. There seems to be some kind of construction going on as 5 stone platforms take shape. Though I'm curious, I move on. There'd be no point in storing my weapons there. Hearing voices, I peer around the corner, where a handful of guards are loading cargo into a room with a large metal door. The sign above the door draws a smile across my face. Armory.
Make sure those are tucked far in the back. Jasper doesn't want them to see the light of day until he says so.
One of them orders another. I squint at the blades he carries. The careful detailing and craftsmanship are distinctly Gwyllian. My heart races, and I'm tempted to launch at them, but there's no way I can take on all these guards unarmed. Unless there's another way in, maybe a hidden entrance or even a vent. I back away slowly and knock into a pedestal behind me. A vase painted with Phelan's map teeters dangerously on top. I scramble to catch it, but it slips through my fingers, shattering against the stone floor.
Hey, what's she doing here?
Blast! I've been spotted. My wings release and I fly down the corridors as the guards dart after me. My heart thuds in my chest, but I'm all smiles. How I've missed flying, and the thrill of the chase.
Watch out!
I knock over a scribe who impedes my escape, sending his scrolls flying into the air. The scribe yells at the guards to help him. I smirk. That should slow them down a bit. Turning a corner, I dart into a vacant room. I stifle my heavy breathing as I pull the door in until all I can see is a sliver of the hallway.
I think she went this way!
A guard calls as they whisk right past me and turn down another bend. I release a soft chuckle and turn to face the room, only to realize I have no idea where I am. Great. Well, I can't go back the way I came. Not yet, at least. Forward it is. The narrow room I've stumbled into is lined with a series of beautiful murals that reach from the floor all the way up to the high ceilings. As I walk toward the other end, they seem to tell a story. The origin myth of our world. Emphasis on the word myth, of course. As I pass each scene, I recall the tale I heard as a sprite. On the first wall, the mural is black, with one orb of light glowing in the center. This they call the seed, the start of our world. I roll my eyes at the idea that all of Phelan could come from something so small. In the next scene, the sun and moon rain give life to the seed as it grows into the sacred vine. Its sprawling roots form the land, the waters, and spawn Phelan's creatures. Then come the Fae. 5 different colored stones gleam at the top of the next mural. Green, blue, red, gold, and purple. Each of them hover over a different fairy race. It's said that the stones came from the moons above, each of them giving life and power to the fairy clan that possessed it. Not that I've ever seen them myself. Every clan leader keeps their moonstone hidden away, passing it down to their heir when they rise to rule. A heaviness settles in my stomach as I realize I'll be the one to bear the weight and responsibility of the coveted red Gwillian stone next. Each successive mural then depicts how the different provinces were formed. The sylphs took to the skies, while the kobolds created tunnels in the ground, leaving the rest to divide the territories in between. Gwillians flew to the mountains, the nymphs to the waters, and the dryads to the woods. As if it was ever going to be that easy, that we'd all just claim a place and be happy with our lot. I trail my fingers across the next scene, where all Phelenians are depicted separately but at peace, sharing resources and happily using their ethos to serve the greater good of Phelan. I nearly laugh. Such harmony is certainly something I've never seen. The next mural displays where things went terribly wrong. Grotesque, wingless, murderous giants salivate for fairy blood. The Pneuma. Though I know the images aren't real, I can't help but inch back. The painting shows them invading our land, enchanting the dragons to attack the cities, and forcing the Fae to do their bidding. My heart twinges, and an unfamiliar sadness tugs at me. But I shove the feelings away. That's not the end of the tale. The fairies fought back. In the next scene, the Sylph Lord leads the charge against the invaders. In his hand, he holds up a magic weapon, the Sylphic Scepter. Supposedly, he used it to banish the Pneuma to a dark realm called the Neverworld. However, the magical staff disappeared long ago, along with any evidence of that dark realm. How convenient. Still, the story says that the rest of the clans felt so indebted to the Sylphs that they made the Sylph Lord and his clan the permanent rulers over all, securing their station ever since. I sigh, staring at this last image longer than the others. The Sylph victory is where the murals end, depicting them as Phelan's benevolent heroes. But, as my father always loved to say, the trouble just got worse from there.
Without the Ethodine competition to provide balance, the greediness of those blasted sylphs just keeps growing to new heights.
Is how fate intended to finish the story. While traveling with the pirates, I'd learned just how right he was. The sylphs abuse their power, favoring certain clans based on what they can provide, pitting them against each other. Of course, the moonrain drought and dwindling supply of pixie dust hasn't helped, only adding to the conflict. Still, each of the other clans somehow believes they'd be able to fix things if only they could rule. With the Ethodine resurrected, I guess we'll find out if any of them will get the chance. Chapter 14. Reaching the end of the mural room, I nudge open the door and peer out into another hallway. Empty for now. I'd better get moving.
As I slink along the walls, I take in other aspects of the palace. Everything here is so polished, so grand, so expensive. Gold elements decorate the walls, begging to be swiped. After making sure no one is watching, I pause by an ornate table and pick up a gilded bowl. What were they thinking, letting someone like me in here, let alone inviting me in? I turn the bowl over in my hand. Just one of these would feed my crew for a month. My crew, my ship, my freedom. For a moment, I wonder what would have happened if I'd gotten back to the minnow in time. Could I have won them back to my side? I shake my head. It's not worth dwelling on. I'm bound to the competition, still caged. If only I could cling onto something familiar, even just the smell of the ocean. I close my eyes and breathe in wistfully, imagining my ocean view. I call back the feeling of being at sea, the wind in my curls, sea salt in the air. But it isn't my seawater home that I smell. Something else tickles my nose. Something syrupy sweet. I set down the bowl, and I'll be back for you later. Right now, I follow my nose to an arched doorway that leads outside. Stepping into the warm sunlight, I find myself in the royal gardens. Flowers, fruits, and vegetables of all different colors grow in rows upon rows. As I'm trying to decide where to start exploring, my stomach rumbles, never ashamed to remind me when it's hungry. I pull down a piece of faerie fruit from a nearby tree and bite into its crisp skin, the delicious juices running down my chin. I haven't tasted fruit this fresh in maybe ever. My taste buds satisfied, I turn my attention back to the original scent. It grows stronger as I follow it to a clearing encircled by a series of tall rose bushes. I duck down behind them, peering through the thorns. In the middle of the clearing, I spot the back of a lone puck. He's busy humming a jubilant tune as he paints at an easel in front of him. But it's his long hair that catches my attention. Though he looks my age, it's stark white, a color I've only ever seen on one other youngling. Gaius, I whisper softly. It can't be. I hold my breath as I shift around the bushes to get a better look. But this puck's wings are more bat-like, and his face is much too long and pale to be my brother. There's something strange about his features, though. His ears are unusually long, flopping out to the side, but that's not it. I squint, trying to pinpoint what it is. Actually, that would be Hickory. A sharp whisper corrects me out of nowhere. Startled, I move to throw my fruit at the possible assailant, but all I see is a gardener kneeling beside a nearby bush, tending to the soil. The Pixie gives me a tight smile from under the wide brim of her straw hat, her many freckles shifting with the crinkling of her nose. Ah, I sigh, relieved it isn't a guard. What did you say? The puck you're observing? The gardener motions to the white-haired puck with her shovel. His name is Hickory, heir to the kobold lord. Ah, another competitor. I watch in wonder as I realize he's coaxing the paint colors out of jars with dramatic motions, the paints obeying every wave and flick of his hand. A wide grin draws across the puck's lips, as if he's pulling off some great scheme. He looks like he's enjoying himself, I say. I've seen artists paint along the docks before, but none as gracefully or joyfully as this puck. He always does. The gardener snorts, returning to her work as she mutters, especially when his paints are laced with dust. Pixie dust. I knew I recognized the smell. Hickory might actually be a competitor I want to know more about. This gardener seems knowledgeable enough, unsurprising for a sylph, of course. Perhaps I can draw out a bit more information. If she's anything like Wit, all I need to do is start challenging her, poking holes in her intellect. Strange, I start. I don't think I've ever seen a kobold painter before. Are you sure that's him? Though the kobold ethos is creativity, their skills are usually more mechanical, a much more lucrative ability in these times. Of course I'm sure, she huffs, a defensive tone rising in her voice. He's just as crazy as any kobold, particularly fond of fae history and wild conspiracy theories. But he's such a fantastic painter. Pretty much all the murals in the castle are his. My eyes grow wide, recalling the scale and masterfulness of the murals I just saw. It's a pity he's only got one good eye. She peers up at me. If he's this skilled with only one eye, imagine how incredible he'd be with two. I see it now. That's what bothered me before. One of Hickory's eyes moves frantically as he paints. It's a dark brown. The other, however, is icy blue and barely moves, shaded as if covered by mist. There's a risk he could lose sight in the good one as well, the Pixie adds, her voice softening for a moment. But that only seems to spur him to paint more while it lasts. I press my lips together in pity. At least he still has time to do what he loves before it's taken away from him, like it was from me. I shift to the other side of the gardener, catching a better view of Hickory's latest work. The painted gardens come to life on the canvas with a glorious waterfall pouring into a stone fountain. In front of it, a figure takes shape, but not enough to make out who it is.
Unless you want a portrait without a head, you might try holding still,
Hickory calls to the subject ahead of him.
Well, then it wouldn't be much of a challenge for you, would it? Everyone knows how talented you are with still objects. What's life without a little test of skills?
I know that voice. Following Hickory's gaze, I move a few steps and glimpse where the circle of bushes opens into an alcove. There, I spot none other than Aaron. He's dramatically posing in front of the same fountain in the painting, standing strong and proud, his fin-like wings extended in the air. His expression is hard and focused as he gazes upward, dressed to the nines below the torso, but unsurprisingly bare-chested yet again. The Pixie on the ground must see me staring. "Ah, and that masterpiece," she whispers half-mockingly, "is Sir Aaron himself." "Heir of the nymphs," I finish. Yes, I've had the pleasure of meeting him already. Though I still don't know how I feel about that. For all his kindness, he's still the reason I'm weaponless. As I pull back the shrubbery a bit more, the branches crack and Aaron's eyes shift, finding me through the leaves. Now, aware he has an audience, he puffs out his chest and gives me a wink. "Oh, put a shirt on." The gardener notes my disdain and her eyes spark. "Interesting. Most pixies find him irresistible, until they realize what a pompous, self-absorbed flirt he is." I raise a brow. The grit in her voice makes me wonder if she knows this from personal experience. Does he flirt with everyone, even the help? The Pixie he married must not know him too well, I say, biting into my fruit again. "Oh, didn't you hear?" The gardener's brows shoot up, a smug smile pulling at her freckles. "He fled nymph territory right before the wedding, leaving his blushing bride at the altar." "What?" I nearly choke. "Where'd you hear?" Suddenly, the garden grows dark, as if the sun has disappeared. A chill runs through me, and I look up. It's not a cloud or a flying vessel. The deafening roar of a beast booms through the air as a massive green dragon descends upon the gardens. Its muscular wings send a whirling wind through the bushes, and Hickory lunges for his paints, darting behind a tree. Aaron slips behind the waterfall, practically disappearing into the water as his skin shifts to blue. I tell my body to run too, but my feet are bolted to the ground. Memories of dragon attacks on Grey Marrow flash in my mind. This is exactly why I need my daggers. I curse and take a step back, readying myself to flee. "Wait!" My informer waves to me hurriedly while ducking behind a tree. "You're going to want to see this." Heart pounding, I hold steady as the dragon lands with a thud. The dust settles, and I spot a figure sitting atop the beast. A pixie. Dressed from head to toe in black, she swoops down on translucent jade-colored wings and walks casually toward its smoke-breathing head,
placing a gloved hand calmly on its nose. I can't believe my eyes. Who is that? I can barely get the words out. That beast-taming phenomenon, the gardener says, nodding to her, is Alice, heiress to the Dryad throne. The Dryad lifts her hood to reveal a petite brown face, its perimeter lined with black vine-like tattoos. From her tightly woven ebony braids to her toned figure, everything about her says huntress and warrior. But something in her eyes tells a different story. She rubs her cheek against the dragon's face, and my mouth hinges open. How in Phelan is she doing that?
Pretty incredible, huh? Even dryads usually stay clear of dragons, but they found that one as an egg. Alice grew up right alongside him, training him herself. She even named the creature Toma.
Barely knows he's a dragon. Toma's long tail wags before Alice sends him on his way. There's a lot of mystery surrounding that Pixie, too, the gardener adds. What do you mean? Take her gloves, for instance. She never takes them off. Rumor has it she wears them because, instead of a healing gift, she has a gift of death. The Pixie looks for my reaction as I cock a brow and cross my arms. A gift of what now? I've heard of many types of magic, but this one sounds too powerful, too dangerous to be true. She shrugs. Believe what you will, but her older sister really should be the one up for the Dryad crown, competing in the Ethodine. She died very young, and shortly after her death, Alice started wearing those gloves. But don't bother asking her if it's true. Why's that? Sizing Alice up, she's obviously a fantastic beast tamer, but from her gentleness with the dragon, I wouldn't have pegged her as a killer. She's mute, the gardener says matter-of-factly. All three of them are pretty impressive competitors, don't you think? Gathering her tools, she looks up at me. A competitor like yourself might be intimidated by such a challenge. I freeze. This Pixie servant is sharp, though it's possible my Gwyllian garb gave me away. I relax. Yes, well, I guess I should be thanking you for all your valuable insight. I put out a hand toward her. How do you know so much about them anyway? Standing to meet me face to face, she's taller than I expected. She laughs, this time with a darker tone, as she pulls off her hat and long red locks fall over her shoulders. Oh, I always make it a point to know my competition. There's a disdain in her voice that wasn't there before. She pulls off a glove and grips my hand, hard. I'm Princess Vale, and you must be the pirate my mother invited. Chapter 15. I blink in disbelief. You sure don't look like a princess. I bite into my fairy fruit and cross my arms, sizing Vale up in her dirt-stained trousers. She wipes a bead of sweat from her brow before pulling her scarlet hair into a ponytail. I could say the same about you. Pirate, yes. Princess, not quite, I mutter. Well, you're definitely not queen material. She glares, ruffling her white-feathered wings. I narrow my eyes, but before I can shoot something back, a familiar voice cuts through the growing tension.
Why don't you lovely ladies come out here and mingle with the rest of us unfortunate souls?
Aaron is peering through the brush, still drip-drying from the fountain as his skin returns from blue to warm olive, while Hickory and Alice stand inquisitively behind him. Wishing to get as far away as possible from her spoiled highness, I emerge, and Vale reluctantly follows. Now out in the clearing, all of us stand in a circle. All 5 rivals together for the first time, eyeing each other.
Good to see you're out of your stuffy room,
Aaron comments to me.
Any trouble with the guards?
Actually, there weren't any. I halt at his smirk. Wait, did you get rid of them?
I may have strongly suggested they take a nice long walk.
Aaron shrugs casually. I grin in thanks, but Vale looks between us with a scowl. Hickory, Alice, This is Lady Quintessa of Greymarrow, the vagrant. She grits her teeth, motioning to me in feigned courtesy. She obviously wants to make sure everyone knows who I am, what I am. Surprisingly, Hickory's good eye lights up.
Ah, yes, Captain Shade.
He offers his hand amicably, but it awkwardly lands off to my right. I reach for it and give it a shake, appreciating his use of my pirate title.
Forgive me.
He laughs.
Depth perception is not my strong suit. Must be why I tend to stick to two-dimensional planes.
He motions back toward his canvas. Despite my usual distrust of kobolds, I smile back. His easy demeanor reminds me of Gaius even more. My heart twists. Please, call me Quinn. The politeness in my voice surprises even me, but I find myself wanting to keep it up. This is what Gaius would have done. He would have been diplomatic instead of cutthroat. If I'm going to truly honor my brother, I have to play the part. Alice holds her hand out to me next, though her face is void of any readable emotion. I hesitate. I have no reason to trust Vale, but if Alice's gloves don't do the job, I don't want to find out firsthand if the rumors about her death grip are true. I glance at Vale, but she shrugs as if to say, "It's your funeral." Alice's mouth purses as she starts to retract her gesture, but I shoot my hand forward and grab hers with a firm grip, relieved when I don't drop dead. "It's Alice, right?" I ask. She nods, her rigid stance slightly relaxing. But just as quickly, she flinches and yanks her hand back as if I'm the one who's hurt her. I rub my hands together to subtly check. I didn't feel the heat rise, and my palms are cool. What was that?
You look confused,
Aaron says with an amused expression. I look from Alice to the rest of them. Honestly, I expected you all to be at each other's throats. They let out a chorus of snickers, giving each other strange smiles. Oh, we all hate each other's guts, Vale assures me, hand on her hip. But there's too much history between our families to act like animals. At least in public arenas. History? I rack my brain, trying to recall if I met any of them before I ran away.
It must have been a year or two after you disappeared,
Hickory says.
When we reached mentoring age, we all began formal training as future clan leaders. Our parents even brought us along to the Queen's council meetings. That is, until the gatherings became more, let's just say, uncivilized.
You could say that again, hence the council completely disbanding. Aaron crosses his arms. Our parents get to act like spoiled imps, threatening war and uprising. But we're not allowed to say boo to each other. Alice grimaces in agreement. I picture them as fresh younglings, privy to the ever-growing tensions between the clan leaders. But I know one face is missing from their usual company today. You all knew my brother, then? I ask softly. Their countenances drop. Hickory nods solemnly, his eyes softening.
What happened to Gaius was a tragedy.
Alice bites her lip, and Aaron nods slowly, avoiding my gaze. I let their condolences wash over me, grateful. Until Vale scoffs. Oh, please.
Vale,
Aaron scolds. Oh, come on, Aaron, she says. You can't tell me you weren't relieved with one less competitor to challenge. Not that Gaius was a real threat to begin with. I know she's trying to get to me, but my fist still tightens around the fruit in my hand. The juice is oozing over my fingers. The others look apologetic, but Vale's words make me question their sincerity. No disrespect to the dead Lady Greymarrow. Vale bows mockingly. But don't let these sad faces fool you. We weren't friends, and you couldn't have cared about him much either. I grit my teeth, grasping for composure. Princess or not, who does she think she is? You don't know anything about me. A warning rises in my voice. You're right, she shrugs. All I know is that you only cared to come back after he was gone And you could take his crown. For all we know, you killed him yourself. Something inside me snaps. I throw down the fruit and extend my wings, lunging in her direction with a warrior-like yell. Vale's eyes go wide, bracing herself as I come crashing down on her. Without weapons, we throw punches, mine hitting harder and more accurately, of course, yelling as we pull at each other's hair like little sprites. The others rush to break us up, but we don't yield.
Enough!
A commanding Pixie voice echoes through the garden. We freeze. A circle of sylph soldiers surrounds us with swords drawn and ready. We stand, brushing ourselves off in embarrassment. But Vale and I glare at each other, silently vowing that this isn't over. One of the guards steps forward.
You have been summoned. Please follow us.
We obey, but his voice is not the one that stopped us before. I look around for who commanded such attention. Before we disappear into the castle, I spot her on a balcony. Or at least her back. Her cape is a blur of purple as she retreats into the shadows. The Queen. The Queen's Hall is the grandest room yet. Footsteps echo off the walls up the tall pillars and high ceilings, as all 5 of us make our way across the marble tile. At the far end, 3 tall windows line the wall, highlighting the grand sky city outside and the gleaming white throne in front of us. Out of its back grow elegant white branches that reach up and outward with a flock of birds perched within them. They ruffle their feathers at our approach. Below them, sitting poised in all her glory, is Queen Gwendolyn. From the stories, I imagined her face would be cold and haggard, the visage of a terrifying tyrant. Taking in her presence now, she's indeed powerful, but also stunning. From her golden blonde hair to her light skin, she shines like a star standing out from the darkening sky behind her. With Vale's fiery red hair and freckled skin, I can barely tell Queen Gwendolyn is her mother, save for the same tilted smile creeping up in the corner of her mouth. Vale obviously takes more after her father, the late Sylph King. As we approach, we're guided by our escorts into an arc around the throne. The other 4 take a knee, and a guard touches the tip of his blade to my back, giving me the hint that it isn't optional. I drop down as well, but sneak a glance upward as the Queen stands to greet us. She's tall like Vale, almost as tall as the rest of her guards, and she commands complete attention.
Welcome, all of you,
she says warmly, motioning for us to rise.
You've been summoned here for a great honor, to compete for the crown on my head.
She touches it lightly before gracefully folding her hands. Though she knows the hatred the other clans have for her, there isn't a touch of resentment in her voice. But I've learned not to trust first impressions. Everyone is always hiding something. As she descends the dais steps, a dove flies from her throne and lands on her shoulder. Picking a seed from a pocket in her gown, she feeds the bird and strokes its head as she walks down the line of us, starting with her daughter. Vale straightens under her stare, her reverence and admiration evident in every muscle.
In the first era of our kind, the clans decided who would rule through a series of trials. Each of the 5 trials focused on one etho: knowledge, beauty, life, creativity, or strength. All 5 formed the collective Ethia. Our ancestors wisely decided that the clan leader who proved to be the master of the Ethia would be crowned king or queen of the Fae. And so, each clan created its own trial for the heirs to pass. She stops in front of Hickory as she reaches for the amulet hanging around her neck, playing with the crystal gem on the chain. And why have we not held this competition for over a millennium?
She asks the history expert.
Hickory straightens. After the Sylph Lord defeated the Numa, they peacefully did away with it.
Correct. The Queen continues.
Sadly, peace is dwindling more every day.
Never in Phelan's history have we Fae been at such odds with each other. Thus, the clans have decided to resurrect this ancient event in the hopes that we can circumvent war, settling once and for all which clan is worthy to rule. She pauses, brows knitting together. But this time, it will be the Ethodine to end all Ethodines. Each clan has agreed. Whichever heir wins will secure their rule permanently. No more grumbling or talk of uprising or war. In fact, the losing heirs will show their allegiance by pledging a blood oath and handing over their moonstone to the winner. My eyes grow wide. I can't believe the clan lords have agreed to such humiliating and intense conditions. Spilling their own blood in honor of another clan? Losing their most sacred stones of power forever? But the Queen isn't done. I also warn you to be just as concerned with your diplomacy as with your training. Whoever wins the throne will also gain the power to dispose of any difficult clan leaders they so choose and select another more agreeable faerie from that clan to rule instead. I swallow hard. No wonder my father is so desperate to win. Without me to compete, he's already lost everything. Potentially even our family's claim to the Gwyllian throne. With me, he and our family line could rule all of Phelan, forever unchallenged. Over the course of the next 5 weeks, the Queen continues, we will travel to the different provinces for each round of the competition, beginning here in Eldor, and ending in Greymarrow. The Queen stops in front of me, looking deep into my eyes. Even the beady eyes of the dove on her shoulder seem to watch me carefully. I glare back. The fact that she allowed me to take Gaius's place is the reason I've been dragged into this. But the Queen only smiles before returning to her throne, the train of her purple gown trailing behind her. You will have a few days in each province for final training, but once a trial has commenced, there is no turning back. At the end of each round, you will be ranked by that particular trial's standards, awarding you points based on your ranking, and at the end of the Ethodine, we will have a new ruler of Phelan. Her eyes grow soft. I must warn you, however. The Ethodine is not for the faint of heart. It will stretch you in every way. And, unfortunately, I cannot guarantee you will all survive. Hickory shifts uncomfortably, while Aaron shoots a side glance at Vale. Even Alice's mouth parts in surprise before she clamps it closed again. They've been trained with a royal education, but also pampered and cared for their whole lives. I, on the other hand, have taken care of myself since I was a sprite. Even with parents, it is the Gwyllian way to make their young strong. At least I have that going for me. That being said, there are rules set for your protection. While you will be at odds during each trial, you will not show aggression otherwise. I expect her to glance my way, but instead she gives Vale a look of warning. Vale lowers her eyes to the floor. You will be escorted to training sessions and meals, and your rooms will be guarded at night. But you will not be constantly monitored. You are old enough to take care of yourselves. If you are found to have attacked or harmed any of your fellow competitors off the battlefield, you will be disqualified and sent home in shame. Now her gaze lands on me. Your first challenge will take place at the end of this week. All I can tell you is that it will require a thorough knowledge of our world and history. I send you off to the Royal Library to begin your studies. You'll surely need it if you wish to survive. Chapter 16. As we walk through the gilded doors of the Royal Library, they open to reveal a vast area filled with rows upon rows of bookcases. 3 levels of them line the room on either side of us, connected by grand, winding stairs, though many sylphs seem to prefer flying from level to level instead. As we walk past scribes scrawling away at wooden desks, the smell of parchment and ink fills the air. Ouch! I yelp as something whacks the back of my head. An owl with a heavy book in its talons flies over me. It lands on one of the scribe's desks next to a raven and a dove. Oh yes, do watch out for the parakeets, Vale smirks. Well-trained keepers of the library, but not always the most considerate flyers. Thanks for the heads up, I mutter crossly, rubbing the bump growing on my head. I keep an eye out for more flying vermin as I survey the space and notice this is much more than just a library. Above us, the sky spans the entire ceiling behind a pattern of glass panes where puffy clouds and flying vessels pass by. Thankfully, the panes are tinted just enough to let the scene in, but keep extreme heat out. A series of terraces punctures an outer wall for outdoor viewing.
Happy studying,
Hickory says as he flies off to one of them. A few sylph apprentices peer up from their telescopes, shooting him irritated looks at the invasion, but Hickory's too busy gazing over the city to notice. He leans on the rail and pulls out a sketchbook and quill from the canvas satchel slung across his body. I guess he'll be leaving his studies for later, though as far as I can tell, he may not need it as much as the rest of us. Obviously, neither does Vale. She'd much rather order us around. Go on now. She waves dismissively toward the shelves. You'll find the books and study areas that way. I hold my ground in protest, but Alice doesn't seem bothered by Vale's tone in the least. She promptly turns and flies to the second floor, where a flock of parakeets pause in organizing the shelves to let her pass. Some of them abandon their duties to flutter after her. Interesting pixie, that one. Sighing at the overwhelming number of options, I look for a place to start as Vale steps closer to Aaron. Unless anyone would like a personal tour? She asks him, a suggestive smirk pulling at her mouth.
I'm good, thanks.
Aaron shoves his hands into the pockets of his breeches and takes off toward the first level of stacks. Vale huffs and turns her focus to a wall of shelves ahead, filled with not only books, but also bottles and vials of all shapes and sizes. The area is sectioned off by a half wall where students hunch over tables of ceramic cups and rounded, long-necked flasks filled with strange, bubbling substances. Gray-haired sylphs in professors' robes loom around them, doling out instructions. The potions section is restricted to approved staff and students only. Vale eyes me as if daring me to follow. You may look, but not enter. No vagrants allowed. My lips twist into a scowl as I watch her take the pouch of herbs she gathered in the garden from her belt and flutter over the half wall. As she approaches two of the professors, they bow low and beam at her findings. I turn to leave, but pause in front of a nearby bookcase when snickers from a table just over the wall find my ears. Vale thinks she's so smart, grumbles a pixie, fidgeting with the pink bow around her high-collared blouse, matching her pink-tinted feathers. I can't wait to see her face when I finally surpass her in marks this semester.
And how do you plan to do that?
One of the pucks whispers, peering through spectacles as he pours a powdered substance into his beaker. I've been staying up till sunrise for a week studying, but you'd never know it. Making sure their professors aren't around, the pixie plucks what appears to be a compact perfume bottle from her clutch. I swiped this from the professor's private stash. One spray of this puts me right into a deep sleep for a single hour, but when I wake, I feel like I've slept all night.
Brilliant,
murmurs the puck as the others nod emphatically.
More like brilliantly boring.
I roll my eyes. All that intelligence, and that's what she chooses to use it for? No longer intrigued, I turn back to the bookcases. I'm not sure where to start, so I randomly grab texts from each stack I pass, ranging on topics from Phelan history and celestial bodies to the art of potions and other self-magic. For a brief moment, I wonder if there's any information on an ability like mine amidst all of these records. I shrug off the idea. If nothing else, at least these will be effective in putting me to sleep. Finding a table near a window, I crack open the first one on Sylph Society and their city's construction. As I predicted, it isn't long until I find myself rereading the same sections over and over, jumping from book to book for anything that will keep my attention. The words are blurring together and barely anything is sticking in my brain. There aren't even any interesting pictures. Eventually, I slam the book in my hand shut and push it away. This is impossible. I could study all day and never learn enough. How do I even know if any of this will come up during the trial? I stand to put back the books where I found them, but I'm too turned around in the maze of stacks. I look up and down the aisle I'm in. With no one in sight, I place the books randomly on a shelf they obviously don't belong on. Then, an idea hits me. I might not be able to beat the others in knowledge, but it would definitely be harder for them to study if they can't find the books they're looking for. Quietly, I walk up and down the stacks, pulling out random texts and purposely reshelving them in the wrong spots. As I remove one at eye level, Aaron's face appears behind it.
"What are you doing?"
he asks. I fumble with the text in my hand and nearly drop it. Trying not to have a heart attack, no thanks to you.
"You know the parakeets are just going to reorganize those later," he says. "They scour the shelves each night to make sure everything is where it belongs."
I knew that, I say, keeping my inner grumbling to myself. Stupid birds. One less reason to care about where they go then, right? I force the book back on the shelf, covering his face. I turn to leave the aisle, but he pops out right in front of me, startling me again. Will you stop doing that?
So skittish all of a sudden.
Aaron observes me with a smirk. Well, getting jumped in a dark Shree alleyway might have something to do with it. Not to mention Moonface's threats to watch my back. I cross my arms. Aaron frowns.
Right. Well, whoever they were, I'm sure they won't be able to get all the way up here.
He nods to the bookcases.
I'm guessing the studying isn't going very well?
Not even a little bit, I say, wiping dust from one of the spines. Aaron leans against the bookcase, watching me with curiosity. What?
Nothing. It's just interesting seeing how different you are.
I raise a brow at him, and he clarifies.
From Gaius, I mean. He seemed to like this place. He was always...
His voice tapers off, his eyes dropping from my face.
Sorry, I didn't mean to...
That's okay, I say softly, picturing Gaius, my twin yet opposite in every way, walking the same stacks. It's actually kind of nice hearing someone talk about him like he's still...
Here?
Aaron finishes. Yeah, I say, appreciating that he didn't use the word alive. You know, he'd never admit it to our father, but he actually really enjoyed books and learning about the world outside our province. I can still picture him begging me to let him finish one more page before we started training, making me promise not to tell Faden.
You miss him?
Aaron nods. Well, of course I miss him. I start with an edge to my words. But the truth dies on my lips. An ache settles in my chest as I put a hand to the empty holster in my belt. The nightmare of Gaius handing me our twin blades flashes in my mind. The daggers that were taken from me were the last things I had of his.
Oh. I see.
Aaron's voice is soft, perhaps tainted with guilt. Now he knows why I pleaded for them in Dunestone. He takes a step toward me.
I'm sorry, Quinn. I didn't know.
It's fine. I draw back, shrugging it off, though the ache in my chest grows. Gaius should be the one that's here, not me. I don't belong here. How in Phelan did I think I could do this in his stead? I should go. I brush past Aaron before he can stop me and rush out the library doors into the hallway, never wanting to go back there again. Yet another place for Gaius to haunt me. Marching down the hallways back to my room, I turn a corner and halt as a chorus of arguing voices flow through a large archway. It's the loudest, most boisterous sound I've heard since entering Eldor. Finally, something interesting is happening. Taking a tentative step through, I enter a shallow hall that opens into the same outdoor stadium I saw when I first arrived. Staying in the shadows, I notice the 5 stone platforms that were under construction are now complete. Above, the lowest rows of stadium seats are filled with shouting sylph nobles, the tassels of their purple and gold sashes fluttering in the wind. Ahead of me, the Queen stands with one of the nobles at a podium, one word chiseled into the wall above them. Cogniseum. Surprisingly, I recognize the word from one of the books in the library. If I remember right, this is where events like Sylph Court, academic lectures, and intellectual debates are held. Well, look at that. I guess I did learn something.
Order! We will have order!
The lead noble commands through a long bullhorn.
We will have order when Her Highness explains how pixie dust is continually disappearing from the royal treasury.
One calls out from another horn stationed in the stands.
Or what we're going to do about our wilting vegetation during this moonrain drought.
A contingent shouts their agreements as another speaks up from the other side of the stadium.
Why are we rewarding the other clan's insolence with a chance at the crown?
Yes,
another agrees.
And how does she plan to keep the gnolls from returning to Eldor when the other clans enter our borders for the first trial? Our city has been without infection for 5 years by holding our borders firm, and it only took one Gwyllian prince to bring it back to our doorstep.
I cringe at the mention of my brother and the ever-growing onslaught of questions. I look back to the lead noble and the Queen, wondering how they plan to bring such a ruckus to order. If I were in charge, I would have already drawn my blades, challenging anyone to speak one more word. But the Queen has patiently listened to their grievances with the same poise she displayed in the Great Hall. Now she holds out her hand to the noble with the horn, who gladly relinquishes it to her.
Unless your desire is for war to be at our doorstep next, the Ethodine is our best option,
the Queen says calmly.
The Knowles incident was successfully isolated. There's been no spread, and those that are cleared to visit for the trial will be screened before they enter. Finally, I assure you, those who have been stealing from the royal coffers will be found and severely punished. In fact, we have a fresh batch of new recruits ready to triple our ranks and security.
She motions above her as a ship flies in from above, landing in the middle of the stadium. The nobles quietly lean forward as 10 rows of sylph younglings in violet uniforms swoop out on their feathered wings in practice formation. They land in perfect lines, inspected by more seasoned guards as the nobles murmur and nod approvingly. Though these young soldiers are not nearly as tough-looking as Gwyllian ones, the sight reminds me of standing in similar lines with Gaius as the Gwyllian guard tore us a new one over our performance each day. 2 of the senior guards stride toward me, taking a post near the Cogniseum entrance, and I draw further back into the shadows.
Did you hear?
One bumps the other with his elbow.
New recruits will be taking the midnight shift tonight.
Perfect, sighs the other, stifling a yawn.
I needed some good news today.
I grin as an idea takes hold, my mind shifting from preparing to plotting. Me too. Chapter 17. Back in my room, I keep myself busy until the dead of night. Gathering the tasseled ropes that tie my curtains, I place them on the bed and pace back and forth for a few other items I'll need. The last thing I want is to drift off to sleep. I'm not sure what I fear more, the nightmare of Phelan in ruins returning, or spending another night without protection. I got distracted earlier, but I can't wait any longer. It's time to get my weapons back. Aaron can't get rid of the guard outside my room this time, but at least whoever it is will be new and won't be expecting me. Fueled by the visions of Gaius and pumping adrenaline, I swing my chamber door open.
What the?
The guard on duty goes for his sword, but I'm faster. Flying toward him, I press my finger to a pressure point in his neck that Maverick taught me. I swipe the blade from his scabbard as he collapses to the floor. Best to leave no sign of injury if something goes wrong. Still, with my opponent down and a real weapon in my hand, I'm alive again. This sword isn't nearly as well crafted as my own, but it'll do for now. I drag the guard into my room, hastily tying him to the bedpost and dressing in his garb. I've impersonated a sylph before. I can do it again. I pull my curls back into a tight braid and adjust my uniform in the mirror. Grabbing the guard's keys, I lock the door behind me. With the night shift underway, there's barely anyone in sight except for a few servants. Still, as I make my way down familiar stairs and hallways, I keep my hand on the hilt of the stolen sword and nod courteously to the few I pass. Finally, I reach the armory door with 2 new sylph recruits standing guard. I know it's the middle of the night, but frankly, I'm insulted they don't have more guards on duty, knowing there's a pirate under their roof. Oh well, makes things easier for me. The shorter of the 2 eyes me curiously as I approach, but I stride over to him with confidence. "I've been sent to relieve you." I lay on the sylph accent thick, saluting him as I've seen other sylphs do. He lifts a brow and looks at his pal. "We just got here not half an hour ago." I shrug, racing to remember Moonface's real name. "Jasper says he wants to see you immediately. It sounded urgent, and he didn't look happy." Thankfully, the guard's face turns from skepticism to panic, and he flies down the hall.
"He's in the dungeons!"
I add with urgency, chuckling to myself. And sylphs are supposed to be the smartest of us all. "What's so funny?" The remaining guard eyes me, still not buying my act. Good. "You know, I think it's this perfume I bought in town today," I say, pulling out a tiny pink bottle from my pocket. "Ever since the first spray, I can't stop laughing." The guard takes a step back, but I've already puffed a cloud in his face. He blinks rapidly as it dissipates, and for a moment I fear it won't do anything but make him sneeze. But then his body goes slack and falls forward into my arms. "See, I just can't stop." I snicker again, lowering him to the floor, silently thanking the Pixie I tracked down and stole the potion spray off earlier. Taking the ring of keys from my victim's belt, I hurriedly try each one on the bolted door. The last one finally snaps into place, and I drag the young guard in with me. Walking into the armory is like walking into a Gwyllian's dream. Blades and daggers, bows and axes of every size and material line the walls. And standing out from all the rest, clearly made by the best Gwyllian welders, are my weapons. I fly toward them, sifting through the collection of knives and other small weapons Faden gave me before I left Greymarrow. My hands run over them tenderly. My oldest and dearest friends, you'd never betray me. After my inspection, however, 2 very important pieces are missing. Where are the daggers? "Don't move," a gruff voice calls from the doorway. I curse. I was so excited I forgot to close the door behind me. "You," Moonface snarls, pointing his sword in my direction. "I should have known it was you. Don't you ever give up?" "Never." I grab 2 of my knives and sling them at him, but his feathered wings shoot him up out of range, and he lunges toward me. I need a weapon to match his blade, so I grab the nearest broadsword off the wall and release my own wings to meet him. The sound of steel twangs through the air, filling the armory. "Where are my daggers, you imp? What did you do with them?" "I have no idea what you're talking about." His brows knit with rage as boots sound from the corridor. I'm about to be overrun. I have to get out of here. Fast. I swipe at an opening in Moonface's stance. He dodges, and I fly toward the door, only to come face to face with the Queen herself and a dozen of her guards. Blast! I lower my sword and surrender. "I was about to bring her to you, Your Highness," Moonface explains breathlessly. "I believe she was trying to make a run for it." His dirty mitts are on my things again. My fingertips prick with heat, and I wince. I glare at him before turning pleading eyes to the Queen. Even with her night clothes and crownless head, she looks regal and powerful, a sword of her own in her hand. Her face is firm, but she stares at me as if waiting for my side of the story. "I wasn't trying to run away, I swear." I say, though I have no credibility to stand on. And I wasn't stealing. Those weapons are mine, and I want them returned.
Do you really expect us to let an armed pirate stroll about the palace?
Moonface scoffs. The other guards chuckle. The Queen does not. I plead directly with her again. Please, Your Majesty. I bow, desperate. You say we're not supposed to attack each other, but if anyone comes after me, I have no defense. All the other competitors grew up learning their magic, but those, I point to my weapons. Those are my magic. Of course, I also have flames that spontaneously burst from my hands, but I have no real control over them or the excruciating pain they cause. I have no desire to do anything but stuff them down and pretend they don't exist. My weapons are my true power. I hold my breath. It's the Queen's turn. This is her domain. She has the power to jail me, execute me on the spot, or worse, send me back to my father. Finally, the Queen nods to Moonface, who gives her a satisfied smile and returns my weapons to the armory shelves. I sigh, staring longingly after my darlings.
Quinn.
The Queen's gentle voice brings me back. I blink at her, thrown off by her use of my nickname.
I've heard that's what you prefer to be called. Take a walk with me.
She motions down the hallway. Assuming the alternative could be the dungeons, I follow. Returning her sword to the sheath at her side, she leads me down the corridor and outside to the same garden I'd been in only hours ago. Moonlit and completely quiet now, it's as if even the plants are asleep, swaying in the evening breeze, casting shadows. In all my years on the sea, I've never seen the stars so big and bright before. The moons appear close enough to touch. But the Queen isn't looking at the sky. She brushes a hand along the plants and herbs as she walks.
There are many rumors about how I came to power, Captain. But I want you to know the real story.
I'm about to ask why, but for once I keep my mouth shut. There's something about the Queen's presence, how she carries herself, that holds my attention.
As you've probably heard, I didn't grow up in the Sylph Court as most queens do. I grew up in Shree. My father was a Sylph guard while my mother learned the Dryad ways and became a Sylph medic. She always loved studying plants and herbs. She pauses to pluck a dead leaf from a vine. When my father died on duty, my mother began bringing me to the palace as her assistant in serving the royal family. A particularly aggressive wave of the Knowles plague had just begun. Even the king couldn't escape it. Tending to him is where I met his 3 sons, Marcus, Leto, and Caleb.
Unexpectedly, feelings developed between Marcus and me. It was young love between 2 fairies who didn't have any business being together. But Marcus didn't care. Our wedding day was the most wonderful event. The moonlight floods her skin, making it appear as if she's reverted to her youngling age along with the memory. But her sparkling eyes soon grow vacant and far off. It was wonderful, of course, until Marcus's father collapsed in my arms at the reception. It's then that I remember this marriage doesn't have a happy ending. She turns into the shadows to walk along a line of rose bushes. I hurry to follow, needing to hear what happened next.
In one day, I became not only a princess, but also queen of all Phelan. A whirlwind of mourning and preparing for my new life all at the same time. Marcus, being the hopeless romantic he was, spent more time talking about us running away together than taking care of the kingdom. I loved him, but I also grew to resent him as I took up the responsibilities he let fall by the wayside.
Leto was always lurking in the shadow of his brother, wanting the crown, and, as I was to find out later, also wanting me. So when Marcus died of the plague as well, Leto didn't waste any time proposing, promising to be a better ruler and husband than his brother. I didn't love Leto, but I had nowhere else to go. I accepted his proposal. Leto was a hard king, ruling with an iron fist. The more I found out about his true self, the more I spoke up against him, and the less I wanted to give him an heir. This infuriated him, and in a rage he admitted to exposing Marcus to the plague in order to gain the crown and me, threatening that I would be next. I could only sit back as Phelan stood at his mercy. The clans hated him as much as I did, so when an assassin poisoned his goblet, I wasn't surprised. This time, however, I wasn't alone. In my estrangement from Leto, his youngest brother Caleb had grown into a strapping young puck who served in his brother's army. Only a couple years younger than me, Caleb could see where both of his brothers had failed as kings and husbands. When he was home, we'd take long walks through this very garden. When he was away, we wrote letters in code, sharing information, but also sharing our hearts. After Leto passed, Caleb returned to mourn his brother and proposed to me. In marrying the third brother, however, there were no loud celebrations. Many thought I killed off the previous two myself and somehow enchanted Caleb, only to dispose of him too, so I could rule alone. The Queen looks away, but I can see the tears welling in her eyes. I had nothing to do with Caleb's death. In fact, I begged him not to return to patrolling with his troop. But as much as he loved me, he missed the life of a soldier. And I think, after experiencing so much loss, he was afraid to fully let anyone in. Queen Gwendolyn trails off. The day he left, something told me I would never see him again. And a month later, after I got the news he'd been slain in battle, I found out I was pregnant with Vale. Like many of Wit's stories, I'm caught up in this one until the very end. If she's telling the truth, the tales about her have been blown way out of proportion. Before me isn't the strong queen from the Great Hall, but a young Pixie trying to figure out her place in the world. Not unlike myself. Your Majesty, I begin softly, finding new admiration for this royal. Why tell me this story? Why not just punish me and send me on my way? Queen Gwendolyn gives me a small smile. We are not so different, you and I. We are both powerful, great leaders. And yet we want to be free. I swallow hard. It's scary how much she's right. Tonight, you demonstrated impressive cleverness and ambition. I know you don't want the throne any more than anyone wants you on it. So, I have a proposition for you. You mean a bribe? I draw back, my guard up again. I should have known this was coming. More of a bargain. One where we both get what we truly desire. She smiles. Vale is the obvious choice for the crown, and I am confident she will excel in this competition. As Vale was meant to be the future ruler of Phelan, I have personally ensured she's been trained in every royal responsibility and ethos since she was a sprite. Except one. She looks to the stars. I'm sure you can see why I never taught her to fight. I never wanted her to have a reason to go to war like her father. But now, I worry for her success in the final Gwyllian challenge. I want you to train her well enough to defeat the others. Even you. I take a moment to process. She wants me to train her daughter? To help her beat me at the only thing I excel at. I try to imagine Vale going through the same training exercises I took my crew through, complaining and insulting me all the while. Me struggling to even be in the same room without wanting to knock her out. I scowl. And what good will that do me? I cross my arms, ready to turn her down. If you accept, she says slowly, I will have Vale make sure you're ready for all the other phases of the competition. Your survival will be as important to me as hers. If Vale succeeds in surpassing the other competitors in the Gwyllian trial of strength, including you, I'll ensure that Vale releases you from your responsibility to the Gwyllion throne and bestows full immunity for your past crimes. If all goes well, you'll have a clean slate, your freedom, and the ability to return to your ship and crew. I hesitate, mentally combing through every aspect of her deal. If I do this, not only will I gain my freedom, but I'll also still technically fulfill my vow to enter the competition, all without having to become Queen of Phelan or ruler of Greymarrow in the end. But what will I do after everything is over? My head falls, the sting of Wit's betrayal hitting me again.
I'm not sure I'll be able to return to my ship.
Quinn, my dear. The Queen lifts my chin to meet her eyes. I search her face for agitation, but there's only concern. I know you grew up with only a father to raise you, so let me give you some motherly advice. I find myself leaning forward, waiting to hear what she has to say. Is this what it's like to have a mother? Or even just a parent who cares? Everyone has their place in the machine. Each clan and faerie has their position in the cog of life. But you don't need anyone else to make it in this world. If your crew has rejected you, you'll find a way to rise above and start afresh. Warmth spreads through my chest as she speaks, and I'm suddenly unafraid of the future. I want to be the Pixie she sees. Perhaps we are more alike than I thought. Perhaps, like me, she's just misunderstood. I'm about to speak when Gaius's face appears in my mind, and I hesitate. Gaius wouldn't want me to represent him in the Ethodine this way. But surely he couldn't fault me for getting what I want out of this as well. Maybe this is what I'm best at. Being a pirate, making crooked deals, surviving. But before I can start over, I need a bit more from the Queen. And right now, she has more to gain than I have to lose. I have a stipulation. I want my weapons returned to me now, plus enough riches to purchase a Sylph flying ship and hire a new crew when I've secured Vale's victory. Maybe that much could afford me some revenge. I stand a little taller. These are my terms. Take them, and we have a deal. I like your spunk, Captain. The Queen smirks as she considers me. Prove to me you can behave yourself this week, no more knocking out my guards and stealing their clothes, and I will consider returning your weapons. As for a new ship and crew, make sure my Vale wins, and you will have your reward. Chapter 18. This is ridiculous, Vale mutters under her breath. Both her red ponytail and knee-length dress with gold trim furiously swish behind her as I follow through the corridor. Not a speck of garden dirt on her today. She finally looks like the princess I expected. Once in her chambers, Vale walks to the back of the room, approaching a pair of double doors near her bed. As she throws them open, I expect to see a walk-in closet arrayed with rows of frilly dresses. Instead, we stand in a tall room of floor-to-ceiling bookcases with a white-stained desk and 2 purple-cushioned chairs in the center. Her own private library. I shouldn't be surprised. Vale has been charged by her mother to help me study in secret so that no one will know she's helping me. Staring at the looming bookcases around us, I try not to feel intimidated. While this is a room Wit would drool over, I know that there's no way I can memorize all this information in just a few days. Not even with Vale's help. I sit at the desk already piled high with books. Vale glares at me, no longer trying to hide her disdain with any amount of tact. You know, I could probably pass this trial without studying at all. Instead, I'm stuck here with you. She obviously likes the idea about as much as I do. You really think you're that smart, huh? I cross my arms. Vale shrugs. I'm first in my class every year. I've practically memorized every book in this room. She motions to the walls of bookcases with a raised brow. I whistle, feigning an overly impressed look, though I really am. I don't see what the big deal with this trial is, I deflect, flipping through a few pages of a book before tossing it to the side. If I don't finish first in this one, it's not like answering a few trivial questions wrong is life or death. That's what they'd like you to think. Vale smirks. Her white feathered wings lift her into the air until she reaches the top shelves. Never forget, underestimating a sylph is to truly beg for death. She thumbs through a line of book spines, dusting off the jackets as she goes, and pulls one out before returning to the ground. She plops the book in front of me, and I read the title. How to Kill Without Getting Caught. We literally wrote the book on it. She smiles. In spite of myself, I grin. This is a book I could definitely be into. But as I reach for it, Vale pulls it back, wagging a finger and clicking her tongue. Wouldn't want you getting any new ideas on that subject. It's all the others we need to focus on. She places the book on a shelf behind her, then spins around with intensity. Let's start with something that should be easier for you, shall we? How many moons do we have, and what are their names? Well, I picture the sky at night, but Vale doesn't wait for my answer. In what year did the first Ethodine occur? I hesitate again, my brain spinning. How many grams of pixie dust can a kobold be exposed to before slipping into insanity, as exposed to any other fairy kind? Not wanting to miss another question, I throw out a guess. 4. From Vale's expression, I can tell I wasn't even close. She collapses into the chair across from me, flinging her hands up. Didn't you have any kind of schooling before throwing your life away to piracy? Wasn't really my thing. I huff, frustrated as well as bored out of my mind. Half our schooling was in the art of swordplay, weapon welding, and iron casting. You know, the important stuff. Vale sighs. This is going to be a lot harder than I thought. Good thing I came prepared. She pulls a vial out of her pocket and shakes it vigorously before placing it on the desk between us. What is it? I peer curiously at the slimy green substance swishing around in the bottle. It's called Knotting Potion, Vale says with a glint in her eye. It helps you retain massive amounts of information at a time. After drinking it, you have about an hour to read or listen to whatever you wish to remember. Normally, someone who takes it can retain what they've learned for only the following day. But this concentrated dose should allow you to keep the information in that sorry head of yours until the end of the week. Should? I ask, still eyeing the vial with suspicion. Why don't all the competitors use it? Because not everyone is as smart as I am. Concocting this stuff isn't easy, you know. You made this stuff? I lift it off the desk, observing it from all sides. I am a master at many things, Vale says, lifting her chin with pride. Like any sylph, I love the study of the sun, the moon, and the stars. I have quite the knack for ancient languages as well. But potions are my specialty. There's nothing more enjoyable than spending a day in the sun, gathering rare herbs in the garden, and experimenting with them late into the night. You've really got to get out more. I uncap the bottle, take a quick whiff, and hold back a gag at the putrid scent. How do I know this isn't poison? Vale's smile widens. Only one way to find out. I weigh my odds. There's no question I'm not Vale's favorite person. But she'll also have to deal with her mother's wrath, never mind being banned from the Ethodine, if she kills me. Besides, Vale still needs me to train her for the trial of strength. At least, I hope that's how she sees it. Tired of debating my odds, I gulp the sticky liquid down as fast as I can. Choking on its acidic taste, I wait. I don't feel any different. Vale rolls her eyes, tosses a book in front of me titled A History of Sylph Culture, and opens it to the first page. Wait for it. Immediately, the words start whizzing by my eyes so fast it makes me dizzy. Even crazier, I'm retaining what I'm reading. All of it. I flip the page, then again, and again. My focus only breaks when Vale rips the book away and stares at me with a smile. Okay, what is a sylph youngling's main subject of study? The orbiting sun, moons, and stars, and their effect on our world and weather patterns. I say without a second thought. Good. How many types of plants are grown in the royal gardens alone? Including edible vegetation? Yes. 10,745. Excellent. Vale beams. All sylph wings are most similar to that of birds. Which bird's feathers did the great King Zor's wings resemble most? A phoenix. Vale snaps the book closed, beaming with a triumphant smirk. And that's how it's done. This stuff is amazing. My brain is still buzzing with all the information, my pulse racing. You use it too? Please. Vale laughs, tapping her temple. This brain is a library of information all on its own. You don't mess with perfection. The real question is, are you okay with cheating your way through this one?
Pirate.
I point to myself. We both laugh. It might have actually been a pleasant moment if not for the footsteps we hear coming toward the door. Vale and I go still, watching the entrance. It could be the Queen coming to check on us, but if we're found by the wrong faerie, we're in deep weeds. The door creaks open, and I hold my breath as Hickory casually walks in. I freeze, but Vale exhales with a wave of her hand. Oh, it's just you. I'm busy at the moment. Go away now. Hickory lets out a light chuckle.
It's really hysterical how you think you can order me around like one of your servants.
Hickory holds out the book in his hands to her.
Just making a return.
It wasn't an order, Vale protests, snatching the book from him. Just a strong suggestion. It's Hickory's turn to roll his good eye, which then settles on me curiously. A bead of perspiration rolls down my face. I'm nervous about Vale and I getting caught, but I also feel warmer than usual. At first, I'm afraid my fire ability is going to spontaneously make an appearance, but this feels different. Perhaps perspiration is how the potion works its way out of my system. Either way, it's definitely making me look guilty. I've only just begun this charade, and I'm already done for. I look to Vale. Why isn't she freaking out too? Instead of asking why I'm here like any normal faerie might do, Hickory sniffs the air, following his nose until he's right in front of me. Completely disregarding my personal space, he leans in. Can I help you? I press up against the back of my chair.
I had a question,
he says, still inspecting me while addressing Vale.
But I can see you're busy. I'll come back later.
And with that, he leaves. The door clicks shut behind him. Very odd, that one. Vale confirms my exact thought, still seemingly unconcerned. I nod at the book Hickory returned to her. Are you helping all the competitors pass the trial? Don't you think that's a little counterintuitive? Vale laughs. What, Hickory? With his love of history, he might know more than I do, if that's possible. He borrowed this for pleasure reading, but just now he was probably also hoping for a pixie dust fix. What, are you his supplier or something? I joke. Up here in the clouds, I'm the only supplier. I nearly laugh out loud, but her expression is dead serious. Though I'm skeptical, being the Queen's daughter, I can see her easily gaining access to all the pixie dust she wants. Typical sylph, taking advantage of the plenty they already have. I'm still worried about Hickory, though. Do you think he knows you're helping me? Perhaps. He probably smelled the potion. Not having full sight can really heighten all other senses, you know. Vale says casually as she inspects the condition of the book he'd returned. But he won't say anything. How can you be so sure? Sweat gathers at the nape of my neck. He's too dependent on the dust. It dulls the pain in his bad eye. Vale finishes with the book, placing it carefully back on the shelf. He knows if he spills any of my secrets, I'll cut him off. You really do have everyone wrapped around your little finger, I comment, a bit impressed. As she said, I shouldn't underestimate her. Still, I can't leave her feeling too sure of herself. Everyone but your mother, that is. Vale's demeanor goes from tolerating my presence to loathing me all over again in a matter of seconds. She comes at me in a stoic fury, her freckles gathering in a contorted expression. Bet you think you can do that, though, don't you? She leans over me. I heard all about your little stunt last night, how my mother showed you mercy, offering you this ridiculous deal. She may feel sorry for you, pirate, being motherless and all, but don't think that means you'll get into her good graces. Sure, she'll reward you, but she'll throw you away in the end. She only has room in her heart for one. Don't you forget that. She looks at the vial still on the desk and back to me as a smirk emerges through her anger. Well, at least for this week. I know you won't be able to forget it. I blink, taken aback by her venomous insults. But as she stomps out of the room, I realize the one who is really hurt is Vale. I spend the rest of the hour feverishly reading as many books as I can before the potion evaporates out of my system. Vale doesn't return. Finally, some peace and quiet. But even with my temporary speed reading abilities, I don't get through even half the books in her library. With the hour almost up, my heart rate slowly returns to normal. I'll need a nice long bath after all this sweating the potion has caused. Just one more book, I tell myself, grabbing the next one on the pile. The edges of the cover are bent, coated in a layer of dust, much older than any of the other books I've come across. I start to wipe away the dust, but pause, my fingers brushing over the well-worn leather. There, in the middle of the cover, sits a singular symbol, engraved in gold. 3 circles, each smaller than the last, fit inside each other. A decorative flower is overlaid on top of them. Its 10 delicate petals stretch out to the perimeter of the outermost circle. An uncanny notion washes over me. I've seen the image somewhere before. I rack my memory, but I can't place it. Peering closer, I graze my fingers over the gold embellishment. The moment I touch it, a bright light fills the room. A surge of energy shoots through my fingers, spreading through my body like a lightning bolt. The book drops with a thud, and I squeeze my eyes shut, shaking my head until the surge of energy dissipates. What in Phelan was that? I spot the book on the desk. The blinding light is gone, but no way am I touching that thing again. Either this text is cursed or the potion is still messing with me. A distant bell chimes the hour. Whatever that was, it's definitely time for a break. The initial effectiveness of the potion might have worn off, but I still have a few more days to prepare the old-fashioned way. If I really want to survive the trial of knowledge, I need to be ready. Picking up as many books as I can carry, I head back to my chambers. I'm more than done with this stuffy room and the strange happenings inside its walls. In my hurry, I knock into something in the hallway, books flying everywhere. Perfect. I'm about to curse when I notice Hickory sprawled out on the floor, covered in my books and a collection of his paintbrushes and sketches. Maybe it's because his misty blind eye is staring at me, or that he still reminds me of my brother. But somehow I find myself apologizing. I'm so sorry. I nearly trip over the books while trying to help him up. I'm pretty sure I bumped into you. Hickory laughs, waving me off kindly while picking up his art supplies and a couple of my books. A little light reading? Just a bit, I sigh. Gotta get ready for this first trial somehow, though I hear you're more than prepared. Perhaps, he says, struggling to hold back a smile at the compliment. But it's what's not in these books that's the real interesting stuff. He holds out one of them to me. I tilt my head before taking it. What do you mean? Well, for instance, he pauses and looks around at the empty hallway, lowering his voice. The history books claim that sylphs banished the Pneuma from our world entirely, but some fairies believe the Pneuma still hold some power over our world, that they still cause mischief and disaster, growing stronger in the shadows until they will one day return. Some even believe the Pneuma cursed our land with the Knoll's plague as their parting gift. Ah, here are the conspiracy theories Vale was talking about. Interesting. That is, if the Pneuma even existed at all, I challenge. Hickory's brows lift. You don't believe, please. The events happened so long ago, the story of the Pneuma and the Sylph King could have easily been inflated over time. I've seen it happen firsthand with legends created about my own pirate persona. I wouldn't be surprised if it's just a way for the sylphs to justify their place in power. Though, recalling Hickory's mural depictions of the terrifying Numa salivating for fairy blood, I can't help but shudder.
Sounds like you have some conspiracy theories of your own, then?
Hickory eyes me with a smirk. I shrug. Maybe I do. Hickory picks another book off the floor, and his eyes go wide.
Where did this one come from?
He holds it out to me, and I nearly jump back. It's the book with the strange symbol. I put out my hands as if it might leap forward and attack me. I have no idea. I didn't mean to take that one. Thankfully, it doesn't seem to be doing anything strange while in Hickory's hands. What is it?
Oh, just another ancient tome, but one I have yet to read myself.
Hickory holds the book close to his chest, as if it's more precious than possessed.
Mind if I take it off your hands?
Please, I say, relieved. Just make sure Princess Pouty Pants gets it back.
Sure thing.
Hickory laughs again as I pick up more books.
And don't worry,
he says in a softer tone.
Whatever you and Vale were doing earlier stays between you and Vale.
I slowly pick up the last book, glancing around the empty corridor before I meet his eyes.
Just like whatever transpires between Vale and me stays between Vale and me.
He pulls out his pipe, and I realize he's referencing their pixie dust dealings. You don't want to rat me out? I ask. One less competitor to worry about?
You could do the same to me, I suppose.
Hickory counters, striking a match on his belt and lighting the pipe.
But I'm fairly sure I don't have a chance at winning. Of course, I'd never hear the end of it from my parents if I didn't at least try. Being able to travel and paint all of Phelan as its king does sound pretty amazing. At least I'd never have to go back to the dark abyss of the tunnels.
He shivers, clutching the tome tighter. Wait, you're a kobold who's afraid of the dark? I startle at the thought.
I know, it's ridiculous. But with only one working eye, I don't see as well as other kobolds do. Especially in the dark.
Hickory shakes his head in good-humored embarrassment. But glancing at some of his murals on the walls nearby, his face grows more serious.
There have been times my good eye fails to glow in the dark at all. Each time I fear I finally lost my sight completely, never able to see or paint anything ever again.
My heart breaks for him. I hope you don't mind me asking, but how did you lose your vision in the first place?
I was diagnosed with a disease a few years ago,
he explains. The Knolls? I chance a guess.
Our medics thought it might be that at first, but since the disease stayed centralized to my eyes, that theory was dismissed. They were able to slow the effects dramatically, but I eventually lost this eye completely.
He points to the hazy one that barely shifts.
My parents wanted our medics to gouge it out and replace it with a mechanical eye, but it was a risky procedure. I could have lost all sight if things went wrong, so I refused. Besides, I think this eye actually gives me an edgy, vagrant kind of look.
He flicks back his white locks, revealing more of his misty eye with a smirk. I can't help but smile back. This puck has spunk, and I appreciate his candor more than he knows.
By the way, I wouldn't take what Vale said yesterday too personally. About Gaius, I mean.
My smile fades as I replay her accusations in my mind.
I think Gaius' passing reminded us all how vulnerable we are. None of us, no matter our station, are immune to death. I think your presence may be a reminder for Vale that's too close for comfort.
I wonder at his wisdom. His reasoning doesn't make Vale's words sting any less, but it does help me see things in a different light.
Plus, I think she sees you as a real threat. You're the only wild card she hasn't quite figured out yet.
His smile returns.
Vale is afraid of the dark too, in a way. She hates being blind to something she feels like she should understand. I'm afraid she'll probably keep pushing your buttons until she knows what makes you tick.
Great, I say sarcastically. There's some satisfaction in knowing that Vale might actually see me as a threat, but with my current deal with the Queen, it doesn't matter. If Hickory's analysis of how Veil functions is accurate, this is going to be a very long few weeks. A door down the hall creaks open. Alice emerges from her room, dressed in all black as usual, her gloved hands securing the satchel at her side. She stares at us. Every time she gives me that cold, blank look, I feel as though she can see right into my very soul. It's starting to give me the creeps. Hickory gives her a short wave. He's obviously the friendliest of all of us. But she breaks her stare and continues in the opposite direction.
Don't mind Alice,
Hickory shrugs.
She tends to prefer the company of creatures over her own kind. Nothing personal, of course.
I stare after her in her gloved hands. Have you ever seen her, kill someone? Hickory snorts.
Alice? I think you've been listening to too many stories. Folk are rarely what they appear to be, Captain. You of all fae should know that.
I agree, but his statement isn't exactly a denial either.
I'd stop hanging out with Veil, though, if I were you,
he adds, turning to leave.
Aaron, too, if you know what's good for you.
Chapter 19. As much as I'd love to heed Hickory's warnings and never see Veil again, there's no way that's possible. Not when I'm contractually obligated to train her every blasted day. Once we're in the other provinces, it will be a lot harder to be discreet, and Veil has a lot to learn about swordplay in 5 short weeks. So, to our dismay, the Queen has given us access to a private training room and insists that I give Veil as much instruction as possible while we're still in Eldor. Lucky me. At least during these sessions, Veil is in my wheelhouse of expertise and under my instruction. Our weapons might be made of wood to start, but knocking her around with them is still fairly entertaining. Ouch! Veil cries as I strike at her rib. You did that on purpose! After the last few sessions, you'd think you'd have learned not to leave that spot vulnerable anymore. I circle her, poking at her legs. And your stance is still all wrong. Didn't you practice anything I showed you yesterday? Veil glares. I was too busy reading through all the Royal Library's books on swordplay. Boring as ever, but I know all the weapons and fighting terms now. I bet I know even more than you. A lot of good that's doing. While I'm giving her a hard time, I'm honestly surprised by some of her natural instincts. Like her gleaming red hair, she probably inherited some genetic skill from her late father. But I'm not going to risk giving her a bigger head than she already has. It's time to take this princess down a peg and show her what true strength really is. And how hard she'll have to work for it. You know head knowledge is much different from actually applying it in real life, right? I say. Veil rubs her side. You still don't have to hit so hard. I sigh. Look, if you want everyone to believe you can beat me in the final trial, you have to at least make it look convincing. You've got to toughen up, princess. If I'm not hard on you, you'll never learn. As my father's exact words come out of my mouth, I wince. The last time I remember him saying it, I'd gotten cocky during a dragon raiding drill and led my troop to failure. Faden made me duel him right then and there, in front of everyone. That was when I got most of my scars. I touch my arms, and my wings shudder behind me at the memory. I couldn't fly for a week. Still, I can't deny that his methods produce results. Though I've never been quite as harsh, I've seen their effectiveness with my own crew. And if I ever want to get through this competition and return to my life of piracy, I have no other choice but to use them on Veil as well.
What's wrong with you?
Veil's voice snaps me back to attention. I must have spaced out. Besides the fact that I'm stuck here with you, I run a hand through my sweaty curls as I think of the litany of things that are wrong. There's the nightmare of Gaius that's still haunting me. It's been coming back most nights, keeping me tossing and turning. Frankly, I'm exhausted. But I don't tell Veil that. There's also the annoying fact that I can feel a faint hum of the nodding potion's magic constantly buzzing through my body. I don't think your stupid elixir is agreeing with me, I finally say. I keep feeling this tingling sensation. That just means it's still working, helping you hold on to all the information you learned. When you stop feeling that sensation, that's when you should start worrying. It's true. I can still recall every single piece of information I learned that day in Vale's library. Honestly, it's kind of creeping me out. I just hope it will all be worth it. Well, I think I've had quite enough of you for today anyway. Vale waves her hand dismissively. You may go. With pleasure, I say under my breath. I don't like obeying her orders, but at this point, I want nothing more than to get out of here. And if you know what's good for you, she calls after me, you'll grab that pile of books on the way out. You still have to survive the first trial, after all. I grumble as I pick up the towering stack of books and head to my room. I feel a headache coming on just thinking of another study session. All I've done since arriving in Eldor is stare at pages and pages of text until my brain hurts. Listening to Vale's whining isn't helping either. I yearn for a distraction, some fun. Unconsciously, Aaron's smile pops into my head. Stop that. I shake off the image. He's caught up with me a few more times while at meals or studying in the main library, but ever since Hickory gave me that warning, I've tried to keep my distance. I don't know why Hickory said what he said. Maybe he knows about Aaron's silver tongue, too? In any case, getting too close to Aaron, or any of them for that matter, will only lead to trouble. It's better to keep to myself. But Trouble is my middle name, and I know it the moment I turn the next corner and spot Alice walking down the hall. I quiet my steps, watching her carefully until all I can hear bouncing off the walls is the sound of her heavy boots. And something else. A faint but distinct sound of metals clinking together. I search for the source, but it leads back to Alice. The sound matches the rhythm of her steps, muffled by the long black cloak she wears. Could she be hiding weapons? I quicken my pace. Alice seems like the sort who could sneak weapons onto the premises. We haven't exactly gotten off on the right foot, but maybe I can convince her to share. Hey, Alice, I call, trying not to drop the pile of books. Wait up! But if anything, Alice quickens her pace. She turns the next corner, out of sight. Wait a minute! I walk faster, ready to throw the books to the ground and leave them in my wake. Come on, I know you're mute, but you're not deaf! Turning the same corner, I come face to face with a very unhappy Alice. Arms crossed, she stands in front of an arched opening leading out to the gardens. As the sun shines through, it highlights her small but strong frame and her stern brown eyes. She obviously didn't like my last comment, but at least I've gotten her attention. Ah, off to take a stroll through the gardens? I ask, adjusting the books in my arms. She taps her foot impatiently and lifts a brow. Anyone ever tell you that you're a fast walker? I stall. How can I get her to show me what she's hiding under that cloak? But Alice isn't in the mood for chit-chat. She rolls her eyes and walks outside, disappearing into the foliage. Wait! I huff and follow. Once through the archway, I freeze. Up ahead, Alice approaches a green dragon flying overhead, the same one she arrived on earlier in the week. Toma. I slide behind a tree, waiting to see what she'll do. With a flick of her wrist, the dragon halts in midair, only flapping his wings to stay suspended. He watches her intently for her next command. Alice raises her hands in a fluid motion, and the dragon obeys, flipping through the air. It's like Alice has a secret language that only she and the dragon know, a dance only the two of them share. It's mesmerizing. When she brings her hands down, he darts toward her and lands with a thud, the ground trembling. Unlike the menacing dragons in the mountains, one could easily miss Toma in this setting. His emerald green scales blend into the plants around him. The hair under his chin and chest billows out like a regal mane, while the rest hangs off his body like drooping vines. He practically disappears into the foliage until he shifts to growl and snap at the birds flying overhead. Though he sits curled up like a bobcat, playfully wagging his tail at Alice's approach. I'm still unable to move. Dragon raids on Greymarrow replay in my mind, the smell of smoldering stone returning. Is getting hold of a weapon really this important? After taking a deep breath, I decide it's now or never. Do or die. I gulp down my nerves, leaving the books on a nearby bench. "Hey, Alice," I say as casually as I can, my focus more on the dragon as I approach. I stand near his tail. It's safer than going near his smoke-breathing head. At the sound of my voice, though, Toma whips his head toward me, watching my every move. "Got a question for you, one warrior to another." I continue to Alice, but she passes right by me, circling around the dragon, her eyes roaming over his body. She's inspecting him, looking for something. I decide to take her silence as permission to keep talking. "You see, I'm in need of a weapon or two, and I'm willing to do whatever's necessary to acquire, well, anything, really." Surprisingly, Alice reaches into her satchel, and my heart leaps with hope. But instead of a weapon, she pulls out a half-eaten lamb leg that I recognize from the afternoon lunch spread. Toma licks it into his mouth, bones and all. I grimace as she wipes the dragon saliva onto her cloak. I press on, taking a tentative step forward. Toma's attention shifts back to me as he licks his lips, daring me to come closer. I hold my breath, chancing another step. This time, he bares his sharp teeth, launching toward me so fast I barely have time to react. Alice darts in between us. She glares at him, using her hands to sign another order. The dragon snorts out smoke but settles back down, eyeing me. I breathe out, but I can't stop now. One last try. I wouldn't need much, preferably a weapon that is small and easily concealable. I lower my voice to a whisper. Maybe we can make a deal for, say, whatever you're hiding under your cloak? Alice's eyes finally snap to mine and narrow, the black tattoos that frame her brown face creasing with the movement. She slowly moves her hand beneath her cloak, and I draw back, realizing she could just as easily use whatever it is against me. But what emerges from her belt isn't any weapon I've ever seen. More like a ridged blade connected to a pair of large metal shears, or pliers, or... Alice huffs and turns toward the dragon. Making sure to give him another piece of lamb from her satchel first, she kneels and uses the device to begin clipping and sharpening his claws. My shoulders slump. Ah, I see. I pinch the bridge of my nose. Stupid. I guess that means no weapons today. Back to hitting the books for me. But as I move to leave, I notice two figures on the other side of the garden. One has midnight blue hair, his back to me. The other faces him, and I recognize her fiery red waves. Aaron and Vale. I'm too far to hear what they're saying, but Vale doesn't look happy. Her eyes shift from Aaron and find me. At first, her look grows even more agitated, as if I've purposely been spying on them. But soon, a mischievous smirk tugs at her lips. Aaron moves to follow her gaze, but Vale grabs his hand. Batting her lashes, she lures him away into the shadows, shooting me one more poignant grin before disappearing out of sight. I step forward, wondering what they're up to, but then stop. I push away the thought and snort. I don't care. The rasp of Alice's filing stops, and I glance her way. She and Toma stare at me in curiosity. "What?" I ask, annoyed at the whole situation. Alice and Toma look at each other, then back to me. Alice shrugs. As she resumes tending to her dragon, I pick up my books in defeat, but not before taking one last glance at Alice's back. I swear her shoulders are bobbing up and down with silent laughter. Chapter 20. On the morning of the first trial, I'm dragged out of bed before I can even open my eyes. What the? I wake out of my stupor and throw a punch toward the first blurred face I see. A hand with rough, calloused skin grips my wrist firmly before I can make contact. This is no sylph. My eyes focus. I'm surrounded by 5 Gwyllian servants who are already pulling my night shift dress over my head and yanking brushes through my unruly hair. What are you doing? I try to pull away from them, but Gwyllian servants are not demure or frightened of me like the sylph servants have been.
Pleasant morning to you as well, my lady.
The large one, with my hand still clutched in her fist, practically growls.
Lord Faden sent us to make sure you represent Greymarrow well in the trial today.
Of course. I sigh and eventually concede, letting them drag my exhausted body into the washroom and scrub me down, knotting my curls into a tight braid. When they're done, I turn to the mirror. With little to no makeup used in Gwyllian culture, my face looks plain, cold. If that isn't enough, the muted fabrics I wear wash out my already earthy complexion, threatening to kill my soul. My transformation is complete. I glower at the mirror, the Gwyllian part of me evident again. Exiting my room, I don't bother to hide my misery. But no one seems to notice, let alone care. The usual peaceful palace is bustling with servants rushing past me, preparing for the day's events. Evading wings and the items they carry, I find solace in a quiet alcove with windows that stretch from floor to ceiling, letting in cascading beams of light. There, I find Vale gathered with Aaron, Hickory, and Alice as they stare out over the city. I haven't spoken to any of them except Vale since my incident with Alice. I've spent most of my time studying alone in my room while trying to avoid more awkward encounters. Though I sense their eyes on me, I keep my focus on the window, where we survey the city and the hordes of fairies that fill the usually clear streets. All the different clans are arriving from the Vineway, pouring into the city in droves.
Quite a sight, huh?
Aaron asks. It's a rare sight for sure, I nod. Memories of the clans gathering at Gaius's funeral rush back as if it was yesterday and a lifetime ago all at the same time. I try to ignore the twinge in my heart. I can't imagine this many non-sylphs have ever been welcomed here. It's the first time in decades, actually. Vale avoids my gaze, but that doesn't stop her insatiable desire to correct my error. It's also meant to grab Aaron's attention away from me, no doubt. It's only for today, so the rest of Phelan can view the trial. Mother says it's a sign of goodwill that will further promote peace and cooperation between the clans. The others have agreed to do the same for their trials, but I don't know that it's the best idea.
Why's that?
Hickory squints his good eye at Vale.
Isn't that what this whole competition is supposed to be for? Finding peace?
His voice is laced with sarcasm. Vale glares at him before returning to the window. All I'm saying is that we've kept our clans separated and our borders guarded for so long. Letting everyone in all at once, it just makes me nervous. Everyone? My eyes dart through the crowd afresh, wondering if any of the pirates made it through. So they're just letting anyone in? Don't be silly. There's still a screening process before entry. You're definitely the only vagrant permitted, that's for sure. I smirk. Good thing I had my own personal invitation then. Vale looks at me, and for the first time, a hint of a smile appears. Yeah, well, let's see if you lost the day. Flying into the outdoor stadium is a shock to the senses. Today, the Cognoseum is packed to the brim as trumpets blare. The crowd's chattering turns to roaring cheers as my competitors and I descend into the deafening noise. Though nearly every seat is filled, the separation of clans is stark. Each clan keeps to their own section, maintaining a healthy distance from the others as they wave clan flags and display their wings proudly. Still, the sylphs were sure to select an arena that reminds us whose territory we're in. Sylph statues with large feathered wings loom from the 5 corners of the structure, peering at us with their stone-cold eyes. Sweat beads on my forehead, but at least I can blame it on the midday sun beating down on us. Of course they chose a day without a cloud in the sky. In the rafters, the clan lords and ladies gather in their own separate booth. It doesn't take me long to pick out my father with his large frame and sour expression. He hates being outside the safety of his mountains, and he's probably nervous I'm going to screw this up. Badly. The crowd seems to agree. As we land, the audience grows quiet. All eyes on me. In any other situation, I would have welcomed the attention. Maybe given the crowd a wave and an obnoxious smile. But today, everyone in the stadium not only sees the elusive face of Captain Shade for the first time, but also the Gwyllian princess who abandoned her clan to become a vagrant. I can't worry about that now. Striding forward, I focus all my attention on what lays ahead. As instructed, the 5 of us step onto our designated stone platforms. They are strangely long and narrow, running parallel to each other. The Queen stands in front of us as a team of sylphs haul over a bullhorn twice their size on squeaky wheels. The clans grow quiet as the Queen approaches the mouth of the horn. "Welcome to the first trial of the Ethodine," the Queen announces, her voice filling the stadium. "Today marks the end of conflict and the beginning of peace, as we take one step closer to crowning the next ruler of Phelan." The ground shakes. Reflexively, I release my wings and hover above the shuddering platform. What's happening? I look at the others, but they just stare wide-eyed at the floor. The ground around our individual platforms splits open, and walls of multicolored glass rise from the ground. In seconds, each of us has 4 glass walls surrounding our platforms, closing us in. My heartbeat pulses in my throat. But it's the sharp glass spikes covering the 2 far walls that catch my attention. As they reach maximum height, sylph servants fly overhead, carrying thick glass sheets. They secure them to the top of each of our enclosures, sealing us in. I inhale sharply. Trapped again. The Queen continues. "For our part, we sylphs bring forth our trial of knowledge. In a moment, the walls of each champion's enclosure will begin closing in toward them as they are asked a series of questions. A wrong or delayed answer will cause the walls to pick up speed, while a correct answer will slow them down." The sylph guards wheel out an hourglass as tall as the Queen. "If a champion answers enough questions correctly before the timer is up, the floor beneath them will open and whisk them to safety. The order in which they finish will determine their ranking for this round." Fresh sweat breaks out on my forehead. There's no mention of those that don't answer the satisfactory number of questions, a fact the crowd has also noticed. Murmurs grow louder as the clan leaders stand up, shouting their outrage. My father even dares to take a step forward, as if ready to fly down to stop the whole thing. But sylph guards swiftly block them in, reminding them whose territory they're in and whose game they're playing. I fly toward the ceiling of my prison, banging my body and fists against the glass. If I only had my daggers, I could probably crack the structure, but the walls are too thick to break by myself. I look at the others, my shock and fear reflected in their faces. All but Vale, that is. The Queen nods to her, and Vale rolls her shoulders, ready for the first question. Slowly, the other heirs follow suit, their faces hardening, readying themselves for the trial they've unknowingly been preparing for their whole lives. I force myself to keep it together. The tingling in my body reminds me that Vale's potion is still at work. I'm going to be fine. I hope. The Queen lifts her hands. "Let the first trial begin!" The hourglass is flipped, and the spiked walls begin closing in.
"First question,"
a voice echoes within my enclosure. I spin around to face my questioner, but no one's there. What kind of magic is this? I don't have time to find out as the spikes inch closer.
"Moon rain glows with a unique element. It nourishes Phelan's grounds, sustaining the land and all its resources. What's the resource we'll run out of first if the moon rain doesn't return?"
My heart races, but thankfully the potion humming through my system jolts my brain, pulling forth the information. "Pixie dust!" I yell. I don't want there to be any reason the questioner doesn't hear my answer and speeds up the walls. They slow, and I breathe in relief. But they're still coming, the sun glinting off their sharp spikes. I turn to the hourglass. The sand is speeding its way down. I have a long way to go, and not a lot of time to work with. The voice moves on.
List 5 major uses of pixie dust and 5 major dangers.
My brain jolts again as the words come to me. Slower this time. Medicines, incantations, fuel, euphoria, and floating. The spiked wall picks up speed with each moment I hesitate. I wipe sweat from my brow, racking my brain for the rest. Dangers come with overexposure or mixing certain herbs which can cause susceptibility to sickness, depression, loss of memory, lunacy, and death. The walls decelerate again. I pant, glancing at the other competitors' boxes. I can't hear their questions, though their hurried mouths move to answer, and Alice's hands fly around in a series of signs. Hickory and Vale's walls are moving even slower than mine, their natural knowledge even faster than my potion-enhanced brain. But Aaron and Alice are not as lucky. The spikes are closing in. Finding myself hoping we all survive, I wrench my attention away from them as the questions seem to go on for eternity. Thankfully, most are either ones I already know or topics I studied while under the nodding potion's influence.
How many sylphs have ruled since the Numa's banishment, including the 3 brothers who were married to Queen Gwendolen?
13.
Younglings reach mature faehood when their wings are fully developed. Which clan reaches this stage faster than others?
Williams.
Dryads are sometimes born with physical characteristics and advantages of animals because of their deep connection with them. What were the characteristics that Dryad ruler Lady Bayou was born with?
Yellow eyes and whiskers.
Many think infant fairies were originally called sprouts because they sprout from their mothers. But what is the true origin of their name?
The first fairies are believed to have literally sprouted from the sacred vine. Considering my terrible education, the potion's effects are nothing less than miraculous. But the questions keep coming. Maybe it's stress or fatigue, but the tingling through my body eases. Suddenly, the whole section of kobolds in the audience rises to their feet in applause. I glance at Hickory's containment box. His spikes haven't moved far, and he's nowhere to be found, assuring me he hasn't been impaled but is safely below us. I sigh with relief. Unsurprisingly, Vale has already escaped her box of terror as well, leaving me, Aaron, and Alice left in the race. The next question comes.
How many fairies died in the first wave of the Knowles Plague?
I wait for my brain to jolt the answer. Nothing happens. 100, I guess. Wrong. The walls speed up. I must not have studied that one, I try to reassure myself.
Which herbs are mixed together to create the Dryad's most common healing balm?
Nothing again. Absolutely nothing. Well, it's no use. I have no idea. The tingling of the nodding potion is gone. Next question?
Who was the first kobold to experiment with pixie dust as a fuel source?
Nothing.
Nymph skin turns blue when wet. What are the main benefits of this?
The spikes continue picking up speed. I can barely breathe as sweat coats my back. I look frantically at my father, the Queen, anyone. Aaron and Alice's containment boxes are now empty too. They're safe. I'm the only one left. No one can help me now. With the spikes only a few feet away, I fly to the ceiling once more and slam into the glass with the full force of my body. It doesn't budge. My skin burns with panic. I desperately consider letting my fire loose on the glass to melt it, but the enclosure is only growing smaller. Even if I used my ability, I'd only incinerate myself. What else? I dart to the floor, banging my fist against the metal door, begging those below to let me in. No. Vale, if I get out of this, I'm going to kill you. The questioner speaks again in his monotone, unsympathetic voice.
The mystic Gwyllians claim to be descendants of dragons because of their wings and fire-wielding ability. Where did they claim their fire released from? Their eyes, their mouths, or their hands?
I look at my fists. Though the answer can save me, I hate that I don't need to read about this one in some book. Hoping this is the last question, I speak the truth I know all too well. Their hands. The floor opens up, and I fall into darkness. Chapter 21. Safely under the arena, I finished in last place, but I'm still alive. That has to count for something. Gwyllian servants rush to attend to me, but I push past them and fly through the doors, desperate for air. Flying up a stairway and into a hall, I find myself back in the palace. I dart toward my room.
You didn't do half bad in there for a cheating pirate.
I look back. It's Moonface. Just the faerie I did not want to see. If you're accusing me of something, Skyboy, you might as well say it. I continue on my way, barreling through the halls. Almost getting impaled on a wall of glass daggers is enough for one day. Thank you.
You think you can do anything you want, don't you?
His voice intensifies as he follows.
That you can just waltz in here and cheat your way to the crown?
I spin on my heels. Why don't you just say what's on your mind? He advances, pushing my shoulder.
A little birdie told me you stole some herbs that helped you retain all the information you just spouted in there.
So, he's not as stupid as he looks. Still, he dared to shove me. I reach for a weapon at my side, but of course, they're still in the Queen's armory, thanks to the idiot in front of me. If you value that hand, you will not touch me again. My comment only encourages him.
You mean, like this?
He pushes me harder this time, cornering me against a wall.
I warned you to watch your back.
Maybe you should watch your front. I move to knee him. He shifts just enough that I make contact with his gut instead. Blast. I was aiming somewhere else. He hisses with pain, but the impact isn't enough. With one quick motion, his hand wraps around my hair and pulls my head backward into the stone. I stifle a cry. I'm about to go for his eyes next when I hear a blade released from its sheath. Aaron is behind Moonface, pointing a sword right at his head. Moonface moves for his own sword at his belt, but it isn't there. Aaron took it right out from under his nose.
Unless you'd like me to dull the point of your ear, sir,
Aaron warns,
I would step away from the lady.
Moonface releases my hair and backs away, but his stupid smirk remains.
Just fooling around. No harm done. You better be glad about that.
Aaron doesn't lower the blade until Moonface walks around the corner and out of sight. Sliding the sword into his own belt, Aaron looks pretty pleased with himself, but I brush past him.
Where are you going now?
He calls after me. Far away from here, I call back, heat in my face, not slowing down. For Phelan's sake, I must have looked like such an idiot.
You've got to be kidding.
Aaron follows close behind.
I just saved your life. Again.
I shake my head. He still doesn't get it. A Gwyllian who needs saving is weak and inferior, indebted to their savior. It's the greatest shame, and there's no way I'm going to feel indebted to him. Besides, he might have fended off Moonface for now, but Aaron showing my inability to defend myself puts an even bigger target on my back. I don't need you saving me at every turn. Gwyllians don't need help. I had everything under control.
Are you serious?
His own frustration grows.
You didn't even have a weapon to defend yourself.
Reaching the door to my room, I spin around so fast Aaron nearly crashes into me. And whose fault is that? I bark. I don't know whether I'm more embarrassed or angry at my failure to protect myself. I curse. If only Aaron had gotten my weapons back when he had the chance in Dunestone Harbor. Perhaps I could have snuck them into Eldor with me.
Well, if you weren't in such a hurry to run away from me, you would have noticed I brought you something.
Aaron huffs, reaching under his cloak to reveal not one, but both my daggers. Where did you? I gape. They were missing from the armory the other night, but here they are right in front of me. He must have stolen them from the armory even before I tried to retrieve them. How long have you had them?
Does it matter?
He lifts a brow, allowing his smile to return. Unclenching my fists, I go to accept them, but stop. What's the catch? I mean, thank you, but I'm taken aback. Happy to see my daggers, and yet so confused. What's his angle? He has to have one. Everyone does. Why do you keep helping me? I'm your competition, remember?
No catch.
He sighs, pushing the daggers into my hands.
By all accounts, I shouldn't even give you one of these. But when you told me how important they are to you.
He grows quiet as I remember our chat in the Royal Library.
And seeing how you handled yourself in the competition today? Well, maybe I've judged you too quickly. I thought you deserved to have them back.
Aaron's eyes focus on me, soft with sincerity. It's as if I'm seeing them for the first time, noticing how blue and clear they are, like the ocean. Perhaps if I lean in a bit closer, I can dive right into their cool waters. He might be a privileged nymph prince, but he keeps surprising me. Much like being at sea, my feet are steady and firm one moment, and then a surprising wave hits, threatening to whisk me off my feet. I've been staring too long. Aaron speaks up with a slight chuckle in his voice.
Plus, you're right. I can't keep saving you. It's bad for my image. Might make other fays suspicious that something else is going on.
He winks playfully, but his smile is genuine, his stare not straying from my face. Warmth builds inside me again, the same kind I felt on his ship. It starts deep in my gut and rushes upward as if I'm going to throw up right then and there. Heat. The warmth changes to panic. I clutch the daggers. Thanks. I dart into my room, leaving him in the hallway. I lean back hard against the door, sliding to the ground. What's wrong with me? And why did Aaron go through the trouble of returning my daggers? If he thinks using kindness will give him an advantage over me, he's sadly mistaken. I'm not going to let him or anyone else find any weak spots to exploit. I swallow hard. The metal of the dagger's handles glows red from the heat in my hands. I drop them to the floor and curse as the red handprints fade. But it isn't just my hands that are hot. Slowly, I bring the back of my hand to my face, finding my cheeks are also warm to the touch. Chapter 22. The next morning, it isn't a nightmare or Gwyllian servants that wake me, but a racket outside my room. I roll out from under the warm covers and stagger to the door to find the palace bustling yet again. Fae servants from every clan fly back and forth, carrying an assortment of garment cases and baskets of food. One sylph nearly hits me over the head as he whizzes through the air with a large trunk. Ducking just in time, I snag the nearest servant I can find. What in the blazes is going on? Can't a pixie get her beauty sleep?
Sorry, miss,
stammers the kobold, nearly dropping the stack of books she's carrying.
It's traveling day.
She stares up at me, recognition and panic igniting in her eyes. With my angry face and mane of messy curls, I must be quite the sight. Reluctantly, I soften my tone. Traveling day?
Yes, miss,
she answers, still wide-eyed.
You and the others set off to Isinglass for the next stage of the Ethodine today?
The horrific details of the trial return in a blur. Trapped in the quickly enclosing box, glistening glass spikes reaching out to impale me. I shudder. They don't waste any time. Don't we deserve a break? As I rub the memory and sleep from my eyes, an old, dusty book sitting on top of the stack in her arms catches my eye. It's the tome with the strange symbol, the one that glowed at my touch. I step backward. Is Hickory returning these books to the princess?
Actually, she says, more confused than scared this time, Sir Hickory has asked that these be stored with his belongings for the trip ahead. I smirk. Hickory is slyer than I thought. He doesn't intend to return the book to Vale, after all. What could be in that old text that's so fascinating? I'm about to ask the servant another question when a familiar laugh echoes down the hall. Amid the bustle, there's Aaron. My stomach flips. Thankfully, he's distracted by his conversation with a nymph maid, but they're headed toward my end of the hallway. Without another word, I scurry inside my room, slamming the door shut. I shake my head. What is happening to me? Even without using his silver tongue, he keeps messing with my head. Whatever Aaron's effect is on me, I need to keep myself in check and stay focused on my mission. But it'll be a lot harder to do so, knowing where we're headed next. Isinglass, the province of the nymphs. Though I'm not looking forward to being in Aaron's domain, going there does mean we'll return to the sea. That thought spurs me to start packing right away. Pulling out my trunk, I know the first thing I'll put inside. My daggers. I stashed the blades between the mattress and box spring last night. I move to hide them in the trunk before anyone can come knocking, but I pause, my fingers lingering over the weapons. My old friends. It's been so long since I used them for their intended purposes. I sliced them through the air, an extension of my body once again. I fit them together into the single blade they were initially made to be, and a sense of wholeness rushes over me. The connection to my skill, my twin, and even our mother returns. Aaron did this for you. The thought comes before I can swat it away. I sigh. Just for a moment, I allow myself to recall Aaron's soft ocean eyes, his fingers briefly grazing mine as he gave back my daggers. Then, without warning, the scene in my mind violently shifts. Aaron's gentle eyes morph into Gaius's terrified gaze from my nightmares. Instead of Aaron, Gaius hands me the daggers in the chaos, screaming my name. My stomach swarms with confusion and terror. Trying to soothe myself, I run my thumb over the dagger's handle. My finger traces the pattern of engraved icons and swirls, one after the other, until one of the symbols catches my eye. My racing heart halts as the tome from Vale's library snaps into my memory. It can't be. The once strange symbol that was on the book doesn't seem so foreign anymore. There, embedded in the dagger's intricate designs, is a circle within a circle within a circle, and the unique flower with 10 petals. The same symbol that decorates the tome's cover. They're identical. What connection could my mother's daggers have with some ancient book collecting dust in the Sylph Princess's library? Gaius's face from the nightmare flashes across my vision again. The sound of him calling my name rings in my head.
Quinn!
A knock sounds. I shove the daggers behind my back just as a tall Gwyllian servant bursts through the door.
Good, you're up,
He says gruffly, the words ruffling his overgrown beard.
You'd best get dressed and finish packing, Lady Quintessa. You don't have much time.
He shuts the door, and I don't waste another second, burying my daggers under a mound of clothes. I just got my weapons back. I'm not going to let them get taken away again. After closing the case hard and locking it for good measure, I sit on top of it and sigh. I should be thinking about the upcoming trial, worrying about whatever madness the nymphs are going to throw at us. Thanks to my agreement with the Queen to help Vale secure the crown, surviving the remaining trials is my only path to freedom. But that freedom is still weeks away. Right now, my thoughts are focused on the symbol, the tome, and the daggers. There's got to be a connection. I think back to my nightmares. Has my subconscious been using Gaius to tell me something all along? I curse. I was too quick to let Hickory take the book before, and it was nearly in my grasp just a few minutes ago in the hallway. No matter how eerie it is, it's my only clue to these horrifying visions. I need to know what's in it. I need to figure out the connection. If I do, maybe the nightmares will finally stop. I might even find out more about my mother. If I don't, I have a feeling I'll never be free of Gaius's ghost. Whether Hickory will be willing to share the book with me or I have to find another way to get my hands on it, I'm not sure. But I am resolved. Throwing the last of my few possessions into the trunk, one thought repeats through my mind. I must have that book. Part 3. Sea of Secrets. The Nymph Challenge. Chapter 23. This is not how I pictured returning to the sea. On one hand, I can't help but smile as I approach a ship whose flapping sails are pulled taut to catch the wind, prepared and ready for adventure. The comforting calls of gulls pass over the dock, and I breathe in deeply. A breeze blows through my hair, and the smell of sea salt in my nose intoxicates me, reviving my bones. It's as if I've been holding my breath the entire time I've been away. On the other hand, this is not the minnow or my crew. This vessel is crawling with nymphs, bound for Isinglass. And after a full morning of travel from Eldor, riding back down the Vineway, pushing through the streets of Shree, and taking one more terrifying ride on the Kobe Express, the jangle of chains around my wrists reminds me how not free I am. It's only a precaution, the Queen assured me before we left the Sky City, as her guards clapped metal bracelets on my wrists. The Queen is no fool. Me being an outlaw provides the perfect excuse for her to protect her investment. Though I've made no effort to hide my great displeasure, I don't blame her. Our verbal deal doesn't guarantee that I won't try to escape. At least it's not a wing restraint, I try to comfort myself. Crowds around the harbor gather as we board the ship. The Queen steps on first with her attendants. They carry heavy trunks and bird cages with her precious feathered pets squawking inside. Following her, we proceed up a plank in the order of our rank from the Trial of Knowledge. Vale walks on first, flicking a long red braid over her shoulder, with Hickory close behind, his nose already in his sketchbook. Alice pulls at her gloves as she strides on next, eyeing the crowd warily. Aaron waves to them warmly, even though he trails behind in fourth, flexing his fin-like wings with unhindered anticipation. And finally, in last place, is me. The memory of being rejected from the Gwyllian guards stings like a reopened wound as I follow them. At least my father left Eldor before the ranking ceremony took place, so I didn't have to face his disappointed scowl. Not that I've had a hard time imagining it all on my own. I shake my head. Vale is still on track to win the crown, and as far as the deal for my freedom with the Queen is concerned, that should be all that matters. As we pass, some Fae wave and cheer on their representative, but many stare at us as if we're lambs sent to slaughter. News has spread fast about how dangerous the Ethodine's first trial was. If anyone envied us before, none of them do now. I step onto the deck's creaking floorboards, working to keep my posture poised, strong, and indifferent. But once aboard, my body grows tense, exhaustion creeping in. How I wish for a mask or a hat to disappear behind. I'm not the only one under close surveillance. Up until now, we've all been constantly surrounded by our respective clan entourages, which has made plotting a way to get the mysterious tome back from Hickory particularly difficult. The book that is somehow connected to my daggers, my nightmares, my brother. Hickory is perched on a barrel, scribbling in his sketchbook at the other end of the deck. As I watch him, the possibility that he'd be willing to simply give me the book or even share it with me nudges itself into my mind. But asking only creates the equal opportunity for him to say no. Or worse, he might ask why I want it. Then if I stole it, he'd know it was me who took it for sure. No, my chances are better if I just keep quiet and wait for the right time to nab it. The only problem is, his things are already packed away and heavily guarded in the belly of the ship. I sigh. As with everything I want lately, I'll have to be patient. though that's very unlikely. I try to distract myself. I walk the deck, finding my sea legs again as I take in the wide-open stretch of ocean, keeping watch for any other ships on the horizon. Maybe a pirate ship. If we were on the Minnow, my crew would be singing songs as they swabbed the deck, calling out bets on card games. But out here, the ocean is void of any other vessels, and, except for the creak of boards underfoot, this ship is quiet. Suddenly, I feel very alone. It's better to be alone, I tell myself. Then no one can betray you. No one can let you down. I lift my chin toward the sea. I don't need them or anyone else. In just a few short weeks, I'll take all of Phelan by storm with my new flying ship and crew. I'll be so unstoppable, Maverick will be begging me to come back. Picturing the pirate lord pleading before me tides me over for a while. But as the boring trip drags on, even visions of grandeur can't stop me from complaining. I don't see why I'm still locked up. I hold out my chains to a passing guard. It's not like I'm going to jump overboard.
I wouldn't put it past her.
Aaron speaks up from a few feet away. He leans over the side of the ship, his fin-like wings fluttering as if he himself will jump any second.
She is a pirate, after all.
The guard snorts and continues on. I know I told you to stop helping me, but you don't have to do the opposite either, I say glumly as I join him at the railing. Aaron's dimple appears.
I'm sure the Queen will free you once we arrive.
As I gaze out over the open ocean, I wonder if I'll ever be truly free again. Where exactly is this grand land of the nymphs anyway? I ask, trying to think of something else. We've been on the sea for hours, and the horizon is still void of any structures.
You Gwyllians have your weapons to protect Greymarrow,
Aaron starts to explain.
Kobolds live safely underground. The Sylphs have a giant vine between them and the rest of the world. When threats of clan war escalated, the Dryads obviously used some kind of magic to hide their central city. Perhaps we chose to do the same.
It must be some serious magic, I say. After Isinglass disappeared, Pirate Lord Maverick always had us searching for it. But to no avail. Next to his constant obsession with pixie dust, the priceless treasures the nymphs collect from the depths of the ocean were always next on his list.
You'll see soon enough. Look there,
Aaron shouts, like a little sprite whose wings have finally grown strong enough for flight. I peer over the rail. A series of fishtails kick up along the side of the ship, more appearing every second. That's a rather large school of dolphins. A blur of red appears at my side. Vale pushes loose strands of hair out of her face to get a better view. Hickory and Alice join us on her other side and peer down as well. Those are not just dolphins, I laugh. Beside the dolphins, nymphs in their fishtail form jump out of the water, some of them spinning in midair. Vale waves to a particularly attractive nymph with luminous green hair who's showing off for her. I yank her hand down. Don't encourage them, I whisper sharply, making sure Aaron can't hear. Most nymphs are like spurious roots, beautiful to look at, but should never be trusted. Vale turns away from me like a pouting sprite. She might be book-smart, but her real-life experience obviously doesn't extend far beyond Eldor and her academic studies. In fact, I wonder if she's ever been this far outside of Eldor before. Ahead, the sound of rushing water breaks beyond the bow of the ship. A bubbling geyser is spouting up from the middle of the ocean, growing larger every second.
Come on, you're not going to want to miss this,
Aaron calls over his shoulder as he rushes toward the front of the ship. Little by little, towers made of coral emerge, growing into a single structure 4 times as tall as our ship. Fountains of water pour off its glistening surface. The Palace of Isinglass in all its glory. Has it been hidden at the bottom of the sea all this time? The grand towers of coral loom over us while its large, colorfully tinted windows gleam in the sunlight. Hickory quickly ties his white hair into a low ponytail and yanks his sketchbook out from his satchel. He must want to capture its majestic form before we get too close.
Now that's what I call a masterpiece, wouldn't you say, Kobe?
Aaron elbows Hickory. Hickory's quill shifts out of place, earning Aaron a piercing glare. Though I agree that it's breathtaking, I shake my head. There is no way in Phelan you're getting me in there.
Why's that?
Hickory asks, still scribbling. That's why. I point below us. At first glance, the nymph palace appears to be floating on top of the ocean surface, but its lower levels are still submerged underwater. Though I'm grateful to be back at sea, I have no intention of physically re-entering its waters anytime soon. Flashes of nearly drowning at the hands of Moonface and his rabble twist my insides. I hate how he's tainted my connection with my beloved sea. I scowl. Once we're in there, what keeps the castle from sinking back down and drowning us all inside? The nymphs may be able to breathe underwater, but we can't.
The palace doesn't take in water, Aaron assures us. We have magical barriers that take care of that. Besides, if we wanted to kill you, we'd have much more imaginative ways of doing so.
He pauses for effect, but then gives me a wink. I roll my eyes, though a lump forms in my throat. Aaron might be joking around, but as I peer down into the depths, I know I can't yet speak for his clan. Chapter 24. I'm still hesitant as I step off the ship onto the nymph palace's surrounding platform. Unlike the gentle rocking of a floating vessel, I'm surprised by how solid the ground feels. A troop of nymph guards in ice blue uniforms open the seaweed-covered doors. With harpoons in hand, they stand at attention, waiting for us to enter. Nodding to the guards, Aaron takes the lead. As we approach the threshold, I notice a glossy, transparent sheen that stretches across the doorway. I hesitate, and so do the others, but Aaron walks on. The sheen bends like a liquid and fluctuates around his body, elastically bouncing back to its original shape once he's through. Like an unbreakable bubble. Noticing he's alone, Aaron turns and waves us on. Alice is the first of us to stride forward. She puts out a gloved hand to the sheen's surface, presses on it slightly, and then steps through just as Aaron did. She turns to us and nods. She seems fine. If Alice can do it, so can I. I take a deep breath and follow. A cool, tingling sensation washes over me as I pass through. I shiver, but at least it's dry on the other side. Aaron meets me with a smile.
I told you. Magical barrier, or as we call them, aqua gates.
Though the entrance hall is thankfully void of water, it's completely submerged in song. Melodious laughter and the most beautiful music I've ever heard fills the air, lifting my spirits. A symphony rings out from an orchestra that lines either side of the hall, comprised of every instrument from lyres and harps to fiddles and flutes. As we cross the pale pink and orange floor made of polished coral, crowds of nymphs in elegant chitin tunics turn from their conversations with intrigued smiles.
Well, well, look who decided to finally grace us with his presence again.
A tall puck calls from ahead of us. I can't tell if his seaweed-colored hair is slicked back with water or grease, but it seems to glow brighter at the sight of us. I realize he's the same nymph who waved to Vale on the way here. The group he's with turns, and a gaggle of 3 pixies practically shriek with delight. "Aaron!" One shiny-haired blonde squeals. She rushes toward him and wraps her webbed fingers around his arm, completely ignoring the rest of us. I give the next pixie a wide berth as she latches herself to his other side. "We're so glad you're back," she coos, batting her unnaturally long lashes at him. "Have you seen Arista yet? She's going to die when she sees you," says the third. The other 2 deflate at the name. Maybe she's talking about his betrothed? I purse my lips, wondering how beautiful this Arista must be if these pixies were overlooked as Aaron's potential mate. Aaron sucks in a breath and produces a strained smile as the green-haired Puck and 2 of his friends approach.
"Don't be rude, Aaron. Why don't you introduce us?"
says the green-haired nymph, intrigue sparkling in his matching emerald eyes. I can already tell I don't like him one bit.
Everyone,
Aaron says, looking back at us.
This is some of the lot I grew up with. These lovely pixies are the Callan sisters, and these two pucks are Tal and Wade, who faithfully followed Niall everywhere since we were sprites.
He motions to the pucks flanking the one called Niall, who runs a hand through his slimy green hair with pride.
Hey!
Wade gives Aaron's shoulder a good-humored push.
Harsh, but not untrue.
Niall smirks, then turns to Vale.
You must be the lovely sylph princess I've heard so much about.
Niall steals a glance at Aaron as he takes Vale's hand. Aaron narrows his eyes, but Niall brushes his lips against Vale's knuckles. Her freckled cheeks blush a pale red, and noticing Aaron's expression, she seems to revel in the attention all the more.
I'm Niall, son of Duke Seaton of the Royal Nymph Court.
His voice is smoother than honey, but slyer than a sea serpent. He nods behind us. I turn to see an older nymph with matching green hair and billowing robes. Niall's father is speaking with the queen, along with a few others who must be part of the nymph court. I wonder what the queen would think if she saw Niall kissing Vale's hand. I turn to remind Vale of what I cautioned her about on the ship, but I find Niall eyeing me next. I step backward.
And this is Lady Quintessa of Greymarrow,
Aaron says formally. I'm surprised that his comment isn't matched with a pirate joke, but a warning tone instead.
Ah, yes, the long-lost Gwyllian princess.
Niall goes to take my hand next, but stops at the sight of my metal cuffs. He coughs out a laugh, lifting the chain between my irons with a finger.
Quite the fashion statement you're sporting. Must be all the rage where you come from.
The Callan sisters giggle and I pull my hands back, balling them into fists. Touch me again and you'll be sporting a black eye. I dare him with narrowed eyes. Aaron stifles a chuckle and Tal elbows Wade.
She's got you there, Niall. Feisty one, isn't she?
Wade adds.
Ugh, a pirate through and through indeed.
Niall sneers, sticking his nose in the air.
Just as I expected. Not a lady at all. Right, Aaron?
Aaron's dimple disappears as he looks from Niall to me, seemingly at a loss for words.
Right?
Niall steps closer to him with a provoking tone.
Aaron, all your things have been brought to your room.
A short nymph with familiar golden curls bounds up next to him.
Thanks, Finn.
Aaron nods, looking grateful for the interruption. Ah, yes, Finn. He was part of Aaron's crew that I'd met after Aaron rescued me from drowning. If I remember right, he's the naive map reader who suggested we travel straight through the woodlands during our travels to Eldor.
Hey, Guppy.
Niall puts a heavy hand on Finn's shoulder, making him slouch shorter than he already is. Wade and Tal chuckle.
You know, I was hurt when I wasn't invited to your runaway party boat,
Niall says to Aaron.
But if you brought this guy along, it couldn't have been that much fun.
Cut it out, Niall, Aaron warns protectively, but stands idly by as Niall ruffles Finn's hair.
What?
Niall laughs.
I'm only having a bit of fun, right, Guppy?
Sure. Finn doesn't look pleased, but he takes it. He bows to Aaron and then leaves. I narrow my eyes at Aaron. What's up with him? Finn is supposed to be his friend. He could have done more. What in Phelan does Niall have on him? But there's no time to find out as the orchestra's melody changes to a more triumphant blast. On the grand staircase ahead of us descends the Lord and Lady of the Nymphs. I remember seeing them at the first trial, though they looked far too young to be Aaron's parents. I guess that's to be expected. Obsessed with appearances, the nymphs are known for making use of every material and charm imaginable to keep up their youthful complexions.
Welcome, all of you, to Isinglass,
Lord Kaito calls out. His voice is just as jubilant and melodic as the music that fills the room. His wife, Lady Delphine, follows close behind as Kaito stretches his arms wide like a performing ringmaster, motioning to the beauty around him with his jeweled trident. As he makes his way down the stairs, his fin-like wings fan out behind him, and he points the trident toward the fountains on either side of the staircase. The cascading water spurts upward at the trident's movement, shooting 10 times higher and circling in the air, taking on a variety of shapes. A few of the lavishly dressed nymphs at either side of the stairway follow his lead, adding to his water display with the movement of their hands. Water manipulators. The nymphs around us cheer and applaud as I marvel at the use of such magical abilities being displayed so openly, at the way it's admired and encouraged rather than hated. I rub my own hands together as I watch, wondering what it must be like not to fear your own magic. As the nymph lord draws closer, he smiles broadly, reveling in the attention. Aaron clearly gets his sea-colored eyes from his father. They also share the same midnight blue hair, but I can only tell that from Kaito's shortly trimmed blue beard. It's etched with the same swirling nymph symbols that adorn the sides of Aaron's hair. The rest of Kaito's head is waxed clean, highlighted by a small golden hoop hanging from one ear and a line of sea diamonds climbing up the lobe of the other. Reaching the bottom of the stairs, Kaito's eyes focus hard on Aaron.
My son,
Lord Kaito says, his tone low. He wraps his long fingers around Aaron's shoulders, clasping tightly. Too tightly.
I'm so glad you're home.
Kaito smiles broadly, but the gills on his neck pulse. His eyes narrow as if to say, I'll deal with you later. Aaron swallows hard, but he forces a smile as well. I wonder if this is their first encounter since he left home. Or rather, ran away. Bristling at the thought of my own father's punishments, I wonder what Aaron's will be for ditching his own wedding. We will have time to visit with Aaron later, my love, Lady Delphine cautioned softly, her voice ringing like bells. She lays a gentle hand on Kaito's shoulder. Unlike Aaron or her husband, she's more slender in frame and smaller in stature, jet black hair cascading down her back. But as she tucks delicate strands behind her fin-shaped ears, I can see Aaron's thin oval eyes and gentleness in her gaze. Her beauty and grace are unmatched by anyone else in the room. She gives the rest of us a surprisingly warm smile, her eyes sparkling as brightly as the shimmering blue gown that clings to her body. You all must be tired from your journey, she says. Please follow us, and we'll show you where you'll be staying. Releasing his grip on Aaron, Lord Kaito ushers us forward, past the orchestra, toward the stairs that lead below. As we descend, the view out the colorfully tinted windows progressively changes from the gleaming sun over the mountains to the expanse of the underwater world. Instinctively, I suck in a breath. Below sea level, the city of coral structures appears, lit up by jellyfish lanterns and other glowing sea creatures. A group of nymphs swim by on the backs of their sea stags, curiously eyeing us. But I'm more focused on the glass in the window itself. More importantly, what would happen if it were to break? I lightly tap on its surface, bracing myself.
No need to fear,
comes the nymph lord's silky voice as he joins me by the window. As he surveys his realm, I try to ignore the hairs standing up on the back of my neck. I might have been the queen of the sea on the minnow, but down here I'm in his territory with no crew and nowhere to hide. I expect him to glare down at me for my many sins against his clan over the years, but instead he addresses the group.
These windows are made of sea glass, thicker and stronger than even most Gwyllian metals. In fact, it looks like the enclosures you were all in during the first trial were made of the same glass.
His eyes focus hard on the queen, but she stares straight back at him, as if daring him to challenge her further. Though sea glass is a common nymph trading commodity, Kaito obviously doesn't approve of the sylphs using their prized material to nearly kill his only son and heir.
Still, the show must go on.
His practiced smile returns.
We nymphs have our own test we've prepared, one where you will have to use your beauty in more imaginative ways than ever before. I'm sure it will prove to be even more entertaining than the sylph trial. At least, for us.
The nymph lord's wild eyes narrow in on me with a strange smile.
And for the viciously unforgiving judge you'll face.
Chapter 25. Vicious judge? What could he mean by that? As I mull over Lord Kaito's words, wondering who this mysterious judge could be, Lady Delphine and a handful of nymph guards lead us the rest of the way to our rooms. Right this way. Aaron's mother ushers us into a hall with a line of giant white orbs, so polished they look like pearls. Each has sea glass windows and an aquagate on one side. We will take one of our transports to travel to the guest pods. What? The blood drains from my face at the thought of being stuck in some kind of underwater bunker. Lady Delphine must notice because she adds, "Don't worry, you can return to the palace at any time using our tube bridges." She points to a system of transparent glass tubes that span from the palace to other structures beyond. But I thought you might want to get a closer look at the city on the way. 2 by 2, we're led into the transports with a water manipulator to guide us. Aaron follows me into mine, and I suck in a breath at the tight fit. Our shoulders brush against each other, which doesn't help my quickening pulse. Suddenly, the orbs lurch forward, exiting through an aquagate in the wall one by one, the ocean pressing in all around us as our guides steer us toward the nymph city below. Among normal citizens, the city is alive with performing fish trainers, musical entertainers, and water manipulators on every corner. While some of them keep their distance from us, swimming out of the way with looks of suspicion, others get way too close. A few nymph beauticians swim around our transport, fighting for my attention, pressing their beauty charms and colorful garments decorated with rare sea gems against my window. Another waves for us to enter her shop, which appears to be enclosed with aquagates as well. She offers me lower and lower prices as we pass.
Don't mind them,
Aaron says.
The shopkeepers have gotten even more pushy since clan tensions increased. Few of them feel safe enough to sell on the surface. You're probably the newest clientele they've had in a while. Fresh meat for hungry sharks.
Great, I say sarcastically, though I tuck the information away. Might be useful later. As we continue, I try to picture Mira and Zale swimming through these streets together before becoming pirates. I wonder if they ever miss it. Before I can stop myself, I'm picturing them on the minnow, too busy with whatever mission they're on now to think about the home they left behind. Could they be missing me at all? Once we reach the other end of the city, we approach what appears to be a giant glass dome. Passing through one of its aquagates, our transports enter the dome and land on a wooden dock attached to a small island. Thankfully, water doesn't fill the dome completely. Instead, it only fills the lower half with the island floating on top. I don't wait to be told to exit the transport, sucking in a deep breath in the open space as I step out onto the dock. Water flows below my feet again, right where it belongs. This is far from the underwater bunker I feared. I turn in a circle, marveling at everything around us. Our view of the palace, the city, and streams of colorful fish, whales, and other creatures swimming around the dome's perimeter. Even more awaits us on the island. With the others, I follow the dock that surrounds the land as we pass clusters of palm trees, cascading fountains, and bubbling hot springs. Finally, the dock leads to our accommodations, a series of rounded pod huts made of coral that arc in a horseshoe shape around the edge of a small bay.
How lavish!
Hickory speaks my thoughts out loud, his good eye bouncing around all the sights. I can tell that sketchbook of his won't be empty for very long. We aim to impress, says Lady Delphine. Please make use of any of the amenities on the grounds during your stay. Drawing nearer to the pods,
We pass a few nymphs repairing one of the many fountains. Though I still don't love the thought of the dome being underwater, the gentle sound of rushing water soothes my anxious fears. One by one, we drop off the Queen and then each heir to their pods. At the end, only Aaron and I remain, as my pod is last. Lady Delphine unlocks my door, and I go to reach for the handle, but the clink of my chain stops me. Blasted things. How long am I meant to stay like this? Oh, I nearly forgot. Aaron's mother pulls a key from her pocket. I believe this is for you. I'm still surprised by the warmth in her voice and the gentleness of her fingers as she unlocks my cuffs. Now, that's much better, isn't it? Yes, thank you. I rub my wrist gratefully. The Queen handed me the key for you earlier, but I nearly left with it. I'm getting so forgetful in my old age. I hold back a laugh. With not a wrinkle to spare, she looks more like she could be Aaron's older sister rather than his mother. Lady Delphine clasps her hands together, but then looks curiously at Aaron. Speaking of, your father mentioned I should meet him somewhere, but now I cannot for the life of me remember where.
I believe it was the throne room. He summoned me there as well.
Aaron gently touches her shoulder.
Are you sure you're all right, Mother? Maybe you should go lie down.
She pats his hand. You've been home less than an hour and look at you, already fussing over me. She turns back to me. I'll leave you to your room now. I'm sure you'll want to rest and refresh yourself before our party tomorrow. Party? I perk up. Oh, yes. Her eyes brighten. We've planned a splendid celebration to properly welcome you all to our province.
Mother throws the best parties in all of Isinglass,
Aaron says to me. Delphine's smile widens at the compliment. Oh, how I've missed you, my son. She gives Aaron's hand a squeeze. Now, don't be long. You know how much your father doesn't like you skipping out on things. She says it lightly, but I can hear a hint of seriousness, too, probably referencing the wedding again. Without another word, she turns to leave the way we came. Your mother seems nice, I say, though I get the sense there's something off about her.
She is.
Aaron smiles, but then it fades.
My father, not so much.
Can't argue with you there.
Hey, look at us actually agreeing on something.
He grins.
Here, let me get you settled in.
He reaches for my door and opens it for me. I hesitate. Aren't you supposed to meet your father?
He can wait a few minutes. Come on. I think you got the pod with the best view.
He's already inside, walking straight toward the curtains. I enter, but tentatively, making sure to leave the door open behind me. I don't want him, or anyone else who might see us, to get the wrong idea. As he pulls at the drapes, light filters through the floor-to-ceiling sea glass window, brightening up the room. My trunks from Eldor have already been brought in, some of them sitting beside a luxurious circular canopy bed adorned with sheer drapes and a seashell headboard. The pile of plush pillows are already calling my name, but I scan the room for the case that I know holds my daggers. Thankfully, I spot it sitting atop a vanity decorated entirely with shells and starfish. As I turn back to the window, the view nearly steals my breath away. It might not be the wide-open ocean view I'm used to, but it's the next best thing. The sparkling saltwater that surrounds the island spreads out before me, small currents rippling up toward my window. Since my pod is at the end of the arched arrangement, the other pods can't obstruct my perfect view. I'll take it.
I told you, you have the best view,
Aaron says proudly, as if he had something to do with it. The glint in his eye tells me maybe he did. I try not to dwell on the possibility too long, glancing around the perimeter of the window until I find a latch to the right. I pull at it, and the window slides open like a door. I breathe in the salty air with a sigh.
Sorry about earlier, by the way,
Aaron says softly.
With Niall, I mean.
I turn to him, brows raised.
You don't owe me anything. I shrug, though I find I don't mind the apology. What's with that puck anyway? And why in Phelan do you, Prince of the Nymphs, tolerate the likes of him? Aaron shakes his head.
If I don't, he'll report me to my father, and I already have him mad enough at me about the wedding.
What would he tell your father exactly? That you weren't bowing down to some jerk?
Oh, Niall would spin some story to get me in trouble, I'm sure.
Interesting. I thought you were supposed to be pals, I say.
I thought we were, at one time. When we were growing up, he used to seek my favor endlessly, reserving his venom for others like Finn. I think he's always been a bit jealous of me, perhaps hoping that being close to me and my family would gain him power someday. But ever since the Ethodine's dangerous nature was made known, he's gotten bolder, turning his venom on me as well. I guess he doesn't have much confidence that I'll survive. Now it seems Vale's favor is what he seeks.
I crinkle my nose, remembering Niall's lips on Vale's hand. It did seem that way. What do you think he wants with her? Aaron shrugs.
She's in the lead for the crown after placing first in the Sylph trial. If she wins, perhaps he figures she'll hold the power to dethrone me and choose another to rule the nymphs. If he gets in her good graces, why not him?
Well, if it's possible, I like him even less now. I cross my arms. I'm going to have to keep an eye on that one.
I don't blame you.
Aaron sighs.
But while I'm here, until I secure my place as Nymph Lord, I must do what I can to make allies instead of enemies.
Not like my opinion matters, but I don't think you should have to change who you are for anyone, especially for someone like Niall. You should stand up for what you believe in. Be yourself.
Easy for you to say. You don't care what anybody thinks of you.
At first, his words sound like a jab, but when he turns to me, his eyes are soft.
I kind of admire that.
Heat rises in my face, but I force it down. Aaron looks as if he wants to say more, but must think better of it.
Anyway, I shouldn't keep my father waiting.
As I follow him out, I spot Hickory exiting the next pod over. He's got his dust pipe in his mouth and his satchel of art supplies slung over his shoulder, probably off to paint everything in sight. I steal a glance at his door. He must have the ancient book in there, but there are too many witnesses to try and break in now. I'll just have to track his comings and goings to figure out the best time to sneak in and find the tome. I can't believe they're having us engage in a bloody beauty contest, I groan. By the Queen's request, I had snuck past the nymph guards late at night and into Vale's room so she could help me prepare for the next part of the Ethodine, the trial of beauty. Vale sits at her vanity, which is covered in tiny pearls. It's piled with books, of course, but also brushes, powders, and the nymph oils she's currently using on her fair, freckled skin. As she applies a dab of one, it makes a few of her many freckles disappear. I collapse on the plush couch behind her. This is going to be a long night. Always so dramatic. Vale peers at my reflection before continuing to admire herself. It's not really a beauty contest, lucky for you. Think of it more like a trial of talent. I huff. I don't want to be here. What I would rather do is figure out where Hickory is keeping the ancient tome. Maybe I can sneak into his room and search for it when he's out for a meal or something. Until then, I have to try to focus on this trial. I don't see how beauty or talent is necessary to rule a land. In nymph society it is, Vale assures me. They believe each faerie has been born with a particular gift that gives them power, bringing beauty and light to the world. Beauty and light? Between my sword fighting and flaming hands, my only skills seem to bring destruction. And what's your gift exactly? I ask. Talking everyone to death? Very funny. Vale shoots me an unamused stare through the mirror. Actually, I sing. Really? I ask with an arched brow. Singing and music are usually more of a nymph specialty. I might not have been trained in swordplay day after day like you,
But my mother made sure I had a tutor in every other subject imaginable. She even paid the great Marceline to travel to Eldor and give me lessons when I reached youngling age.
I sit up. Marceline is one of the prima donnas of operatic nymphs. I once saw her masterfully captivate an audience while my crew pickpocketed the crowd. I had nearly dropped my spoils at the breathtaking sound of her voice. This I've got to hear. I lean in. My intrigue must tempt her to show off. She puts down her brush, closes her eyes, and takes a deep, low breath. The sound that comes out doesn't match her at all. While her natural speaking voice has a high, whiny pitch, her singing timbre is round and full. I don't recognize the words. The language must be one of the ancient ones she loves studying so much. But the vowels are soft and lovely to the ear. She only sings a few phrases, but when she finishes, my mouth hangs open. Thankfully, I close it before she opens her eyes. Not bad. I put my hands behind my head and lean back. You're not afraid Aaron will choose to sing as well and show you up? Not that I've heard him sing, but being a nymph and all, he's bound to be very good. Vale tilts her head down, but I don't miss the small smile crossing her face.
I have it on good authority that he will not be singing.
The memory of Vale pulling Aaron into the shadows of Eldor's gardens returns to my mind. My stomach twists. Is that his authority? I ask nonchalantly as I play with the seashell tassels of a pillow, telling myself that my interest is more about gathering intel than jealousy. A slight blush joins the freckles on her cheeks.
Perhaps.
Vale's eyes narrow in on my reflection as she pulls a coral comb through her hair. I furrow my brow. With Niall's interest in her, it could very well be him who told her instead. Two can play at this game. Because if it wasn't, I could find out for you, you know. Aaron likes to talk to me for some reason. Can't seem to leave me alone, actually. Vale's blush vanishes.
No.
She grits a smile, pulling her brush through her hair with more force.
I'm supposed to be helping you and your talentless soul.
Helping? I laugh. You mean like your nodding potion? You almost got me killed. Hey! She spins in her chair, no hint of a smile now.
You're still alive, aren't you? My efforts got you further through that trial than you would have ever gotten on your own.
I look away. But she's right. I hate when she's right.
Seriously now, every creature has some measure of beauty, no matter how small it might be.
Vale looks me over as if it's impossible to find a single speck of beauty anywhere on my person. I throw up my hands. I assure you, I have no such gift.
Well, you'd best make one up fast, or you'll be disqualified, and you know we can't have that.
She gives me a weighted glare, reminding me of my deal with her mother.
No, we certainly cannot,
comes the Queen's voice. Both Vale and I straighten as she enters the room and closes the door softly behind her.
You two are quite impossible, she scolds. If you argue much louder, you'll alert every sleeping fae in this dome of your little meeting.
Sorry, Mother. Vale stands, her tone and demeanor instantly changing. What are you doing here?
Vale, my dear.
The Queen places a hand on her daughter's cheek.
You know I have every confidence in you. However, since watching Quinn nearly get skewered during the last trial,
she turns to me, and I lower my eyes to the ground.
I had the feeling she might be needing my help for this round.
At that, I perk up.
Really, Mother, that's not necessary. We don't want to bother you.
She shoots a glare at me.
Knowing Quinn, we might be up all night trying to think of something.
Don't be silly, Vale.
The Queen cuts her off with a wave of her hand, still smiling at me.
I'm sure I'll be able to think of a talent our pirate friend would be perfect for.
She looks me up and down as she rolls up her draped sleeves.
I do my best work with impossible odds.
Chapter 26. If the trial of beauty wasn't enough to worry about, the next day we're invited by Lord Kaito to a celebration, just as Lady Delphine promised. Kaito called it an underwater masquerade, which is to be held in our honor. But as I step down into the large circular banquet hall, I'm sure that's not his only motive. Honestly, it feels more like I'm inside a massive aquarium. Below the ocean surface, the walls are entirely made of sea glass. It gives view to the endless ocean world outside, creating the illusion that all the attendees are underwater. As I fight the fear of drowning clawing at my stomach, I focus on the fairy folk trailing along the dance floor instead. The rippling water plays off the glass walls. Sea diamond chandeliers cast colorful hues across the room as fae meld into the ocean scene. Water manipulators make a show of arcing cocktail drinks through the air into goblets. Dancers and showmen put on an evocative display, enacting the band's sultry song. To complete the scene, each fairy present wears an elegant mask that represents a different creature of the sea, their attire complementing their choice. The Callan sisters are already taking turns dancing with Wade and Tal. The girls resemble sea stags in their matching azure dresses, masks, and coral antlers. Wade wears turtle shells on the shoulders of his tile-patterned suit, while Tal appears to be a clownfish with orange and white stripes. Whatever their part in the night's festivities, every nymph displays their talent and beauty with elegance and grace. My hands tighten their hold on my skirt. How in Phelan am I supposed to compete with any of this? When asked by the nymph servants what creature I would like to emulate, I'd first asked to become a swordfish. But when my request for an actual sword was rejected, I decided to go with something a bit flashier. 8 long trails of gathered lace weave around the skirt of my blood-red gown as I make my way through the sea of fae, the tentacles of my octopus persona. With a matching red and white spotted mask to cover most of my face, at least I'm back in my element. I'm a shadow in the night, blending in with the masses, walking around unnoticed through the room with my head held high. I love that my face is hidden again. My pirating habits kick in, and I keep my eye out for anyone not paying attention to their farthing coin purses. If only my dress had true tentacles to aid me. In the maze of masks and music, it isn't long before I spot my fellow competitors. As if her distinct fire-red hair isn't enough of a giveaway, Vale wears a brightly colored mask and strategically low-cut orange dress. The bottom fans out to reveal 5 pointed ends as she dances through the interchanging steps, passing from one available puck to another. Of course, the Sylph Princess would want to be the star of all fish. As she twirls into her next partner's arms, I realize it's Niall. Even though he's sharply dressed in a bright red suit and mask that reminds me of a lobster, it's hard to miss his bright green hair. Vale breaks into a smile, but this time I catch Queen Gwendolyn's tall figure on the outskirts of the dance floor, watching Vale with an eye of caution. Though she still wears her crown and royal purple robe, her semi-transparent top ends in a skirt made from hundreds of fluorescent strings. Her luminous dress makes her an elegant yet powerful crystal jellyfish, gliding across the floor as she nods to each guest, still keeping an eye on Vale. It isn't until I reach the tables of delectable seafood hors d'oeuvres that I spot Alice. The only pixie in the room not taking the opportunity to dress provocatively, she's covered from head to toe in a black seaweed fabric, emulating what I assume to be an eel by the way it shines. Her black braids are in a tight updo, and she's cross-armed, scrutinizing those on the dance floor as if she might electrify anyone who even thinks about asking her to dance. I get the impression that the masquerade doesn't amuse her. What she hasn't seemed to notice is that through the glass wall behind her, actual fish of all shapes and sizes have gathered, hovering around her frame. Such a mystery, this one. Besides the question of her gloved hands still sitting unanswered in my mind, I admire her no-nonsense, quiet rebellion of the event, and find myself drawn to her. If only I could find a way to communicate. If I stick to simple yes or no questions, I might be able to get somewhere. I approach with caution, trying to appear busy choosing between a platter of crab cakes and a bowl of clams on the table nearby. It isn't hard to do. After a night of failed attempts at identifying a talent I can use for the upcoming trial, and a morning of servants dressing me for the masquerade, I'm starving. Doesn't this whole party seem silly, in light of everything? I toss a crab cake into my mouth and hold out the platter to her as a peace offering. Alice wrinkles her nose and looks away. Not much of a seafood fan? I ask.
Alice isn't much of a meat fan in general.
Hickory appears on my other side.
She's a vegetarian.
Really? My brows shoot up, not only at Hickory's words, but at what he's wearing. He's decked out in a shimmering silver suit and pointed hat with an eye patch over his blind eye. And what sea beast are you supposed to be? Even Alice peers over at him, her head tilting slightly. Hickory opens his mouth to answer, but a voice interjects from the dance floor.
Sorry to disappoint you, mate,
Niall says, approaching with Vale on his arm.
But I don't think a pirate is technically a creature of the sea.
Though we can't speak for Quinn, of course. Vale eyes me. I shoot her a look.
I'm a deep-sea squid, thank you very much.
Hickory gives Niall a cold stare I've only ever seen him give Aaron. He points to his good eye.
One eye at the front.
He turns around.
A smaller eye on the back.
A decorative symbol that emulates an eye is stitched into the back of his jacket, while 10 tails trail off the hem of his coat.
2 eyes for 2 different purposes. But as a fairy of the sea, I'm sure you knew all that.
Vale puts a hand over her mouth to cover a smile, and I catch Alice stifling a smirk as well. Niall's lips twist.
Ah, of course,
he says tightly. It seems Hickory is one of the few that can get under Niall's skin. Good for him. Hickory stands a little taller.
Besides, this getup gives me a reason to carry this around.
He reaches into his pocket and pulls out a vial of black liquid that sparkles, probably tainted with pixie dust.
Ink, anyone?
Ha! Vale laughs and claps her hands. Very clever. Niall gives her a look, but Hickory smiles victoriously.
Thank you.
He beams at her and places the vial back in his pocket.
Look out, thirsty pucks coming through.
Wade and Tal push past us to get to the Sea Breeze cocktail bowl on the other side. Alice glares at their backs, and I'm more than happy to follow her lead. But Niall must think I'm eyeing the cocktail.
You and your dust-smoking friend better not get any ideas about spiking that bowl.
Yeah, Tal agrees with a mouthful of shrimp.
The last time we did that, the nymph lord beached us for nearly a month.
Niall looks like he's about to pummel Tal. I raise my brows. Beached? Vale sighs, ready to instruct me, as always. It's when a nymph is exiled to the land for any amount of time. It's quite embarrassing, and Niall rolls his eyes and puts a hand on hers to still her chatter.
I think she gets it.
A conch shell sounds, pulling our attention to the staircase entrance. The band halts, and the whole room of dancers stills. Aaron and a pixie I assume is his bride-to-be appear at the top of the staircase.
Presenting Sir Aaron and Lady Arista,
the announcer calls. The quaint way their names go together makes me want to gag. Still, I step forward, peering over the crowd for a better look. Despite Aaron running out on their wedding, his betrothed's smile stretches from ear to ear as they descend into the hall. He lied about the status of their relationship, but he hadn't lied about her beauty. Arista's long magenta hair trails down her curved figure. The pleats of her pale, form-fitting dress mimic the oyster shells she's meant to portray as a string of pearls drapes down her sweetheart neckline. It's hard to behold her true beauty, however, with the seashell mask she holds in front of her face. I hope against hope it hides an underwhelming visage. A long, crooked nose, perhaps. A unibrow. Anything, really. But as they descend, she lifts the mask to reveal a perfectly shaped nose, full red lips, long batting eyelashes,
and a whole list of other desirable traits, none of which are underwhelming. A self-conscious twinge trickles up my neck. All eyes watch her as if mesmerized. All except Aaron. He's dressed in a blue-gray suit with fabric that stretches from his arms to his sides like wings, and a long tail at the back of his coat. He appears to be a sharply dressed stingray. But Aaron isn't matching Arista's smile. Peering through his mask, his eyes are glazed over, locked in a forward, uninterested gaze. Until they shift, finding me. His lips part as his eyes lower to my dress and back to my face. His dimple appears, and I struggle to fight the blush rising in my cheeks. But as they reach the bottom of the stairs, Arista leads him onto the dance floor as the band strikes up a new tune in their honor. As if broken out of a trance, the party resumes. Alice walks off, the fish outside still following her movements. Vale huffs in Aaron and Arista's direction, yanking Niall back onto the dance floor. Staring at Aaron dancing with his betrothed, I'm left alone with my thoughts. I straighten my skirt with a fierce tug. No one is going to get me down tonight, not even Aaron and his fiancée. I'm escort-free and chainless. With my lavish nymph dress and a mask to shield me, nothing can ruin my mood.
"Didn't I tell you that guy is bad news?"
Hickory said, stepping up to my side. I startle. He was so quiet, I'd forgotten he was there. You say that, but you've never told me why, I challenge. He avoids my gaze.
Well, for one, look at the company he keeps.
He nods to Niall dancing with Vale. She giggles at something he said, and I catch a mischievous glint in Niall's eye. Though Hickory definitely has a point, I know there has to be more. I don't know, Hickory. You're starting to make me think you're jealous for my attention or something, I say half-jokingly. Hickory lets out a guttural laugh and snatches up a goblet from the table.
No offense, Captain, but you're not really my type.
He takes a sip, turning toward the dance floor. Oh, really? I press with an intrigued smile, watching him survey the dancers. No, wait. His eye is following something. But there is someone, isn't there? Maybe they're in this very room? I look around playfully before returning to Hickory. His complexion turns even paler than usual.
You don't know her, I assure you,
he says, though the words come out a bit rattled. His good eye now darts around the room as if trying to avoid giving away who the mystery pixie is. Wow, relax, Kobe. I was just kidding, I say, and Hickory's color slowly returns. But truthfully, I'm not sure sticking around you is much better than Aaron.
And why's that?
Hickory goes to take another gulp from his goblet. Well, you do keep a lot of secrets. You won't tell me the whole truth about Aaron or who this mystery pixie is. I trail off, getting an idea. Or why you steal books away from the libraries of sylph princesses.
What?
Hickory nearly chokes on his drink, but composes himself.
I'm not sure I know what you mean.
Ah, so he does intend to keep the tome a secret, even from me. What could he want it for? Whatever it is, it can't be as important as me decoding the nightmares about my brother.
There you are,
comes a low, agitated voice. I shudder and peer behind me where none other than my father stands. He wears a gray suit and mask with a string of sharp teeth looped around his neck. A lurking shark. How appropriate. I look back at Hickory. I'm not done with him yet. But I'm too late. Whether he saw the opportunity to avoid more talk about the book or my father's presence was enough to spook him, he's gone. I'll have to catch up with him later. Slapping on an obviously fake smile, I spin back around to my father. Ah, Your Grace. I give him an overly dramatic curtsy. I didn't realize that you'd already arrived in Isinglass, just when I was starting to have some fun. As expected, my father's face shows no sign of amusement.
Fun,
he scoffs, crossing his arms.
Maybe if you were focusing less on having fun and more on putting your energy into the last trial, you wouldn't be at the bottom.
My smile disappears. He doesn't care that I was almost stabbed to death by sea glass, or that I survived it. Only the crown matters to him. The crown I'm not even trying to win anymore. But I can't let him know that. I'm doing my best. I lower my voice as others pass by, eyeing us.
Well, obviously your best won't make you queen.
His tone remains rough as he observes me.
You're distracted. Why?
I hesitate. I can't let him know about my deal with the queen, and I definitely can't tell him about my dreams, especially who is haunting them. Perhaps my father has some knowledge of the symbol on our mother's daggers, but as I stare into his impatient glare, I shake my head. Even I think I sound crazy. I don't need Faden to confirm it.
Excuse me?
Aaron's voice interrupts. I'm surprised to see him without Arista. Even more so that his hand is held out to me.
I seem to have lost my dance partner. Mind filling in?
I weigh my options between bad and worse as I look from my father's scowl to Aaron's hand.
I don't think that's such a good idea.
My father begins. I'd love to, I answer emphatically before he can finish. With that, Aaron flings me onto the dance floor with a twirl. Though I haven't formally danced in years, Aaron guides me through the steps with a strong leading hand. After some stumbling on my part, we fall into a rhythm, and I look back at my fuming father. Saving me again? I ask with a touch of sarcasm, but also with gratitude this time.
Oh, were you in some sort of trouble? I hadn't noticed.
Aaron grins, his dimple making an appearance again.
If anything, you saved me. I can't very well be found dancing out here by myself.
He looks at our feet, then back into my eyes.
Thankfully, you seem to be getting the hang of it.
I smile smugly, but then catch sight of Aaron's bride-to-be. Arista is searching the crowd, the same plastered smile from earlier still draped across her face. Better than your fiancé, I assume? I nod toward the partner he could be dancing with. I think she's looking for you.
Ah, there she is.
Aaron laughs nervously as he moves us deeper into the crowd of dancers. He leans in close to whisper.
Honestly, I'd rather not be around her right now.
I try not to laugh at the fact that Aaron is hiding from a pixie. You know, if you wanted to get away from her, you could have asked Vale to dance. I watch for his reaction. Aaron's brow furrows.
Why would I do that?
Well, for starters, you're kind to her, though I can't imagine why. Plus, I've seen you two sneaking off together doing whatever it is you two do. I command my cheeks not to burn, nearly stepping on his foot as we spin. Aaron's confusion morphs back into his smirk.
You're very observant.
He pulls me closer, the band moving into the final part of their song.
I'm flattered you've paid so much attention to my dealings with other pixies.
I roll my eyes. How does he always manage to do that? Catching me off guard, twisting my words. Not this time. I couldn't care less about what you do or with whom you do it. I only started taking note after Vale told me you agreed not to sing for the trial of beauty. I half lie, looking for confirmation.
She told you I said that?
Aaron stumbles through the next step, but then narrows his brow.
Since when did you two become friends?
I wouldn't say friends, exactly. And don't change the subject. I have to be more careful. He can't know that she and I are helping each other. I lower my voice to a whisper. As I see it, it only makes sense for you not to sing anyway. We both know a certain other gift of yours would give you quite the advantage with the judge. Some may even call it cheating. Not like I haven't been doing my own fair share of the same thus far, but I need Vale to stay ahead in the competition if she is to be queen and I'm to receive my reward. Are you brave enough to not sing? Aaron peers around us to make sure no one's listening in.
What I want no longer matters. I haven't yet told Vale, but I'll be singing after all. My father insists.
I'm about to ask if his father knows about his silver tongue, but right now I'm more intent on making sure he doesn't use it during the trial. Still, you at least entertained Vale's request. To have done that, he must have some kind of loyalty to her. If I didn't know better, I'd think there was something more going on between you two. Aaron's grip around my waist tightens, and he lowers his voice.
Vale and I have a complicated past.
He chooses his words carefully as others dance around us.
She may like to think there's something more between us, but there isn't.
But there was, wasn't there? I whisper. He looks away. I knew it. I smile victoriously at the discovery, trying to ignore the twinge in my chest at the thought of them together.
Maybe there was, he concedes, but it's in the past, all right? It doesn't matter. Not anymore.
I blink up at him. His eyes are searching my face. There's an intensity behind them, as if he's trying to tell me something with just a stare. Because you're a nymph and she's a sylph? I ask. Without meaning to, I think of Wit and all the ridicule she received growing up for being a half-breed. Private affairs are one thing. Royals taking secret mistresses from different clans are scandals rumored to have happened from time to time. Most of them are kept quiet enough that they're never brought to light. But outright marriages between royal families of different clans are unheard of. Forbidden.
Well, yes,
Aaron starts.
but that's not what I meant.
And even if she was a nymph, you're about to be married to someone else. So... He blinks at me, lips parted.
Right.
His voice trails off, a sadness coming over him. And I realize that somewhere along the way, the conversation shifted. We've stopped talking about him and Vale and moved on to something else entirely. He's still looking at me, but I drop my gaze to my feet. Right. I breathe in agreement. And just like that, the song ends, and we part.
How poetic! The pirate and the merman.
Niall appears at our side, Vale no longer with him.
Your father wants to see you,
he says to Aaron before turning to me with an unsettling glint in his eye.
I can take this off your hands.
We weren't quite finished, Aaron begins, but Lord Kaito's voice cuts in next.
Niall, thank you for finding my son.
He says the last part in a low growl, his fingers tightly wound around his trident. Lady Delphine stands behind him, looking apologetic.
Your mother and I must speak to you. Alone.
Kaito looks down on me meaningfully, then at Niall. Niall bows and moves as if to guide me away, but I give him such a glare he turns on his heels without another word. Coward. Lord Kaito guides Aaron and his wife to the outer wall, and I back away to an hors d'oeuvres table, staying just close enough to overhear their whispers.
What were you thinking? Abandoning your fiancée to dance with that pirate, parading her in front of all of our guests to see. Believe me, father, it's nothing compared to what you did to Arista.
Aaron whispers back.
Ah, you're punishing me. Is that what this is?
Kaito shakes his head.
Honestly, Aaron, after the disappearing act you pulled, what else did you expect me to do? I told your wedding guests that the Queen commanded your immediate return to Eldor to start the competition, but Arista already knew the truth. After that pitiful note you left her with all your I don't love you talk, she needed a bit more convincing.
My brows knit together. Arista looked so happy earlier. Maybe too happy. Kaito leans in closer to Aaron, whispering sharply.
Now, I want you to act the part while you're home. The alliance with her family's beauty and gem trade will be a strong match. And when you return from the competition, you will marry her, or so help me.
Aaron turns to Lady Delphine.
Mother, please don't make me do this.
Kaito, she says. Do we really have to talk about this here?
Enough!
Kaito grips his trident tighter and leans toward his wife's ear.
My dear, tell your son he must listen to his father.
I hold back a gasp as I hear the watery effect of Kaito's voice. Lady Delphine's gaze grows blank and far off. When she speaks again, it's as if all the warmth I sensed from her the other day is sucked from her being.
Aaron, you must listen to your father,
she says flatly. That's where Aaron got his silver tongue. From his father. Of course.
Mother!
Aaron grabs her arms.
Don't let him do this to you. You're not yourself. Snap out of it. You don't have to listen to him.
A muscle in my jaw ticks. I can't just stand by and watch this happen. But what can I do? Suddenly, I hear giggles coming from a few tables away. The Callan sisters are laughing and drinking around a cocktail bowl with Wade and Niall. An idea hits, and my feet are moving before I can stop them. Commanding my legs to weaken, I stumble toward Lord Kaito and purposely bump into him.
Oh my, very sorry, Your Grace. I didn't see you there,
I say, making sure to slur my words.
What's wrong with you?
Kaito pulls back from me as if I have the plague and straightens his robes. I lean on Aaron, putting all my weight on his shoulder. He eyes my unsteady legs.
Are you drunk?
Perhaps. I smile lazily, then look over to Niall and his gang. Now that you mention it, that cocktail tasted a bit strange. Kinda like pixie dust. I wag a finger in the air. I think I might have seen Niall pour something into the bowl. Kaito's eyes set ablaze on Niall, and he adjusts his grip on his trident.
Aaron, get your mother to her room. I will be there shortly.
I shift off Aaron as he takes his mother's arm. Her eyes are still glazed and barely blinking. My lazy smile shifts into a satisfied grin as Aaron and I watch Kaito march through the crowd straight toward Niall. As he catches the nymph lord barreling toward him, even his green hair seems to pale with fear. Though I'd love to watch Niall's humiliation, I don't want to linger too long, so I take the opportunity to quietly back away. If Aaron catches on to what I've done, I don't want to deal with the whole thank you bit that might be coming. But I only get a few paces before I'm blocked, forced to peer up at the Queen's tall frame. Your Majesty, I begin, startled, but she puts up a hand.
Well, aren't you quick on your feet, Captain? And quite convincing.
She nods back to Aaron, who's searching the crowd for where I've gone.
Though I guess I shouldn't be surprised with your many years as a pirate, hiding your true identity for so long.
I turn back to her, waiting for a threat to rat me out for what I've done. But instead, she considers me, a new light in her eyes.
I've been thinking more on what talent you could display for the trial of beauty, and now I believe you've given me the perfect idea.
Chapter 27. I'm not sure I approve of the Queen's idea for my talent. When she first explained it to me, I tried not to laugh. But at this point, it's not like I have many other options. Late that same night, we begin my trial preparations, along with a sparring session for Vale. It's still my responsibility to continue building her strength and keep the skills she learned in Eldor sharp. Are you sure I can't display my knife throwing or something? I offer one more alternative to the Queen's plan after directing Vale to start on 50 push-ups. 1, 2, 3. Vale starts her count from the floor. She's doing them too quickly. I place my foot on her back to add more weight. Hey! She shouts. I ignore her, turning back to the Queen. My aim with a knife got pretty good while I was a Gwyllian Guard recruit. Had the best aim in the entire pirate fleet, too. I can still see Maverick's look of pride when my daggers hit the bullseye every time. Eventually, I could even do it blindfolded. 8, 9, 10, Vale groans. The Queen doesn't look up from Vale's vanity, where she's recording something on a piece of parchment. The finch perched on her shoulder does, though, tilting its head at me. Sometimes her birds give me the creeps. "This is not Grey Marrow, my dear," the Queen says, her feather quill flitting about as she writes. "And I don't think the nymphs would feel particularly fond of Captain Shade being permitted weapons in their crowded arena. Now, come." I sigh and obey, lifting my foot from Vale's back. Vale takes a moment to breathe, but I give her a warning look. "Have I mentioned how much I dislike you?" she huffs. 16, 17, 18. The Queen folds the parchment and hands it to me along with a small pouch of farthings. "Here are some instructions on what I want you to practice, and a list of supplies to get at the market tomorrow. Go over everything on your own, and we'll review it together tomorrow night." I take a peek at the list written in Her Majesty's perfect swirling calligraphy. I glance back up at her, still not convinced. "Trust me." She gives my shoulder a gentle squeeze. I nod reluctantly. Do I really have a choice? Returning to my pod just before everyone rises for the day, I spend the next morning trying to catch up on sleep. But my nightmares won't leave me alone. Phelan on fire, the sacred vine falling, Gaius thrusting our daggers into my hands. Even with his panicked gaze, when I see him alive and well in my dreams, it's almost a relief. But then I wake again in a cold sweat to the bitter reality that he's gone. At this rate, I'll never get any sleep. And if I'm too tired, I'll never be alert enough to stay alive during these ridiculous trials. I reach for one of the daggers I've stashed beneath the mattress. The symbol on the hilt stares back at me. I know it must mean something important, but I'll never figure it out without that tome. I've taken note of when Hickory leaves his room unattended, but some of the others are usually still milling about. I could sneak in when everyone gathers in the central palace for meals, but if he notices me missing right before the book is taken, he'll surely know it's me. Although, maybe I don't have to steal it exactly. Maybe just flipping through some of its pages will tell me something. And that just might work. So for now, I take a transport orb to the market to purchase the items on the Queen's list. "How much for this?" I ask, motioning to a black top hat and a display of caps and other head coverings. The nymph swings a webbed hand onto her hip, pearl bracelets clanging together on her wrist. "It's not your color, darling. What about this one?" She grabs a gem-covered sash that's obviously much pricier and lifts it to my body. "Very pretty," she encourages. I browse the other sashes, remembering they're also on the list, and point to a much simpler teal one, trying to ignore the fact that it reminds me of Aaron's eyes. "I'll take this and the hat. How much?" "For you?" She eyes the pouch at my side. 30 farthings. Rookie mistake not hiding my pouch. She must have a trained eye. 30 is all I have. But this isn't my first time haggling. 10, I say. 15, she shoots back. I sigh. I don't have time for this. 11, and that's my final offer. I can just as easily take my business somewhere else. The shop across the way looks much more accommodating. I start walking back toward the shop's aquagate where my transport awaits. Fine, fine, she hurries after me. 11 it is. I return right before dinner, passing Vale and Alice as they head out. Hickory is the last to leave. As he locks his door, I nod to the satchel slung around his shoulder. Going to paint after dinner? I ask. You know it. He picks up the blank canvas leaning up against his pod and pats his bag full of supplies. Enjoy, I say as he continues on. And take a good long while. Aren't you coming? He asks. I'll be right behind you. Just have to drop these off first. I hold up the sack in my hands. Once he's out of sight, I toss my things in my room and double back to Hickory's pod. Making sure the coast is clear one last time, I take a knee, pulling a pin from my hair and picking the lock. It gives easily before I slide through, making sure to lock the door again. For the most part, Hickory's room is laid out the same as mine, save for the canvases, paint supplies, and stack of books sprawled out on his bed. I rush to the books, picking up and shifting them one at a time, placing each one right back where I found them so Hickory doesn't suspect a thing. Come on, I know you're here. A few stray pieces of parchment sticking out of a sketchbook catch my eye. Gently, I pull them free. They're covered in ink, but not with Hickory's normal sketches. Hurriedly scribbled symbols are scrawled over the surface in various sizes, some crossed out with arrows and circles connecting others. My stomach twists. These look like the scribblings of a crazed fae. What's Hickory gotten himself into now? I rotate the parchment in my hand, but I can't make wings or tails of what it means. I wouldn't be surprised if it's his own code to ward off snoops like me. But then I notice something I do recognize. In one of the page's corners, circled 5 times, is the symbol from the tome's cover. I knew that symbol meant something. I've just started looking through the books again when I hear a key slide into the door's lock. Hickory can't be back already. He must have forgotten something. Just my luck. Why does this keep happening to me? Ever since the botched funeral heist, none of my blasted plans seem to be working. I'm a crew of 1 with no lookout and no backup strategies. The doorknob jiggles. I've got to get out of here. Fast. I look to my only other exit, the curtain-covered window. Swiftly, I stuff the pages back into the sketchbook and dash behind the drapery. Stifling my heavy breathing, I nudge open his window and sneak out onto the dock, cool air coming off the bay behind me. Hickory's door opens just as I pull the pane closed, pressing my back against the pod wall just out of sight. Holding my breath, I hear him rustling around in the room. Soon the door creaks open and closes again, and I catch his figure walking back toward the transport orbs. I sigh in relief. He should definitely be gone now. Maybe I can sneak back in and try looking one more time. Quinn? A voice says behind me, and I jump. Chapter 28. A swimming figure approaches in the water, and the jellyfish lanterns illuminate Aaron's face. I relax a bit.
What are you doing?
He asks. His nymph tail swishes behind him as he leans his wet blue arms on the landing, looking up at me with interest. How much did he see? Nothing, I say quickly. Just out for a stroll. Needed some fresh air.
So you decided to hang around Hickory's window?
He raises a brow. I figured I'd check everyone's window locks as I go. I take hold of the window latch again and feign a jiggle of it. Good. Nice and tight. Can't be too careful.
How thoughtful of you.
He arches a brow. That's just the kind of pixie I am. I smile broadly, though I know it's not very convincing. If I try to leave too quickly, he'll know I was up to something. Honestly, after all the excitement at the masquerade last night, I didn't feel like being around everyone at dinner. Thought I'd hang back here for a bit of peace and quiet. I sit down at the edge of the dock and lift my skirt up just enough to dip my legs in the water. I bristle at the cold temperature. I'm guessing you had the same idea?
Sort of, he says.
After a long time away from the sea, I've been trying to reconnect as much as possible. It's one of the only places I truly feel like myself, you know? I gaze over the water and into the sea pressing up against the dome around us. More than you know.
Well, then you should come in,
Aaron exclaims playfully, making me regret my transparency.
It's one thing to look at the ocean, it's another to be in it.
I think I've done enough swimming for a lifetime. I shake my head. Last time you had to pull me from its depths, remember?
And I'll be here to save you again, which I know you love so much.
He playfully flicks some water onto my dress. Hey, I exclaim, trying not to laugh. I think I'll pass.
Oh, come on, you've got to lighten up. Have a little fun.
He boldly grabs my hands,
ready to pull me in with him.
You know you want to.
I pull back, my teeth clenched together in a warning smile. Don't you dare. My legs are already submerged. It would be so easy for him to pull me in. But surprisingly, he lets go of my hands and drifts backward.
Fine, but here's a parting gift so you know what you're missing.
In a flash, Aaron dives back into the bay. His tail smacks down on the water's surface, and I yelp as a frigid wave rushes over me, soaking me through. Aaron resurfaces with a wide smile. I sit there in shock, arms held away from my body as water drips off my hair, down my face and dress. My lip begins to quiver.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
Aaron swims back.
Don't cry, I was just playing around.
But as he draws close enough, a smile breaks across my face. Ha! The only one that's going to be crying is you imp! I laugh and jump into the water after him. Aaron's look shifts from confusion to joy in a snap as he tries to swim away from me, but I grab his arm and drag him back. You're in so much trouble! I allow my signature cackle to ring through the air as I dunk him under the water. Aaron surfaces and lets out a ferocious laugh. He shakes his midnight blue hair, playfully whipping water droplets toward me. Grabbing me around the waist, he pulls me close.
Trouble, huh? I think I can take it.
I rest my hands on Aaron's shoulders as his tail swishes back and forth, keeping us afloat. Our laughter subsides, and I realize how close we are. His warm breath brushes against my skin. His teal eyes are so clear, little specks of green reflecting back at me. Slowly, his face inches closer to mine. I panic and turn my gaze back toward the pods. What am I doing? What if someone else comes back and sees us? Though dinner shouldn't be over yet, I'm still relieved to see no pod lamps flickering to life. All the windows are dark, the curtains closed tight. The only sounds are the periodic flutters of the caged birds in the queen's pod. I double-check Vale's window. If she sees us like this, she might literally kill me. I think maybe it's time we go, I say.
You can go, if you'd like,
he says, though his hold on me doesn't loosen.
I'm not quite ready.
I don't dare say it out loud, but neither am I. Aaron, I ask, why are you really out here all by yourself? You could go swimming any time. I'm sure Arista is expecting you in the dining hall. His eyes shift away.
Honestly, I needed to let off some steam.
Why? I prod. It looked like things were all patched up between you and your betrothed at the masquerade.
I'm sure it did.
He shakes his head, then pauses. I hold my breath, waiting for him to go on. Will he actually tell me the truth?
The thing is, when I skipped out on our wedding, Arista was furious. No one knows this, but she called off the marriage entirely, which, frankly, is what I'd hoped she'd do.
So, then she forgave you. I try to give him a way out. This is his business. If he doesn't want to confide in me, I'm not going to pull it out of him.
Not likely,
Aaron scoffs.
She doesn't even remember having a previous wedding date. Just the new one both our parents arranged for us after the Ethodine is over.
He leans in closer.
My father persuaded her otherwise.
Because he has a silver tongue too, I say matter-of-factly. Aaron's eyes search my face.
You don't look as surprised as I thought you'd be.
I purse my lips. I may have overheard him using his gift on your mother at the masquerade.
You heard it?
He asks, lifting a brow. Well, it's hard to miss the strange watery sound on your voice whenever you use it. It was the same with your father. Not hard to figure out.
I've never met anyone else who can hear it besides me.
He looks at me in awe.
You haven't said anything to anyone? If someone at court found out, the clan would lose trust in our family's rule. I might even lose my position in the Ethodine.
His grip on me tightens as if he fears I'm setting him up to do exactly that. I haven't said anything, and I don't plan to, I reassure him. I know I can be cutthroat, but I'm not a monster.
Aaron relaxes.
I know. I mean, thank you. Really, that means a lot.
Of course, I say. I'm just so sorry about your mother. She doesn't deserve that. I can't get the image of the light leaving her warm eyes out of my head.
No, she doesn't.
Aaron grows quiet. He looks beyond me, his focus hard and sharp. Has he always been this way? Your father, I mean?
Not when I was younger. Of course, I was more naive and compliant at the time.
He purses his lips.
I think deep down I always knew there was something wrong with our gift, but I so desperately craved his love and approval that I allowed him to train me in it. For a long time I used my gift on whoever he directed me to. But as I got older, the things he asked me to do became more questionable, and I started to refuse.
My skin crawls, imagining what Kaito could have demanded. Then another fear creeps into my mind. Did he ever use his silver tongue on you?
Oh, he's tried, several times. But it seems this type of magic doesn't work well on others with the same gift. When he couldn't control me, he settled on controlling my mother instead.
His eyes soften.
He knows I won't fight back if she's in danger.
And now he's resorted to manipulating Arista too. I shake my head, putting the pieces together. The whole situation makes me sick.
Exactly.
He breathes. Aaron may not love Arista, but his tone is laced with pity at the mention of the nymph Pixie. Even I'm starting to pity her. Is there no way to undo your father's manipulation? Couldn't you just persuade her not to marry you? If Aaron has the gift too, surely two can play at this game. Aaron's brows furrow, and his mouth opens as if ready to respond sharply, but he stops. His jaw shifts, reconsidering his words.
I know I've joked around about what I can do.
He looks deeply into my eyes.
But I really do hate using it. I try not to unless I feel like it's absolutely necessary. Convincing Arista not to marry me still doesn't give her free will back, and messing with her mind even more can be dangerous.
His gaze drops to the water.
I'm fairly sure my father's manipulation of my mother is having long-term effects on her memory. He refuses to see it, but I swear she's growing more forgetful.
How awful, I say, remembering her lapses in memory the day of our arrival.
I fear I'm losing a little more of her all the time.
Aaron sniffs and blinks as if holding back tears. My heart twinges.
Besides, even if I tried to counteract my father's effect on Arista, he's had many more years to perfect his gift. Breaking his spell would take skill and time I don't have. And if I succeed in ruining his arrangement again, there's no telling what he might do.
For the first time, Aaron's cocky demeanor is fading, revealing someone I never would have expected. How can someone stand to feel this passionately and still be able to function as he does? Though I try to keep my walls up, Aaron's sincerity is bringing them all crashing down one by one. So you're going to go through with it? You're going to marry her? The words catch in my throat.
Believe me, I've been trying to find a way out. He expects me to keep controlling Arista when we're wed, but that's not the kind of marriage I want. My father may prefer to force others to love and respect him, but I refuse to live that way anymore. If I'm to marry whoever she is, I don't want to have to make her love me.
He looks into my eyes.
I want someone to choose to love me back. Someone who accepts me for who I am. Someone like...
He trails off, staring at me. My pulse quickens. Don't say it. Aaron sighs and gives me a half-hearted smile.
Maybe that's not my destiny. I suppose none of us are really in control of our own fate.
His eyes search mine, perhaps simply for confirmation, but it feels like something more. Aaron, I begin softly, this time unable to look away.
Mm-hmm.
His eyes don't stray from mine. Why did you lie to me about your wedding that first night we met?
Why not just tell me you ran away instead of making it sound like you were already married? Aaron looks down as his hand runs over the small of my back, sending shivers down my spine. He leans forward until we're sharing the same breath. Though I didn't know who you really were at the time, I sensed there was something different about you. In a good way, I mean. I swallow hard, thankful for the cool water as my body heats. I guess I made it sound like I was married, so I had a reason not to do this. Aaron moves toward me again. For a moment, I let go of all urges to turn away. But a shrill gasp sounds over the water. Aaron? Aaron halts right before his lips touch mine, and we jump apart. Two figures stand on the dock a few pods away. One of them is Arista. She has her hands over her mouth. No spell can make her unsee what she's just seen. Next to her, Niall has a comforting hand on her shoulder and a smug look on his face. Blast! I float even farther away from Aaron, back toward the landing. If only I'd left earlier. I tried to warn you, Arista, Niall says.
Arista, don't listen to him!
Aaron is already swimming toward her.
It's not what it looks like!
But tears spill over her cheeks, and she turns to flee down the island and out of the dome.
Arista!
Aaron lifts himself out of the water to sit on the dock and hurriedly pulls his chitin over his head as his tail turns back into legs.
Good luck smooth-talking your way out of this one,
Niall snickers. Aaron turns on him and, with all his strength, punches Niall square in the face. I cough out a surprised laugh as Niall stumbles from the force and trips right into the pool. As I pull myself up onto the landing, I catch Niall's fishtail form swimming away from us. I knew he was a coward. Aaron looks at me from the dock. His mouth opens as if he wants to say something. But then he lets his wings loose and darts after Arista. Left alone in my soaked dress, I stare after him, wondering what he'll do now. I curse, realizing that I care. Suddenly, a lamplight flickers on in a nearby window. Before I can see whose window it is, I turn and slink through the shadows back to my own pod. I can only hope there weren't any other witnesses to our spectacle. Chapter 29. Here goes nothing. It's the day of the trial of beauty, and I'm back above water in the main palace, standing on the stage of a grand auditorium with the other heirs. It's a venue where only the best entertainers in Phelan perform. All of them nymph, of course. As with any normal theater, I expect to see a large curtain lining the back of the stage. But instead, it's entirely open, like a gigantic archway opening to a masterful view of the sea and the mountains in the distance. I feel like I'm back on the minnow. The breeze coming off the water tickles my nose and I smile, trying to relax. The last few days have gone my way, though. I've been too preoccupied with trial preparations to try breaking into Hickory's room again, and this is the first time I'm seeing Aaron since that night. Beside me, Aaron smiles out at the crowd like everything is fine. I want to ask him where he's been, what happened with Arista, but he's busy waving to the excited crowd, which is not only twice as big as the one in Eldor, but also twice as loud, the sound bouncing off the inner walls. I sigh. Focus, Quinn. While this talent show of sorts will be extremely humiliating, at least it won't be lethal. Like the trial before, the clan lords and ladies sit in a private balcony jutting out of the wall above. Alice's parents hold hands while Hickory's look around as if admiring the construction of the stadium. The Queen, however, is seated next to my father. Both of them sit upright with stoic faces, waiting for what's to come. From a side entrance, Lord Kaito and Lady Delphine enter with Arista and two nymphs, who I assume are her parents, trailing behind them. Arista's radiant smile is plastered back on her face as she waves to Aaron excitedly and blows him a kiss. He nods to her with a pursed smile. Though I shouldn't be surprised the spell has been re-administered, an ache knots in my chest.
I suppose none of us are really in control of our own fate,
Aaron had said. Based on my luck in life so far, I can't exactly argue with that.
Welcome, welcome, one and all.
Lord Kaito appears on the stage next to us, and the auditorium grows quiet.
Today we have quite a show prepared for all fae, great and small.
He flashes his pearly white teeth, which gleam under the stage lights. Excitement buzzes through the room. The Nymph Lord seems to feed off the attention and his ability to command such a crowd. A born entertainer. I almost smile with admiration until I remember how easy it is for him to manipulate folk whenever it suits him.
For your enjoyment, each contestant will show off their beauty through their greatest talent on this very stage. Beauty is more than a delight to the eyes and grace to the soul, but a power any ruler must learn to wield. Today, each one must display all of this and more to prove themselves the victor of this second trial.
Lord Kaito pauses dramatically, a glint in his eye as he pans the crowd.
I can see you all begging the question, who is unbiased enough to rank our champions for this part of the competition? Well, let me introduce you to our judge.
With this, the Nymph Lord approaches the sea at the back of the stage. The five of us look at each other in curiosity as he lets out a whistling tune. My blood runs cold at the sound I've heard only a few times before while at sea. Aaron steps backward toward the crowd, knowing what it is too. The call of the Leviathan. "Back up!" I call to the others without thinking, following Aaron's lead. They look to us for more information, but I just shoot them a wide-eyed gaze. "Move!" An enormous creature breaks the water's surface. With a crash, it lands on the stage, its red scales gleaming in the sunlight and sharp teeth bared. With the head of a dragon and the body of a serpent, the Leviathan coils its tail under itself and lets out a threatening hiss as its red eyes scour the crowd. The other clans gasp and shriek, but the nymphs applaud, cheering on their titanic beast. I might have once been named the menace of the 5 provinces, but Pirate Lord Maverick always called this creature the demon of the Silver Sea. No ship has been known to escape its fury. But the Nymph Lord is not afraid. He walks to the Leviathan with his trident and an equally menacing smile. The creature dutifully lowers its head toward him. I hold my breath as Lord Kaito draws dangerously close enough to whisper into the sea serpent's ear. The sea serpent growls, but doesn't attack. My eyes grow wide. This thing might be a terror, but it's trained. Kaito's silver tongue must work on the Leviathan, too. It's like watching Alice with Toma. Only this dragon, however obedient, doesn't seem too happy to see the Nymph Lord or to obey his orders. I peer over at Alice. She doesn't look impressed in the least. In fact, her expression mirrors the Leviathan's, disgust smeared across her face. To her, it doesn't seem to matter how horrifying a creature might be.
The Leviathan is a magnificent and terrible beast.
Lord Kaito speaks to the crowd again.
But what most don't know is that it is also extremely intelligent. Much like fae folk, it can be entranced and subdued by incredible beauty, evidenced when its scales change color. It may not be beautiful itself, but, as you will see, it's a great and vicious critic.
As he speaks, 3 nymphs surround the creature, softly chanting as they place the tips of their staffs on the ground, encircling the monster. Black squid ink drags along the stage, creating the outline of a ring around the Leviathan. It must be mixed with pixie dust, as the ink glows with whatever nymph spell they're casting.
Each champion will enter the magic ring being drawn, Lord Kaito continues. The ring will keep the Leviathan within its borders until the spell is broken, though fairies can enter and leave as they wish. We will know it's completely subdued when all the Leviathan's scales change from blood red to crystal blue. The competitors will be timed based on how fast they can accomplish this, stepping outside the ring to officially complete the challenge. If they leave the ring before this point, however, they will forfeit this trial.
He turns to the 5 of us.
Make it laugh or cry with joy. Make it lust after your gift or slumber at your tune. But be warned, this creature grows hungry when bored, so I wouldn't waste any time. The first to enter will be Vale of the Sylphs.
Vale's clan breaks out into cheers as the rest of us nervously take our seats in the front row. Vale is visibly shaking. Even with all her practicing, I'm sure she never thought this would be the judge she'd have to impress. She takes a tentative step toward the beast, but the Leviathan responds with a ferocious roar, and her red locks fling backward with the force of his breath. Now it's the nymph's turn to cheer, rooting on the Leviathan. I catch Kaito shooting a glare at the queen. He's obviously anxious to pay Her Majesty back for nearly impaling his son. The Leviathan calms and watches Vale carefully, as a beast might quietly stalk its prey, waiting to pounce. But Vale squares her shoulders, firms her features, and begins to sing as she steps into the ring. The notes come out much quieter than in practice. On the 5th line, her voice catches in her throat. The sea serpent swivels closer to her, circling with hungry eyes. Its tail snakes around her legs. Vale falters again. Stop looking it in the eyes. Just focus on the words. As if she somehow heard my thoughts, Vale closes her eyes, centering herself. Though the Leviathan has her wrapped around the waist, she takes a deeper breath this time and sings the words with more support, more confidence. Her voice rings clear and true. Just as Kaito described, one by one its scales are turning from red to blue, its eyes more entranced than ravenous. But there's still many more scales that need to turn, and she's already nearing the end of the song. Vale circles back to the first verse, her voice growing in urgency as if the song is a spell working its magic, her vibrato filling the hall. By the end of her second time through the song, the scales are almost all blue. Vale belts out a phrase, and the last note cracks. The Leviathan winces at the sound. It snaps its jaws and the crowd gasps. But Vale recovers with a final sweet phrase, soothing the Leviathan back into a lull. Its remaining scales turn to blue. She did it. The sylphs cheer. Fully subdued and satisfied, the Leviathan uncoils its body from around her and allows her to exit the ring unscathed. I exhale and give her a small nod as she returns to her seat. Though Vale isn't my favorite faerie, she fought hard for that one. Plus, in order to secure my eventual freedom, I kind of need her to stay alive.
Well done!
Kaito rises, his smile tight. I'm sure it's to mask the disappointment of Vale's survival.
But the show has just begun. The next to face the beast is our very own Sir Aaron.
The nymphs explode with cheers, but none are as loud as the Callan sisters and their gaggle of nymph pixies who are fawning over Aaron near the front. In addition to Arista, it seems he has an entire doting fan club. I roll my eyes as he humors them with a wave. He approaches the ring coolly, but my fingers squeeze the arms of my chair. The creature's eyes are trained on him already, licking its lips.
For his talent, Lord Kaito adds, Aaron has also chosen to sing to the beast.
Vale shoots me a panicked glance, but I avert my gaze. I guess he's going to go through with it after all. Considering the excitement sparkling in Kaito's eyes, Aaron'll no doubt be able to control the beast with his silver tongue just as his father did. If so, he definitely has the greatest advantage of us all. Relaxing my grip on my chair, I find myself caught between relief that Aaron will survive and worry over how Vale will ever be able to compete with him now. But before Aaron enters the ring, he waves over a nymph attendant from the stage wings. It's Finn. He hands Aaron a violin and a bow, giving him a nod of encouragement. Aaron faces the crowd, his eyes focused on his very unhappy father in the front row.
Sorry to disappoint, but my father was ill-informed,
Aaron announces. The nymphs moan, but Vale lets out a relieved breath.
Today I will be playing for the beast instead.
Aaron lifts up the instrument, and the nymphs cheer just as emphatically as before. Then his eyes lock with mine. He nods. He's really doing it. My heart races. He's standing up to his father in front of the entire clan. He's not going to use his gift. I actually got through to him. Warmth rushes through me at the thought. The Leviathan roars in impatience, and my skirt wrinkles in my fists as another thought hits me. Wait. He's not going to use his gift, even against this beast. And it's all my fault. I look to Aaron's parents. Lady Delphine clasps her hands tightly in her lap, her eyes wide with concern, while Kaito's face turns an angry shade of red behind his beard. Arista's spell must be a heavy one, because her smile hasn't even faltered, as if caught in a daze. I try to catch Aaron's gaze again, hoping I'm not too late. Whatever I said, forget it. It's too risky. If you've ever had a reason to use your gift, this would be the time. But he's already stepped into the ring. Aaron doesn't waste a second as he touches the bow to the strings and begins pulling it side to side across them with a fury. The tune is faster and more lighthearted than I expected, and somehow familiar. The Leviathan arches its spine, seemingly startled by the loud, upbeat tune. It circles Aaron, giving him a wide berth at first, but some of its scales are already turning blue. Aaron speeds up the tune, bouncing from one foot to the other as he plays. Some nymphs around us begin to clap along, and I realize where I've heard the tune before. It's the same dancing jig from the first night on Aaron's boat. Watching him perform now, it's the first time he's looked as happy and carefree as he did that night. The Leviathan's scales turn faster, and I listen closely to the violin's sound. It isn't accompanied by a watery effect like Aaron's silver tongue. No, he's simply playing, showing off his raw skill, his pure talent and beauty. And it's working. Then a string snaps. The clapping stops and Aaron freezes, staring at his instrument and then to the Leviathan. The beast has grown blue from his feet to his neck, but scales are starting to change back to red with every passing second of quiet. The Leviathan slithers forward and growls as if Aaron stopped on purpose, warning him to begin again. A soft chuckle sounds behind me. I glance back to see Niall with Wade and Tal, smiling smugly. He couldn't have something to do with this, could he? Would he have stooped so low as to sabotage the instrument? Aaron's eyes shift to the 3 strings remaining and takes his player stance again. Only this time, the tune is completely different. With slow movements of the bow, the violin sings as sweetly as any nymph voice I've ever heard. The notes lull and swell into a sorrowful tune that pulls at my heart. The enchanting melody entrances the room into stillness. I nearly forget that the Leviathan is still on the stage. Since Aaron began the new melody, the creature hasn't moved. It still doesn't look as if it's under any kind of spell. It looks at peace, its chest lifting and falling in even measure. As blue scales climb up its neck, the beast's eyes are soft and glassy. Could that be a tear trickling down its face? Snap, snap. The breaking of 2 more strings resonates through the quiet auditorium, and the Leviathan's head jerks, snarling at a second interruption. It licks its lips again. Perhaps it's wondering if Aaron tastes as delicious as he sounds. I swallow hard. Aaron breathes heavily, staring wide-eyed at the violin as the Leviathan slowly slithers toward him. He only has 1 string left. What's happening? My clenched fingers leave sweaty spots on my skirts. I look back at Niall again. He's leaning forward in his seat, no longer looking smug. Instead, his mouth hangs open. He looks as shocked as I feel, seemingly afraid for his childhood friend. I turn back. Aaron is staring at me as if I know what to do. I can only think of one thing. I nod hurriedly and mouth one word. Sing. Aaron looks to his parents, whose intense gazes seem to agree. Instead, Aaron takes a deep breath and touches the bow to the only remaining string. Slowly, he moves his fingers up and down the neck in a simple lullaby. His eyes are closed, totally focused on the music. His fingers know exactly where to land. Much like me and my weapons, he and his violin are one. Within seconds, not only are all of the Leviathan's scales crystal blue, but so are its eyes, drooping ever so slowly until its head lowers to the floor and it falls asleep. Opening an eye toward the creature, Aaron gradually brings the melody to a satisfying end. No one makes a sound as he steps out of the ring, faces the audience, and takes a bow. The room explodes in applause. Even Fae from the other clans can't help themselves, including me. At the sudden sound, the Leviathan springs awake, its scales instantly changing back to red as it lifts its ugly head in a monstrous roar, quieting our cheers. Lord Kaito stands up to address the crowd. Although he appears somewhat relieved, he makes no comment on Aaron's performance or his disobedience. He only announces the next competitor.
Alice of the Dryads!
Lord Kaito's voice bellows. Part of me breathes a sigh of relief, my hands landing on my knees, though my legs are bouncing. Not that I'm anxious to be in the ring with the sea beast, but this waiting, seeing one heir after another barely survive, I'd almost rather get it over with. I wouldn't be surprised if Kaito picked this order just to torture me. Alice rises from her seat. Before mounting the stage, however, she removes her cloak to reveal a dress. A long, simple garment. Of course, it's still black as usual, complete with her gloves. The sleeves are long enough to cover the rest of her arms, the skirt long enough to cover her legs. Still, I've never seen her wear a dress before. In contrast to her usual tough appearance, she looks dainty and elegant. As she climbs onto the stage, her bare feet peek out from the bottom of her skirt, and I wait in wonder to see what talent she's chosen. On the perimeter of the glowing ring, Alice stares long and hard at the creature. The Leviathan bares its teeth, daring her to enter. Slowly, Alice lifts her hands above her head, and with a pointed foot extended toward the ring, she steps in. There's no music to accompany her, no rhythm to follow, but her patterned movements through the space are smooth and graceful, hypnotizing. The Leviathan seems to agree as it watches her, moving its head along with her movements. She's dancing, right? I whisper as quietly as I can to Hickory, who sits next to me.
It's the moon rain dance,
he whispers back, though his gaze doesn't leave Alice's form.
Dryads believe certain physical motions have magical effects. This one is a traditional Dryad dance. They believe it calls forth the moon rain when the land needs it most.
Considering the length of the current drought, the dance obviously isn't helping. But no one can deny that it's captivating and is at least helping Alice subdue the beast. Alice's movements change and shift, bigger and more robust, bringing her closer and closer to the creature. So close that her hand gently lands on its nose. The Leviathan freezes, and Alice locks eyes with it once again, as if having some kind of silent exchange. Then, with one fluid, graceful motion, Alice flips herself onto the Leviathan's back. The creature darts toward the edge of the magic ring closest to the sea. The ring's no longer glowing. In their retreat, I glimpse a smudge of black ink on the underside of Alice's bare foot. Alice and the Leviathan are trying to escape. Chapter 30.
Stop them!
Lord Kaito shouts. Nymph guards from all directions race after them as the crowd goes into a frightened frenzy. I can't move, not believing my eyes. Alice doesn't care about winning the trial. She wants to set the creature free. Her dance might not have caused it to rain, but whatever magical movement she did weakened the circular prison's magic enough for her to break it. I've never admired anyone's fearlessness and determination so much. Alice and the Leviathan barely make it to the water's edge before the nymph guards throw ropes over the sea serpent's long body, holding it down. As the creature shrieks under the restraints, Alice jumps off the Leviathan's back to try to fend off the guards on her own. But it's no use. I nearly jump on the stage myself to help her, but more guards fly in to manage the crowd while others rush the stage. They grab Alice, holding her back while they wrangle the creature toward the ring, enchanting the border yet again.
"Restrain her!"
Lord Kaito demands as he works on calming the beast. The guards start to carry her out of the auditorium. Alice is kicking the whole way, a silent scream evident from her open mouth and enraged expression.
"No, wait."
Kaito holds up his hand for them to halt.
"She will watch until the end. Any ruler needs to learn that there are consequences to their actions."
Alice shoots Kaito one of her piercing glares. The room calms, but as I watch Alice get tied to a chair, my heart pounds. An unfamiliar sense of guilt rushes over me, wishing I'd done something. Anything. But what could I have done?
"Alice of the Dryad clan has broken the rules of the Trial of Beauty, and therefore has been disqualified from this round,"
Lord Kaito announces as the crowd settles back into their seats.
"Our next competitor to display their skill,"
Kaito looks at me,
"is Lady Quintessa of the Gwillians."
My stomach plummets as I look at the beast. Smoke billows from its nostrils, still seething from the incident. My feet are heavy as steel as I step up to the stage. I don't feel any better as an attendant sets the chest of items I prepared just inside the ring. Before entering it, I look at the Queen, though I hope it appears to everyone else as if I'm looking at my father instead. When we discussed her talent idea for me, we assumed there would be a faerie judge. Now, standing in front of a giant sea dragon, especially one freshly enraged, I wish I'd fought for my knife-throwing idea all the more. There's no way this is going to work. But just as the Queen did with Vale during the trial of knowledge, she nods to me to proceed. Somehow, her vote of confidence pushes me forward into the ring. I rush to the chest, revealing a series of props I've collected. Nymph hats and wigs, masks and capes, everything I will need for a one-fairy show. As I pick up my first prop, the Leviathan is fully red again, an impatient growl emerging. "Ladies and gentle fae," I call, "I give you the tale of the Numa." In theory, it's simple. Take my skill of disguise and impersonation, then combine it with story to put on a show. It's something I hadn't even considered a talent until the Queen suggested it. Those in the crowd lean in. Even Lord Kaito looks intrigued. But will it be enough for the monster? Directing my attention to the red demon, I step into the ring and begin. "Of all of Phelan's fairy clans, sylph knowledge none shall meet," I say with dramatic flair, placing a crown of seaweed on my head. "The beauty of the nymphs unmatched, the craft of kobolds never sleeps." For each part of the tale, I grab new items from the chest as I recite the poem the Queen assigned to me. I switch up my voice and appearance to emulate the different characters I play. A glittering sash for the nymphs, a top hat for the kobold miners. Dryads nurture all of life, Gwillian strength no one can beat. I lift coral branches to my temple as antlers for dryad changelings, then release my Gwillian wings, slowly lifting into the air, casting a shadow over the stage. But darkness comes with no remorse. All shall crumble at her feet. Flipping in the air, my props clatter to the ground as I fly back to the chest. I grab pillows next and stuff them under my tunic, throwing a cape around my shoulders before slamming the coffer closed. I stand on top, lifting my hands into the air. In her shadow, giants form. Our world, the Numa will obtain. Impersonating the giants, my voice reaches for the deepest tones I can muster, slowing my speech to an idiotic pace. They bellow loud, "We take your land. We bring you plague. We steal your reign." The crowd roars with laughter, but the monster doesn't know what to make of me. It circles as it did with Vale. He sniffs and hisses whenever I take on a new persona. Some of its scales turn blue, but it's still trying to make up its mind. Pressing forward with the story, I tell of the Numa's minions next. The dragons at their mercy rise. With shrieks and wings they take the skies. With fire, they all terrorize the clans the Numa spurn. I don't need a prop for this part. Leaping off the chest, I dart through the air with my own dragon wings and fly around the Leviathan, making sure I don't leave the perimeter of the circle. The Fae in the crowd cheer wildly, but to my dismay, the Leviathan doesn't like it one bit. As if I'm a fly buzzing around its head, the Leviathan chomps its teeth. I launch backward only to be swatted by the serpent's tail. It flings me to the ground. Retracting my wings just in time, pain shoots through my arm as it breaks my fall and collides with my chest. I cry out, and the crowd gasps. Holding my arm, I look up to the Queen, my father, even Aaron. But there's no way they can intervene. They can only watch as the creature slowly slithers closer to finish me off. I won't leave the ring, but I'm not going to be eaten today. I pull out everything from the chest with my good arm. I need something to distract the Leviathan, even for just a moment. No longer afraid, my body burns with the urgency not to die. Burning. Oh no. Before I can stop it, my hand sparks a tiny flame, igniting a piece of cloth in the chest. No, no, no! Smoke billows and the crowd murmurs. Frantically looking around, my eye lands on a long coral stick I'd planned to use as the sylphic scepter for the grand finale. Grabbing the burning cloth, I wrap it around the top of the stick just as the Leviathan's scaly tail wraps around my torso and lifts me into the air. I raise my makeshift scepter and thrust it into the Leviathan's face. At the sight of the fiery weapon, it pulls me away and nearly drops me. But one sylph king, he lifts his eyes, and with his sylphic scepter cries. I yell at the creature, the Leviathan now a part of my act as I play the sylph king. The Neverworld is where you'll die. Begone. Never return. Breathless, I wade along with the crowd as I hold the burning scepter. The Leviathan looks at the flame, then into my eyes. A flicker of revelation seems to pass over the creature's face as it blinks at me, as if it somehow knows the truth, that this fire has come from part of me. The monster's shell has peeled away. I can see its soul, and it can see mine, as if it too is not what it appears to be on the outside. Though I don't understand it, a connection is made. Is this how Alice feels with her creatures? As the Leviathan lowers me to the ground, I don't even hear the applause or notice that all the beast's scales have turned to blue. It follows me with its eyes as I step out of the ring, all the way back to my seat, its scales slowly returning to red. "That was masterful," Hickory whispers next to me. "Where did you get the fire?" "I had a match in the chest," I lie quickly. "We Gwillians love our fire, you know. All part of the act." "Uh-huh." Hickory raises a brow skeptically. "How resourceful of you." "Thanks." I try to smile back. He can wonder whatever he wants to for now. I'm just thankful it's over. I survived. I can finally relax. Beyond Hickory, Alice is staring at me from the chair she's restrained in. Her usually blank face also twists with curiosity. Can she tell what I felt with the creature?
"Hickory of the Kobolds will close our show,"
Kaito announces, the enthusiasm in his voice waning. He turns to Hickory.
"Let's try to finish today without another reckless stunt, shall we?"
Hickory nods, taking that as his cue to approach the stage. The crowd is still settling down as a few kobolds come out from the stage's wings with Hickory's easel and paints. Hickory doesn't look nervous. Why should he? He's the greatest painter in all of Phelan. As long as the creature isn't more blind than him, he'll enchant the Leviathan, no problem. I settle into my seat, trying to put aside my feelings about what just occurred, ready to sit back and finally watch Hickory finish a masterpiece from beginning to end. Entering the magic ring, Hickory coaxes the paints out of their containers with a wave of his hands. A playful smile draws across his face as the colors glide along the canvas with grace. The creature's slithering body draws closer to Hickory, and I join the crowd in a collective gasp. But the monster only watches the canvas, its scales already turning blue. Hickory doesn't seem to notice. He doesn't flinch. He stays fully focused on his work, and it soon becomes obvious that he is painting the landscape of Phelan from a bird's eye view. From the mountains to the sacred vine, the sea to the woods, the vibrant colors come alive, as though one could jump right into the painting and fall toward the land below. I stare at Hickory's back as he remains immersed in his process. It's eerie how focused he is, actually. Even as the Leviathan's scales fully turn to blue and his clan explodes with cheers, he doesn't stop painting. I lean forward in my seat. What is he doing? Hickory's movements grow faster and more hurried as he suddenly starts to paint over the bright colors. Shades of black and brown splash across the canvas, shadowing the once stunning scene in darkness. A murmur hums through the crowd at the change. The Leviathan, while still entranced, tilts its head. It inches away, startled, as Hickory's arms loosely flail over the canvas rather than purposefully directing the paints. Then Hickory's body starts to tremble. The crowd that was once mesmerized by the beauty of the painting grows loud with concern.
What's he painting?
A bold puck calls out, and I slowly stand to try to make it out myself. A nymph attendant draws near him, then returns to the nymph lord.
I can only see the whites of his eyes, Your Grace, she informs him. I don't think he's in control of what he's painting.
What exactly is he painting?
Kaito asks, his voice more irritated than concerned.
Death.
Come again?
Death, she repeats.
It's all of Phelan. In ruins.
Before I know what I'm doing, I jump onto the stage, not sure if I mean to make sure Hickory is okay or to get a closer look at the canvas. A guard grabs me before I can reach him, but as they pull me away, I see it. In the painting, the sacred vine has crashed to the ground, and all of Phelan is covered in ash as if it has been on fire. Just like in my dream. Chapter 31. Though Hickory technically subdued the Leviathan, the nymph guards have to help him finish the trial by carrying him out of the ring, rushing him and his painting off the stage. They say it's to attend to his condition, but I have a feeling it's more to ensure no one gets a good look at the disturbing image he painted. I still can't believe Hickory painted my nightmare. How is that possible? That's it. I can't wait anymore. I need to talk to Hickory now more than ever. After overhearing he was brought to the infirmary, I rush straight there. It's located in a pod near the palace, so I have to dart through a glass-tubed bridge to get there. I ignore my heart pounding in the tight underwater space, focusing on the infirmary door ahead. I collide with someone who's obviously as desperate to get out of there as I am to get in. "Alice?" I say. She stops her retreat, holding a bandage to her arm. Scrapes on her face gather into a scowl, marring the delicate vine-like tattoos that frame her features. The nymph guards obviously weren't afraid to be rough with her. It's hard to tell what she's more angry about, me bumping into her already bruised body, being disqualified from the day's challenge, or failing to set the Leviathan free. Probably all of the above. Still, seeing her bravery during the trial, the way she connected with the Leviathan, I find myself stepping toward her. I try to think of what to say. Did you see Hickory in there? I ask. Alice nods swiftly and turns to go. I was quite impressed by your way with the sea creature, I call after her sincerely. She halts, and her eyes shift to me. Though she still wears a stoic glare, she doesn't turn away. I swallow hard and proceed. The escape attempt was spectacular. I'm just sorry it didn't work. Alice closes her eyes. I brace myself for a sour reaction, but she gives an appreciative nod. Our eyes meet. Her look reminds me of the Leviathans, intensely holding me captive before releasing me from its clutches. Do you know what happened to it? I press a bit further. After the trial? Alice shakes her head with a defeated shrug. She aimlessly looks into the sea beyond the glass walls that surround us, perhaps hoping to catch a glimpse of the beast swimming by. I hope they set it free, I say quietly. No one deserves to be trapped, made to perform on command. Alice lets out a breath. Her hands motion to the two of us and the space around us. Her eyes survey the fishbowl-like tunnel before returning to me with brows raised. Right, I smile, understanding. Including us. Alice nods triumphantly, then folds her arms. I'm pressing my luck with the beast tamer, but she isn't pushing me away yet. Making sure no one is coming, I quiet my voice, chancing another question. If you don't mind me asking, I've noticed you have some kind of connection with different creatures, even one as fierce as the Leviathan. How do you do it? I mean, I fumble to think of a way I can ask in the form of a yes or no question. It seems Alice catches my drift. She cocks her head, and the slightest hint of a smile creeps up the corners of her mouth as if to say, "Wouldn't you like to know?" Then she turns and marches down the bridge away from me. Please, if I can only speak to him for a minute, I beg the nymph medic. She won't let me pass as she stands between me and Hickory's open door. Many apologies, Lady Quintessa, but you'll have to come back another time. Sir Hickory is finally sleeping, and he needs his rest.
Let her in.
Hickory's groggy voice calls from inside the room. I eye the medic. Asleep, huh? She sniffs in annoyance and begrudgingly shifts to the side. I step in and close the door behind me.
Quinn?
Though he's the one who called me in, Hickory still sounds as surprised to see me as I am by his condition. Considering his recent episode, he looks fairly normal. He's sitting in an infirmary bed with no sign that he was convulsing or mindlessly painting the end of the world just an hour ago.
What are you doing here?
I stumble, realizing I haven't thought through exactly what I want to say. Tentatively, I step up to his bedside. I came to see if you were all right. His brows lift, and I add, What in Phelan happened to you? Hickory pauses.
I don't know. One minute I'm painting, and the next I'm waking up here. I thought I blacked out, but when I saw the painting, it all came back. Everything on that canvas, I first saw in my mind. It felt like a dream, as if I was living inside it. I think it might have been a vision.
A vision? I ask. Shh. Hickory looks to the door, but the medic doesn't enter. I lower my voice. Have you had those before?
Not really. Nightmares, sure. But visions that I end up painting without even knowing it? Not that I remember. Either way, it can't be a good sign. The only thing I can think of is...
Hickory pulls his satchel from the nearby chair and tugs out a book from inside.
It might have something to do with this.
It's the ancient tome with the strange symbol. My eyes go wide. What, you carry that thing around with you everywhere you go? That's why I couldn't find it in his room. I try not to show how anxious I am to have it back.
I've been analyzing it day and night. A bit obsessively, really. You see, this here...
He points to the symbol on the cover, the one that once glowed at my touch.
This symbol is the ancient sign of the Pneuma.
The Pneuma? The gruesome depictions in Hickory's murals in Eldor come rushing back, and I shudder.
The symbol on my mother's daggers is the sign of some mythical murderous giants? It doesn't make any sense. There are rumors, Hickory continues, tracing gentle fingers over the symbol, that the mystics studied the Pneuma religiously, that they kept a record about them and their power. It was said to be lost long ago, but Quinn, I think this is it. I draw back. The mystics studied the Pneuma? Great. One more reason to hate them and my similarity to their fire. Okay, so what does all that even mean? I don't know, at least not yet. Hickory's mouth purses. But I have theories. Of course you do. I smirk. Like what? Well, he hesitates. I mean, the vision could have just been from a bad batch of pixie dust. Or maybe I'm just sleep-deprived from studying the book. Hickory leans his head into his pillow, looking blankly at the ceiling as if whatever theory he's concocted is beyond even what he considers rational. In this moment, I know. I alone hold the power to confirm Hickory's insanity by dismissing his vision, or to further his paranoia with the story of my own mirroring nightmare. I don't know what conclusions he's come to, but he's already studied the book endlessly and knows plenty more about the Pneuma and the mystics than I do. Even if I succeed in somehow stealing the tome from him later, it would take me forever to figure it out myself. I need to know, and right now Hickory is the next clue. Perhaps if I solve the mystery of my nightmares, Gaius will finally stop haunting me. I sigh. If you're thinking you're crazy, you're not. Hickory's gaze snaps up. I raise my hands. I mean, you're as crazy as they come, don't get me wrong. But with this, I bite my lip, feeling like I'll regret this later. I've been having nightmares almost every night for a while now, clear as day ever since my first night in Eldor. Your painting and my dreams, they're practically one and the same. Hickory nearly drops the book, his good eye focusing hard on me. You're kidding! It's my turn to shush him as a nymph medic stops outside the room and peers through the window and the door. I force a reassuring smile until she turns away. I wish I was, I say. Something strange happened when I touched that book. I don't know how to explain it. What do you think it all means? Isn't it obvious? Hickory insists, his eyes wild as revelations wash over him. My vision, your dreams, the Pneuma, the mystic prophecies must be coming to pass. Prophecies? I think back to the crazed dryad in Shri, and the chaos and destruction he foretold. Hadn't the same dryad mentioned a prophecy too, just before I chased the hooded figure who spoke into my mind? What exactly do these prophecies say? I ask, still lost. Hickory looks directly into my eyes. I fight the urge to back away as he recites the words with great intensity. The vine will wither, the sky will fall. The Pneuma's tale, take heed, you must. A plague will mark the end of all. It comes on wings of ash and dust. I blink. The vine's destruction I can identify from my dream, and we all know of the plague. But what of the rest? Is that it? What does it mean? Has the book given you any more clues? That's been the problem. He opens up the book. I peer at the foreign markings that litter the pages, which are the same symbols I saw strewn over the parchment in his room. Hickory looks up at me. I can't read it. Chapter 32. As Lord Kaito pounds his trident on the coral floor, the clanging bounces off the gleaming walls of the throne room, rattling my already troubled mind. Around me, the wave of murmuring quiets. Morning light spills through sea-glass windows, illuminating the anxious faces of clan leaders and those in the nymph court who press in from the outer walls.
Yesterday's trial of beauty was quite the spectacle, Lord Kaito begins. Before we send the heirs off to their next destination, we must award our competitors with their rankings.
I stand at attention with my fellow heirs before the throne, back straight, eyes steady. Inside, my thoughts are a million miles away. I peer over at Hickory. He seems fully recovered after a good night's sleep in the infirmary. I'd hoped talking with him about his visions, about the tome, would have brought some clarity about my nightmares, my daggers, anything. But it's only weighed down my weary mind with even more questions.
The entire tome is written in some ancient language or code,
Hickory had told me.
I've been working on deciphering it, but it's going to take some time.
I sigh. I didn't like the answer then, and I don't like it now. I clench my hands into fists, resisting the urge to tap my foot on the coral floor. Kaito's voice cuts through my thoughts.
In first place for the trial of beauty, having finished the challenge in the shortest amount of time, not that we had any doubt, is Sir Aaron of the Nymphs.
Aaron's mouth breaks into a genuine grin, and his clan celebrates with cheers and instruments blasting. As he approaches the dais to receive a first-place medallion, my mouth twitches into a smile before I can stop myself. Even with his damaged instrument, he earned the win fair and square. My smile steals away, however, as Arista breaks through the crowd. She jumps into Aaron's arms with a squeal, nearly knocking him over. I try to hide it, but I bet I look as happy as the Queen, who is quietly stewing on the sidelines. Her face may be void of emotion, but her knuckles are white, clasping at the amulet around her neck so tightly I fear one tug will break its chain in half. That can't be good. I take a breath and look away before she can catch me staring. It's okay. As long as Vale places second, she's still in the lead for the crown. Everything is still going according to plan. Freeing my mind of such worries, my thoughts drift back to the tome as Kaito lifts another medallion in the air.
And in a shockingly close second is Lady Quintessa of the Gwyllians.
My head jerks up.
What?
Vale's red hair whips around as she turns her shocked glare on me. A lump forms in my throat. I think back to the trial. I hadn't exactly been tracking how long I'd been up against the Leviathan. I was a little busy trying to keep myself from becoming its dinner. The crowd doesn't seem to know how to react either. There's no music or cheers, only whispers. As I approach the dais to receive my medallion, I spot my father lurking in a far corner, half-shadowed by a tall nymph statue. Phaedon is as still as the stone figure next to him, but he gives a single stiff nod. Approval? Acceptance? Whatever the case, his thoughts are not what I should be worried about right now. After Kaito lowers the medallion over my head, I dare another glance at the Queen. She's not hiding her feelings now. Her glare bores into me, chilling me to the bone. No chance of my fire making another appearance under that look. I swallow hard, trying to communicate with my eyes. I didn't mean to, I swear. It doesn't seem to help. After Vale ranks third and Hickory in fourth, I'm swallowed up in the dispersing crowd. A passing sylph servant bumps into me, and something slips into my hand. It's a piece of parchment barely the size of my palm. Discreetly, I flip it over and read 4 words in the Queen's spiraling calligraphy. This time, there's a hard slant to each word. My pod. 1 hour.
Hello, reader. This is the author, Brittany Wang, just popping in to let you know that this audiobook was too long for a single YouTube video, so I had to split it up into 2 parts. To listen to the second half of this story all the way to the end, I've linked part 2's video in the description below, as well as linked it on the video here itself. I hope you enjoyed the rest of the story so much.